Welcome, dear listener. Draw close, let the noise of the world fade away, and step into the shadows with me. You have found your way to stories of crime, a sanctuary for those who seek the truths hidden beneath the surface of our quiet lives. I am so deeply grateful you are here with us tonight, ready to share in a journey that will challenge your mind and touch the very fabric of your soul. Tonight, we embark on a journey into the deepest, most mesmerizing recesses of the human heart. We begin a tale that is as haunting as it is beautiful, a story titled, She Who Sleeps. Who is she, this silent figure draped in the velvet shroud of slumber? Is her quietude a refuge from a world too cruel to bear? Or is it a vault containing secrets that could shatter the very foundation of everything we believe to be true? In every human soul, there exists a delicate, frightening balance between the light we show to the world and the darkness we bury in the deep. It is a mystery we all carry, the question of what we are truly capable of when pushed to the edge of love, of grief, of obsession. This audiobook is a mirror to that fragile state. It is a descent into the labyrinth of human nature, where the line between victim and predator becomes as thin as a whisper. As you press play and let this story wash over you, I invite you to let go of the physical world. Let the warmth of this narration wrap around your senses, and allow yourself to be carried away by the tide of this mystery. You will find yourself unable to turn back, drawn forward by an irresistible, relentless need to know what lies at the end of the silence. Every word, every breath, and every pause in this audio experience is a step closer to a revelation you will not see coming, a truth that will linger in your thoughts long after the final chapter ends. So, settle in, close your eyes if you dare, and listen. Listen with your heart wide open, until the very last word is spoken, and the secrets of the sleeping are finally laid bare. Welcome to She Who Sleeps. Chapter 1. The Hook Awaken from the Slumber. There is a quiet, devastating tragedy that does not announce itself with sirens, tears, or sudden ruin. It is a slow, silent erosion, occurring in the ordinary hours of an ordinary day. It is the tragedy of the unlived life, the soft, suffocating blanket of a sleep that we mistake for living. You wake up, you make the coffee, you drive the familiar roads, you smile at the appropriate moments, and you return to bed, all while the truest, wildest, and most luminous version of who you are remains locked away in a deep, undisturbed vault. Let us sit with this realization for a moment. Allow yourself to drop beneath the surface of your daily concerns, beneath the chatter of your endlessly plotting mind, and listen to the silence. Inside that silence, there is a sleeping giant. In the mystical traditions of old, she was called the dormant soul, the captive princess, she who sleeps. She is not dead. She is merely waiting, suspended in a state of suspended animation, preserved behind a thick pane of glass made of your fears, your compromises, and your desperate need for safety. Have you ever looked into the mirror, perhaps in the dead of night when the house is entirely still, and felt a sudden, chilling stranger looking back at you? Have you felt that phantom ache in your chest, a longing for something you cannot quite name, a grief for a life you never lived but somehow remember? That ache is not our pathology. It is not something to be medicated away or distracted from with another screen, another purchase, or another superficial accomplishment. That ache is the alarm clock of the soul. It is the first, trembling whisper of the woman who sleeps within you, stirring in her long slumber, begging you to finally open your eyes. Let us ask ourselves the question we spend our entire lives running away from. When did you decide to stop feeling? At what precise moment in your history did you make the unspoken pact with mediocrity, agreeing to trade your fire for comfort, your wildness for predictability, and your truth for approval? We do not fall asleep all at once. It is a slow, hypnotic process. We are lulled by the soft lullabies of culture, the demands of survival, and the heavy weight of expectations that were never ours to carry. We accumulate small betrayals against our own heart, day by day, month by month, until one day we look around and realize we are living a life that belongs to someone else. To understand this deep slumber, let us look at the story of Evelyn. On paper, Evelyn was the very definition of a successful woman. She lived in a beautifully curated suburban home. Her kitchen counter was made of pristine white marble. Her children were healthy, and her husband was kind, if somewhat distant. She had a respected position at a local firm, and her social calendar was always filled. Yet, if you were to look closely at Evelyn during her morning commute, you would see a woman who was hollowed out. Every morning, Evelyn would sit in her car in the driveway for exactly 5 minutes before turning the key in the ignition. In those 5 minutes, she would grip the leather-bound steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. She would stare at the garage door, feeling an overwhelming, suffocating weight pressing down on her chest. It was not that her life was bad. It was that her life was entirely numb. She felt as though she were watching her own existence through a dirty window pane, a spectator to her own breathing, her own speaking, her own loving. One rainy Tuesday, as she stood in her immaculate kitchen waiting for the kettle to boil, her hand brushed against a small, ceramic bowl she had made in a pottery class during her first year of university, more than 20 years ago. The bowl was imperfect, lumpy, and glazed in a messy, vibrant shade of cobalt blue that did not match anything else in her neutral-toned kitchen. As her fingers traced the rough edges of the clay, a sudden, violent wave of grief crashed over her. She remembered the girl who had made that bowl. She remembered her laughter, her messy hair, her absolute disregard for what was proper, her burning passion for creation, and her fierce, untamed belief that she would change the world. Evelyn realized, with a sickening clarity, that she had murdered that girl. She had buried her beneath mortgages, polite dinner parties, and the safe, quiet prison of keeping everyone else happy. The kettle began to whistle, a shrill, piercing sound that cut through the silence of the kitchen, but Evelyn did not move. She stood there, tears streaming silently down her face, listening to the alarm that was finally ringing inside her own body. She had awakened, and the pain of that awakening was both terrible and beautiful. This story illustrates a profound psychological truth. The human psyche cannot tolerate the death of its own potential. When we abandon our true desires, our creativity, and our authentic voice in exchange for safety, that energy does not simply vanish. It turns inward. It becomes a heavy, stagnant pool of depression, anxiety, and chronic dissatisfaction. In psychological terms, this is known as the adaptation defense. To survive childhood, to fit into our families, and to succeed in a world that demands conformity, we split ourselves in two. We present a polite, functional, sleeping self to the world, while the authentic, passionate, and raw self is exiled to the shadow. What this dynamic does to our subconscious is devastating. It creates an internal civil war. The conscious mind works tirelessly to maintain the illusion that everything is fine, while the subconscious mind uses every tool at its disposal, from physical symptoms to nightmares to sudden emotional outbursts, to shatter the illusion and force us to look at the truth. This is why you might find yourself crying at a random television commercial, or why you might feel an inexplicable rage when someone else lives their life with freedom and audacity. Your subconscious is recognizing what you have denied yourself. It is mourning the loss of your own wildness. How do we begin to guide ourselves out of this slumber? How do we awaken she who sleeps without destroying the life we have built? The process is not about throwing away your responsibilities or making reckless, impulsive decisions. It begins with a gentle, sovereign act of paying attention. The first step in your awakening is what we might call the practice of emotional auditing. For the next 7 days, I invite you to carry a small, private notebook with you. At various points throughout the day, pause and ask yourself a simple, honest question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how alive do I feel in this exact moment? Do not judge your answers. Simply record them. Notice which environments, which relationships, and which tasks drain your vitality, and which ones make your pulse quicken with genuine interest. You are mapping the terrain of your own captivity and locating the coordinates of your freedom. The second step is to honor your micro-longings. Often, we ignore the small, quiet impulses of our hearts because they seem impractical or insignificant. You might feel a sudden urge to walk barefoot on the wet grass, to buy a bunch of bright yellow sunflowers for no reason, to paint a canvas with thick, dark strokes of paint, or to sit in silence for 30 minutes without your phone. Do not dismiss these impulses. These are the tiny tugs of the sleeping self, testing the boundaries of her cage. When you honor a micro-longing, you send a powerful signal to your subconscious that you are finally ready to listen, that you are worthy of your own attention. Let us now explore another dimension of this slumber, through the lens of a different journey. Consider the story of Clara, a woman who had mastered the art of being invisible. Clara was a gifted writer in her youth, a teller of stories that could make people weep with their honesty and beauty. But when she was 25, she shared a deeply personal manuscript with a mentor she trusted, only to have her work dismissed as melodramatic, self-indulgent, and unpublishable. The rejection was so sharp, so utterly devastating, that it felt like a physical blow to her solar plexus. To protect herself from ever feeling that level of vulnerability and pain again, Clara made a silent, a conscious decision. She put her notebooks in a box, locked them in her attic, and took a job writing technical manuals for an engineering firm. She chose a life of facts, data, and absolute safety. She became the perfect, dependable, and entirely predictable employee. Her colleagues liked her because she never caused trouble, never spoke out of turn, and never demanded center stage. She had successfully put her creative soul to sleep, convincing herself that she was happy, or at least, safe. 30 years passed in this manner. Clara's life was quiet, but it was also gray. Then, she reached her 55th birthday. That night, she had a dream that was so vivid it felt more real than her waking life. In the dream, she was standing in a vast, empty theater. The stage was empty, lit only by a single, harsh spotlight. From the darkness of the wings, a figure walked out onto the stage. It was a woman, but her face was obscured by a heavy, tattered veil. As the woman drew closer, Clara felt a mixture of intense terror and profound love. The woman reached up, pulled back the veil, and Clara gasped. It was herself. But she was radiant, her eyes burning with an ancient, untamed fire, her hands stained with ink. The woman on the stage looked directly into Clara's eyes and spoke a single, dooming sentence that echoed through the empty theater. "How long will you keep me in the dark?" Clara woke up gasping for air, her heart pounding against her ribs, her sheets soaked in sweat. The dream was not a mere trick of the sleeping brain. It was a direct confrontation from her Jungian shadow. By locking away her writing, Clara had not just locked away a hobby. She had repressed her life force energy. The shadow is not inherently evil or dark. It is simply the repository of all the parts of ourselves we have deemed unacceptable, dangerous, or unlovable. When we lock away our pain, we also lock away our joy. When we numb our capacity for sadness, we also numb our capacity for ecstasy. The psychological consequence of this level of repression is a state of chronic fatigue. It takes an immense amount of psychic energy to keep a giant asleep. If you find yourself constantly exhausted, if you wake up tired despite sleeping 8 hours, if you feel a persistent lethargy that sleep cannot cure, it is highly likely that your energy is being consumed by the internal machinery required to keep your true self repressed. You are using all your strength to hold down the lid of the coffin where your wild self is buried. To reclaim this repressed energy, we must practice the art of shadow dialogue. This is a gentle, therapeutic process of turning toward the parts of ourselves we have rejected and offering them a seat at the table. If you wish to practice this, find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Take a piece of paper and write down the question, "What did I leave behind?" Close your eyes, take 3 deep, slow breaths, and allow whatever image, memory, or feeling arises to present itself. It might be a memory of an old passion, a feeling of deep resentment, or an image of yourself at a younger age. Do not analyze it. Simply welcome it. Write down whatever comes, without censoring or editing. Ask this part of yourself what it needs from you now. It may not ask for a radical career change or a dramatic lifestyle shift. It may simply ask to be seen, to be acknowledged, and to be allowed to breathe. As we journey deeper into this chapter, we must also confront the catalyst that often forces us out of our slumber. While some of us are awakened by a gentle whisper or a vivid dream, many of us require a sudden, shattering crisis to break the spell of our complacency. This is the archetype of the tower falling, the sudden disruption that tears away our illusions of control and leaves us standing naked in the truth of our lives. Let us look at the story of Miriam. Miriam was a woman who prided herself on her absolute control. She had designed every aspect of her life with mathematical precision. She had the perfect career in corporate law, the perfect marriage, the perfect fitness routine, and the perfect reputation. She believed that if she just worked hard enough, planned carefully enough, and kept her emotions tightly managed, she could protect herself from pain, chaos, and failure. She was a master somnambulist, navigating her high-powered life with a cold, efficient grace. Then, within the span of 6 months, her carefully constructed world shattered. Her husband of 15 years announced he was leaving her for another woman. 2 weeks later, the firm she had dedicated her life to was acquired, and her position was eliminated. Shortly after, she suffered a physical injury that prevented her from running, which had been her primary method of burning off her chronic anxiety. Miriam found herself sitting on the floor of her empty, silent living room, surrounded by cardboard boxes. The structures that had defined her identity, Her worth and her safety were entirely gone. She felt as though she were dissolving, falling into a dark, bottomless abyss. She could no longer pretend. She could no longer manage. She could no longer sleep. In her despair, Miriam did something she had never done in her entire life. She lay down on the hardwood floor, closed her eyes, and simply wept. She let the tears come without trying to stop them, without trying to find a solution, without trying to put a positive spin on her situation. She cried for her failed marriage. She cried for her lost career. But most of all, she cried for the decades she had spent pretending to be strong when she was actually terrified. And in the midst of that devastating grief, something extraordinary happened. As she lay there, empty and broken, she felt a sudden, profound sense of peace. It was a physical sensation of lightness, as if a heavy, iron armor had been lifted from her body. For the first time in her life, she was not performing. She was not trying to be perfect. She was just there, breathing, feeling, and existing. In the wreckage of her life, she had found her true self. The crisis had not destroyed her. It had demolished the prison she had built around herself. It had awakened her. From a psychological perspective, this is the profound purpose of the dark night of the soul. When we refuse to awaken voluntarily, the soul will often orchestrate a crisis to force our eyes open. This is not our punishment from an angry universe. It is a fierce act of mercy from our own deep self. The ego believes that safety is found in control, but the soul knows that safety is found in alignment. When our life becomes misaligned with our truth, the soul will cause the structures of our life to crumble, so that we may build something authentic on the ruins. If you are currently in the midst of your own crisis, if your life feels as though it is falling apart, I want you to take a deep, reassuring breath. You are not failing. You are not being punished. You are simply in the labor pains of your own rebirth. The discomfort you are feeling is the cracking of the shell that has kept you safe, but also confined. To navigate this difficult transition, the most practical advice is to practice the art of active non-resistance. Stop trying to rebuild the old structures that have collapsed. Stop trying to force things back to the way they were. Instead, allow yourself to sit in the void. Allow yourself to not know what comes next. When you stop fighting the collapse, you conserve the energy you will need to build the new. Say to yourself, in the quietest moments of your fear, I do not know where I am going, but I am finally awake, and I will not go back to sleep. Let us summarize the path we have walked in this first chapter. We have explored the beautiful, haunting metaphor of she who sleeps, the dormant self that resides within each of us, waiting for the call to awaken. We have seen how easily we fall into the comfortable, numbing slumber of complacency, trading our fire for safety, and our truth for approval. We have looked into the mirror of Evelyn's story, recognizing the quiet grief of the unlived life, and we have analyzed the psychological toll of self-abandonment. We have listened to the warning of Clara's dream, understanding that when we repress our gifts and our pain, we drain ourselves of our vital life force energy. We have learned how to begin reclaiming that energy through shadow dialogue and by honoring our micro-longings. And finally, we have stood with Miriam in the wreckage of her illusions, understanding that even the most devastating crises are often the fierce, merciful hand of the soul, pulling us out of our sleep and back into the light of day. You are no longer the person you were when you began listening to this chapter. Even if only by a fraction of an inch, The heavy glass of your slumber has begun to crack. You have allowed yourself to ask the hard questions. You have allowed yourself to feel the ancient ache in your chest. Do not close your eyes again. Do not slip back into the comfortable numbness of the crowd. Take this awareness with you as we move forward. For the journey of awakening has only just begun. In the next chapter, we will step directly in front of the mirror of our own lives. We will confront the illusions, the masks, and the protective shields we have worn for so long. We will learn to look at ourselves with a fierce, uncompromising honesty, and we will begin the sacred process of dismantling the false self, so that the woman who sleeps may finally rise, stretch her limbs, and claim her rightful place in the world. Hold your heart steady, take a deep breath, and let us step forward into the light. Chapter 2: Echoes of the Silent Mind. Welcome, my friend. Take a deep, slow breath, and let the weight of the day begin to slide off your shoulders. Let the room around you soften. If you are driving, let the road become a steady, predictable rhythm beneath you. If you are lying in the quiet dark of your room, let the mattress fully support your body, holding you up as if you were floating on the surface of a deep, still lake. We are stepping together into a sacred space, a sanctuary of the mind where the noise of the external world cannot reach us. There is an ancient, quiet truth that whispers through the corridors of our lives, a truth we often spend decades trying to ignore. It is the realization that many of us are walking through our days completely asleep. We go to work, we buy groceries, we laugh at jokes, and we make plans. Yet underneath this frantic choreography of survival, there is a profound, echoing silence. It is the silence of a soul that has gone into hibernation to protect itself from the cold winds of disappointment, trauma, and unmet expectations. The poet once wrote that the soul does not break, it merely falls asleep to survive the winter. But what happens when the winter lasts for years? What happens when the numbness becomes so familiar that we mistake it for peace? I want you to think about a moment in your life when you felt entirely disconnected from your own breath, from your own heart. Perhaps it was this morning, as you stared at your reflection in the bathroom mirror, wondering who that person looking back at you actually was. Or perhaps it was years ago, during a period of immense grief or stress, when you felt your mind quietly slide a glass partition between your feelings and your actions. You were there, but you were not there. You were functioning, but you were not living. This is the silent mind. It is a cavernous place where the echoes of our true desires, our unwept tears, and our wild, forgotten dreams bounce off cold, calcified walls. And in the center of this quiet cavern sleeps the figure we will call She Who Sleeps. She Who Sleeps is not a literal woman, nor is she a myth from a forgotten scroll. She is the archetype of your dormant, authentic self. She is the keeper of your wild intuition, the custodian of your deepest creative fires, and the guardian of your capacity to love without fear. She is the part of you that knew, when you were a child, that the stars were listening to you. She is the part of you that used to paint without worrying if it was good, that used to run just to feel the wind against your face, that used to speak truth before you learned that truth could make people leave. When the world became too loud, too critical, and too demanding, you did not lose her. You simply put her to sleep. You built a fortress of routines, expectations, and defense mechanisms around her, and you locked the door to keep her safe. But in keeping her safe, you also kept yourself half alive. This chapter, This gentle journey we are embarking on today is the first key in that heavy iron lock. Over the course of our time together, we are going to explore the architecture of this silent mind. We will map out the blueprint of your emotional hibernation, learn how to listen to the whispers that break through the quiet, and find the courage to step across the threshold into a fully awakened existence. We are not here to force anything open with violence or haste. We are here to sit by the bedside of your sleeping soul and gently, lovingly, whisper her back to life. Let me share a story with you, a memory that still sits in my chest like a smooth, heavy stone. Many years ago, I found myself living a life that, on paper, looked absolutely perfect. I had the career I had spent my youth striving for, the apartment with a beautiful view, the social circles, the security. Yet, I remember waking up on a rainy Tuesday morning, hearing the drops beat against the glass, and feeling a terrifying, vast emptiness. I got out of bed, made my coffee, and realized that if I disappeared at that very moment, nothing of true substance would be lost, because I was already gone. I had become a ghost in my own biography. I sat on the kitchen floor, the cold tile pressing through my clothes, and I realized I had not felt true joy, or even true anger, in 5 years. I had become an expert at managing my life, but I was entirely absent from it. I had put my authentic self to sleep because she was too inconvenient for the life I was trying to build. She wanted to write poetry, she wanted to cry when she saw beauty, she wanted to walk away from toxic relationships. She was too wild, too unpredictable. So, I silenced her. And in doing so, I had turned my mind into a beautiful, gilded tomb. Perhaps you recognize this tomb in your own life. Perhaps your tomb is built of relentless productivity, the endless scrolling on your phone, or the quiet, steady consumption of things that numb you just enough to get through the night. Let us be honest with ourselves, without judgment, but with radical, tender clarity. Why do we do this? Why do we choose the quiet suffocation of sleep over the vibrant pain and joy of being fully awake? To understand this, we must look at the psychological architecture of our subconscious. When we are young, we are highly sensitive instruments. We absorb the wounds of our caregivers, the rejections of our peers, and the conditional love of a society that demands we fit into neat, predictable boxes. Every time we are told that we are too loud, we quiet down. Every time we are punished for expressing our vulnerability, we harden our shells. Our subconscious mind, which is a brilliant and fiercely protective mechanism, realizes that our authenticity is dangerous to our survival. If we are fully ourselves, we might be abandoned. And to a child, abandonment is death. So, the subconscious makes a deal. It creates a proxy, a representative to go out into the world and do the living for us. This representative is polite, hardworking, agreeable, and completely disconnected from their core. Meanwhile, the true self, she who sleeps, is put into a deep, chemical slumber in the basement of our awareness. This is what psychologists call adaptive dissociation. It is a brilliant survival strategy, and we must thank our minds for employing it. It got you here. It kept you safe when you did not have the tools to protect yourself. But the survival strategies of our past can easily become the prisons of our present. Let us look closely at a real-world example of how this plays out in our adult lives. I want to tell you about a woman named Sarah. Sarah was a highly successful corporate strategist. She was the person everyone turned to when a crisis arose because she was always calm, always rational, and never let her emotions get in the way of a decision. She was a machine. Her colleagues admired her, and her family relied on her. But Sarah had a secret. Every evening, when she drove home from her high-rise office, she would park her car in her garage, turn off the engine, and sit in the pitch-black silence for 45 minutes. She could not go inside to her beautiful home and her loving partner until she had spent those 45 minutes in absolute stillness. She told herself she was just decompressing. But if you looked closer, you would see that Sarah was holding her breath, staring blankly at the steering wheel, her chest tight, her hands trembling slightly. One evening, as she sat in that dark garage, a song came on the radio before she could turn it off. It was an old, simple acoustic melody, a song her father used to play on the guitar when she was a little girl, before he passed away, before she had to become the strong one who took care of everyone else. In that moment, a crack appeared in Sarah's armor. A sound, a single, pure note, bypassed her intellect and struck the sleeping figure within her. A wave of grief so vast and ancient washed over her that she could not breathe. She did not just cry. She sobbed, her body shaking, her forehead pressed against the leather of the steering wheel. She was terrified. She felt as though if she let this grief out, it would swallow her whole, that she would never stop crying, that her entire, carefully constructed life would dissolve into ash. This is the terror of the echo. When the silent mind begins to crack, the first thing we hear are the things we have spent our lives running from. It is the grief of lost time, the anger of boundaries crossed, the shame of self-betrayal. This is why we stay asleep. We are afraid that the pain of waking up will kill us. But look at what happened to Sarah. She did not die. She cried for an hour, the tears cleaning out channels in her soul that had been blocked with concrete for 20 years. And when she finally wiped her face and stepped out of the car, the air tasted different. It tasted cold, and real, and alive. She looked at the trees rustling in the night breeze, and for the first time in 2 decades, she actually saw them. She was no longer a ghost. She was returning to her body. This is the psychological reality we must understand. The negative emotions we lock away do not remain static. They do not just sit quietly in the dark. They ferment. They turn into chronic anxiety, into unexplained physical pain, into a dull, flat depression that colors every sunset in shades of gray. When you suppress your capacity to feel pain, you also suppress your capacity to feel joy. You cannot selectively numb your heart. When you put she who sleeps to sleep, you also put your ecstasy, your wonder, and your capacity for deep, soul-stirring intimacy to sleep. So, how do we begin the gentle process of waking up? How do we approach the sleeping giant of our soul without triggering our panic responses? We begin with small, deliberate acts of sanctuary. We do not need to quit our jobs, leave our families, or move to a monastery in the mountains to find our silent mind. We begin right where we are, in the mundane details of our daily lives. I want to offer you a simple, practical step that you can begin today, a practice I call the 3 breaths of permission. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, before you reach for your phone, before you let the demands of the world flood your consciousness, I want you to place your left hand over your heart and your right hand over your abdomen. Close your eyes and take 3 slow, deep breaths. With the first breath, breathe in permission to feel whatever is present in your body. If you feel tired, let yourself feel tired. If you feel anxious, let yourself feel anxious. Do not try to change it. Do not try to fix it. Just say to yourself, in the quiet theater of your mind, I am allowed to feel this. With the second breath, breathe in permission to not have it all figured out. Let go of the need to be the strong one, the successful one, the one who has all the answers. Say to yourself, I am allowed to be in transition. I am allowed to be a work in progress. With the third breath, breathe in a gentle, warm invitation to the sleeping part of you. You do not need to demand that she wake up and change your life today. Just whisper to her, into the dark, I am here. I am listening. I am ready when you are. This simple practice, which takes less than 2 minutes, is a profound act of rebellion against the frantic pace of modern life. It is a signal to your subconscious that you are creating a safe harbor. You are telling your nervous system that it no longer needs to keep the defense shields at maximum capacity. You are inviting the authentic self to slowly, cautiously, peer out from behind the curtain. As you practice this, you may begin to experience what I call the echoes. You might find yourself tearing up during a commercial, or feeling a sudden, unexplained wave of anger when someone crosses a boundary you usually let them slide past. You might feel a sudden, intense craving to paint, to write, to walk in the woods, or to simply sit in silence. Do not run from these echoes. Do not analyze them to death with your intellect. These are the signs that the ice is beginning to melt. These are the green shoots of spring breaking through the frozen ground of your hibernation. Let us think about another story, the story of David. David was a man who had built his entire identity around being the stable, reliable provider. He was an accountant, a father, a husband, a man of quiet habits. He never complained, and he never dreamt. But in his late 40s, David began to experience a persistent, high-pitched ringing in his ears. He went to specialists, underwent tests, but there was no medical explanation for the sound. It was driving him mad. It kept him awake at night, a constant, sharp needle of sound in the quiet of his bedroom. One day, out of sheer desperation, David went to see an intuitive body worker. The practitioner placed her hands on David's chest, right over his breastbone, and asked him a simple question. What is the sound trying to say that you refuse to speak? David laughed, a dry, cynical laugh. But as he did, his chest tightened. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, he saw himself at 17 years old, standing on a stage with a guitar in his hands, singing a song he had written. He remembered the feeling of the music moving through his veins, the absolute electricity of being connected to his creative source. He remembered how his father had told him that music was a hobby for children, that real men got real jobs and supported their families. David had put his guitar in its case that very night and never touched it again. As he lay on the table, the memory washed over him with the force of a tidal wave. He realized that the high-pitched ringing in his ears was not a medical ailment. It was the scream of his unlived life. It was the voice of his creative soul, strangled and buried deep beneath 30 years of tax returns and sensible decisions, screaming to be heard. David began to cry, silent, heavy tears that ran down into his hair. And as he wept, the ringing in his ears began to soften. It did not disappear completely that day, but it changed from a sharp, agonizing screech into a low, gentle hum. David went home, went up to his attic, and pulled out his old guitar. It was covered in dust, the strings rusted and stiff. He did not play a masterpiece. His fingers were clumsy, his wrists stiff. But as he struck a single, open chord, the resonance vibrated through his chest, and he felt a sensation of peace he had not known since he was a teenager. This is the power of addressing the silent mind. We think that by ignoring our suppressed truths, we are keeping our lives stable. But the truth will find a way out. If we do not give it a voice, it will speak through our bodies. It will speak through migraines, through back pain, through insomnia, through panic attacks. Your body is the canvas upon which your subconscious writes the stories you are too afraid to tell. I want you to ask yourself, right now, in this moment of quiet honesty, what is your body trying to tell you? What is the ache in your shoulders, the tightness in your throat, or the heavy weight in your stomach trying to say? If that physical sensation had a voice, what would it whisper to you? Do not be afraid of the answer. Even if the answer is terrifying, even if it says, I am in the wrong marriage, or I hate the career I have built, or I am so incredibly lonely. Knowing the truth is always safer than living a lie. The truth may be painful, but it is a clean pain, a pain that leads to healing and growth. A lie is a dirty pain, a chronic, festering wound that slowly drains your life force until there is nothing left. We must understand that awakening is not a singular, dramatic event. It is not a lightning bolt that strikes us on a mountaintop, instantly transforming us into enlightened beings. Awakening is a slow, iterative, and deeply intimate process. It is a daily choice to turn toward the cold, dark corners of our minds and bring them the warmth of our own attention. It is the decision to stop running from our shadows and instead sit down with them, pour them a cup of tea, and ask them what they need. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us look at where we are on this map of the soul. We have established the quiet sanctuary of our space. We have looked into the mirror of our own numbness and recognized the sleeping figure of our authentic self, she who sleeps. We have learned to listen to the echoes of our suppressed emotions, and we have taken our first, gentle steps toward waking up through the practice of permission. In the chapters to come, we will begin to venture deeper into the forest. We will explore the patterns of self-sabotage that keep us locked in our old ways of being. We will learn how to identify the inner critic, that harsh, protective voice that screams at us to stay small, to stay quiet, and to stay safe. We will discover how to transform that critic into an ally, a fierce guardian of our true boundaries. But for now, your only task is to rest. Your only task is to let the words we have shared today settle into your soil like a warm, gentle spring rain. You do not need to fix anything today. You do not need to make any grand decisions. You simply need to be here, in your body, breathing, feeling, and allowing the silence of your mind to transition from a place of isolation into a place of profound, nurturing peace. Listen closely. In the quiet space between my words and your thoughts, can you hear it? It is the soft, rhythmic sound of a breath. It is the steady, patient heartbeat of the one who has waited for you in the dark for so long. She is not gone. She is not angry. She is simply waiting, resting, preparing for the moment you are ready to take her hand and step out into the light. In our next chapter, we will open the door to the hidden chambers of the heart. We will confront the ancient griefs and silent agreements that have dictated the boundaries of your life, and we will learn the sacred art of emotional reclamation. We will explore how to feel without being consumed, how to grieve without losing hope, and how to love with a heart that has been broken but is now, beautifully, fiercely, putting itself back together. Until then, carry this truth with you like a lantern in the dark. You are not empty. You are not broken. You are simply asleep. And the morning is closer than you think. Sleep well, my friend, and let your dreams carry you back to yourself. Chapter 3: The Myth of the Sleeping Giant. Welcome, seeker of the quiet truth. Find a comfortable space, let your shoulders drop, and allow your breath to settle into a deep, steady rhythm. Today, we enter a territory that is both deeply intimate and universally ignored. We are opening the heavy, rusted doors of Chapter 3, The Myth of the Sleeping Giant. There is an ancient, unspoken agreement that many of us sign in the dark, early hours of our lives. It is a contract written in the invisible ink of societal expectation, and it promises us something highly seductive, yet ultimately fatal to the soul. It promises us safety. It tells us that if we keep our voices low, our dreams reasonable, and our presence unobtrusive, we will be spared the sharp edges of the world. We are told that to sleep is to be safe. But I ask you, as you listen to the sound of my voice and feel the steady rise and fall of your chest, is a life spent in deep, anesthetized slumber truly a life at all? Or is it merely a slow, comfortable rehearsal for the grave? Consider the image of a giant, sleeping beneath a mountain of soft, green moss. To the villagers living in the valley below, the giant is a magnificent, mythical creature, spoken of in hushed, reverent tones. They write songs about what the giant could do if she ever woke up. They marvel at her latent power, the sheer scale of her potential, and the beauty of her quiet form. But as the centuries pass, the moss grows thicker, the roots of the ancient trees bind her limbs to the earth, and the giant remains nothing more than a scenic backdrop, a passive landmark in the lives of others. The giant herself has chosen the deep, dark warmth of the earth over the bright, unpredictable, and sometimes painful light of the sun. She has chosen the comfort of the dream over the terrifying, magnificent friction of reality. Why do we make this choice? Why do we, who possess the wild fire of creation in our veins, choose the damp safety of the cave? Let us begin by deconstructing this quiet tragedy. The human mind is a master of survival, but it is a terrible architect of fulfillment. Our subconscious brains are wired for a world that no longer exists, a world where any step into the unknown could mean physical death. Because of this primal coding, our minds perceive emotional risk, creative expression, and personal transformation as threats to our very survival. To your ancient brain, staying small is staying alive. When you contemplate speaking your truth, leaving a stagnant relationship, or launching the creative endeavor that keeps you awake at night, your internal alarm system goes off. It whispers, "Stay down, stay quiet, keep sleeping." And so, we wrap ourselves in the warm blankets of our routines, telling ourselves that we will wake up tomorrow, or next year, or when the circumstances are finally perfect. We become the sleeping giant, dreaming of greatness while our lives slip away like sand through closed fingers. To understand how this happens, we must look closely at the invisible scaffolding of our lives, the societal pressures that encourage compliance and quietness. From the moment we enter the classroom, we are conditioned to seek approval through conformity. We are rewarded for sitting still, for coloring inside the lines, for giving the expected answers, and for keeping our wildest impulses neatly tucked away. We are taught that the quietest child is the best child, and that the most compliant citizen is the most successful. This conditioning does not disappear when we grow up. It simply changes its wardrobe. It manifests as the golden handcuffs of a career that drains our vitality but pays the bills, or the comfortable, lifeless silence of a relationship that has long since lost its spark but remains stable and predictable. To illustrate this, I want to take you on a journey into the life of a woman named Sarah. Close your eyes, if it is safe to do so, and see her in your mind's eye. Sarah is 42 years old, and she is standing in the middle of her impeccably designed, modern kitchen. The countertops are polished granite, the stainless steel appliances gleam under the soft, recessed lighting, and the house is perfectly quiet. By all external measures, Sarah has arrived. She has the respected career in finance, the stable marriage, the beautiful suburban home, and the admiration of her peers. But watch her closely as she pours a glass of water. Her movements are slow, almost mechanical, as if she is moving through deep water. Her eyes, which were once bright with the fire of 1,000 ideas, are flat and tired. She looks out the window at the manicured lawn, and a sudden, violent wave of grief washes over her. It is not a grief for something she has lost, but rather a grief for something she never allowed herself to have. Sarah was once an artist. In her 20s, she would lose herself for hours in the smell of oil paint and turpentine, her heart racing as she brought vivid, chaotic worlds to life on canvas. She felt electric, alive, and connected to a source of infinite energy. But then came the voices of well-meaning mentors, parents, and friends. They told her that art was a lovely hobby, but not her real life. They urged her to find security, to build a foundation, to be sensible. And so, Sarah put away her brushes. She locked the door to her studio and walked into the corporate world. She told herself she was just taking a temporary detour, that she would return to her art when she was secure. Now, 20 years later, the security has become her prison. She has climbed the mountain, only to find that the summit is cold, sterile, and entirely empty. The pain Sarah feels in her beautiful kitchen is the pain of the sleeping giant within her, stirring beneath the weight of 2 decades of compliance. She realizes that she did not choose this life. She inherited it. She accepted a prepackaged version of success because she was too afraid of the vulnerability, the financial instability, and the potential failure that came with her true calling. She chose safety, and in doing so, she slowly, systematically extinguished her own light. If we analyze Sarah's journey from a psychological perspective, we see the profound tragedy of the golden cage. When we prioritize safety over growth, our subconscious mind registers this as a betrayal of the self. Every time we ignore our deeper longings in favor of comfort, we send a message to our inner being that we are not worthy of our own dreams. This betrayal does not go away. It mutates. It turns into chronic anxiety, persistent low-grade depression, irritability, and a profound sense of emptiness that no amount of material success can fill. The mind attempts to numb this pain with distraction, substance use, overworking, or endless scrolling, but the quiet ache remains, a persistent whisper reminding us of the life we left behind in the dark. How do we begin to heal this rift? How do we, like Sarah, begin to wake the giant? The path back to ourselves requires a shift from passive living to active living. Passive living is a state of constant reaction. It is moving through your day responding to the demands of your email inbox, the expectations of your family, the pressures of your job, and the endless noise of the culture. When you live passively, You are a passenger in your own life, sitting in the back seat while your fears and conditioning take the wheel. Active living, on the other hand, is an act of quiet rebellion. It is the conscious decision to step into the driver's seat, to look your fears in the eye, and to make choices that align with your deepest values, even when those choices are terrifying. Let us explore this shift through another story, the story of a man named David. David spent 15 years in a comfortable, mid-level management position at a logistics firm. He was good at his job, well-liked by his colleagues, and completely miserable. Every morning, he would sit in his car in the parking lot for 10 minutes, gripping the steering wheel, fighting a rising sense of dread before walking into the building. He dreamed of starting his own woodworking business, of working with his hands, of smelling the sawdust and creating beautiful, functional furniture that would last for generations. But David had a family to support, a mortgage to pay, and a deep-seated fear of what people would say if he walked away from a stable career. For years, David lived passively, waiting for some external event to rescue him. He hoped the company would lay him off, or that he would win the lottery, or that some benefactor would magically discover his woodworking hobby and offer him a fortune. He wanted the change, but he wanted it to happen without any friction, without any risk to his comfort or his reputation. One evening, while working late in his garage, David's chisel slipped. It was a minor accident, but as he sat on the cold concrete floor, holding his bleeding hand, something snapped inside him. He looked around his cluttered, dusty garage and realized that if he did not choose to change his life, no one else would do it for him. The universe was not going to rescue him from his own compliance. He was the one holding the keys to his own cage. David did not quit his job the next day. That would not have been wise or sustainable. Instead, he made a conscious shift to active living. He began by carving out 1 hour every morning, before the rest of his household woke up, to work on his business plan and build his first collection of furniture. He felt tired, he felt doubtful, and his mind screamed at him to go back to sleep, to stay in bed where it was warm. But David persisted. He began to sell his pieces online, slowly building a client base. 2 years after that fateful night in the garage, David handed in his resignation. The transition was not easy. There were months of financial strain, moments of sheer panic, and countless doubts. But when David looks at his hands now, calloused and stained with wood stain, he feels a deep, resonant peace that he had never known in his sterile office. He is no longer reacting to life. He is creating it. What David did was dismantle his personal safe zone. This is the crucial step that each of us must take if we wish to wake our own sleeping giant. Your safe zone is not a physical place. It is a psychological boundary. It is the invisible circle of the familiar, the predictable, and the controllable. Inside this circle, you know exactly what to expect. There are no surprises, no sudden drops, and no sharp turns. But there is also no growth. Growth only happens at the boundary line, in the messy, uncertain territory where the familiar ends and the unknown begins. To identify your own safe zone, you must practice a ruthless, yet compassionate, self-honesty. Ask yourself, where in my life am I choosing predictability over vitality? Is it in my career, where I keep doing work that bores me because the salary is reliable? Is it in my relationships, where I maintain a superficial connection because I am too afraid of the vulnerability that true intimacy requires? Is it in my creative life, where I keep my ideas locked in my head because I cannot bear the thought of being judged or rejected. Listen closely to the answers that arise in the silence of your mind. Do not judge them. Do not condemn yourself for your fear. Your safe zone has served a purpose. It has protected you, kept you warm, and allowed you to survive. But you must realize that the armor that once saved your life is now preventing you from living it. If you are ready to step beyond the boundary of your safe zone, I offer you a practical, step-by-step guide to gently dismantling the walls of your comfort. This is not about leaping off a cliff without a net. It is about building a bridge, one deliberate stone at a time. First, you must establish a daily practice of quiet self-inquiry. Every morning, before you look at your phone, before you let the demands of the world invade your mind, sit in silence for 5 minutes. Ask yourself this simple, profound question: what does my soul need today? Do not answer with your intellect. Let the question drop deep into your belly, like a stone falling into a well, and wait for the ripple. The answer might be a physical need, like rest or movement, or it might be a creative impulse, like writing a single paragraph or calling a friend you have missed. Whatever it is, honor it. By doing this, you are retraining your subconscious to listen to your inner voice, rebuilding the trust that was lost during your years of compliance. Second, you must practice microdoses of courage. You do not need to quit your job or move across the world to wake the giant. You simply need to stretch the boundary of your safe zone by 5% every day. If you are naturally quiet in meetings, challenge yourself to speak up once. If you always take the same route to work, drive a different way. If you have been hiding your art, share it with one trusted person. These small, seemingly insignificant acts of bravery are like weight training for your soul. They build the neural pathways of confidence and resilience, proving to your ancient brain that you can step into the unknown and survive. Third, you must develop a conscious relationship with your fear. When you begin to step out of your safe zone, fear will show up. It will show up as a racing heart, a tight throat, a cold sweat, or a voice in your head telling you that you are making a terrible mistake. Most people interpret this fear as a stop sign. They assume that because they feel afraid, they are doing something wrong, and they run back to the safety of the familiar. But I want you to reframe your fear. Fear is not a stop sign. It is a compass. It is a signal that you are approaching the boundary of your comfort zone, which means you are approaching the place where growth lives. When you feel that familiar tightening in your chest, instead of turning back, take a deep breath, place your hand on your heart, and say to yourself, I feel afraid, and that is exactly why I must proceed. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look back at the landscape we have traveled. We have deconstructed the myth of the sleeping giant, realizing that the comfort and safety we so desperately crave are often the very things that keep us small, quiet, and unfulfilled. We have seen how societal pressures shape our compliance, how passive living drains our life force, and how our safe zones become our prisons. We have met Sarah, who lost herself in the golden cage of expectation, and David, who found his fire on the cold concrete of his garage floor. And we have explored the practical, daily steps required to gently wake the sleeping giant within us. The giant is not dead, my friend. She is only resting. She is there, beneath the moss and the stone of your conditioning, waiting for you to remember her. She is in the sudden, inexplicable tear that comes to your eye when you see a beautiful sunset or hear a stirring piece of music. She is in the quiet, persistent voice that whispers, "There is more than this," even when you are surrounded by comfort. She is in the wild, untamed dreams of your childhood, waiting for you to have the courage to reclaim them. Wake up, beautiful giant. The world is waiting for your light, your fire, and your magnificent, terrifying, and beautiful awakening. But as the moss begins to slide off our limbs, and as we take our first, trembling steps out of the cave of comfort, we must face an even deeper, more complex challenge. For waking up is only the beginning. Once the giant is awake, she must learn how to walk in a world that is not built for her size. She must navigate the expectations of those who preferred her when she was asleep, and she must learn to wield her immense, latent power without destroying the very things she loves. How do we integrate this newfound power into our daily lives? How do we protect our newly awakened spark from the cold winds of skepticism, doubt, and the inevitable resistance of those around us? To discover this, we must journey deeper into the forest of the self. We must prepare ourselves for the next threshold, where we will learn to navigate the delicate, dangerous, and beautiful art of relational boundary setting. In the next chapter, we will explore the silent contracts we hold with others, and how to rewrite them without burning down our lives. Rest now, integrate what you have heard, and when you are ready, turn the page, and let us walk together into the light of Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Unearthing Buried Potential. Chapter 4. Unearthing Buried Potential. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your chest, holding it for just a moment at the peak, before releasing it with a slow, quiet sigh. Let the weight of the day, the expectations of others, and the heavy armor you have worn for so long slide off your shoulders. We are entering a sacred space now, a quiet, subterranean chamber of your own mind. In this chapter, we are going to do something that might feel a little frightening, yet deeply, profoundly liberating. We are going to dig. We are going to reach beneath the calcified layers of your daily routine, beneath the roles you play for your family, your job, and your social circle, to find the treasures you left behind. We are here to unearth your buried potential. Think for a moment about a house you once lived in, or perhaps an old, forgotten attic. Picture the dust motes dancing in a single, solitary beam of amber sunlight piercing through a dirty window pane. In the corner of this attic sits a trunk, bound in iron, covered in a thick layer of gray dust. Inside that trunk lies something incredibly precious, something uniquely yours, which you locked away because someone, at some point, convinced you it was useless, dangerous, or childish. This is the tragedy of the human condition. We do not lose our greatest gifts because we lack talent. We lose them because we learn to survive without them. We put them to sleep. We whisper to them, "Hush now, be quiet. The world has no room for your color, your noise, or your wildness." And so, she who sleeps within you went to sleep because you asked her to keep her safe from a world that did not know how to hold her. Let us begin with a journey of remembrance. I want you to close your eyes, if it is safe to do so, and step back across the threshold of time. Let the years peel away like old wallpaper. Go back before the bills, before the broken hearts, before the compromises that chipped away at your spirit. Go back to when you were 7, 8, or 9 years old. What did you do when the afternoon stretched out before you, completely empty and full of promise? What were you doing when you forgot that time existed? For many of us, this childhood realm was filled with creation. Perhaps you built elaborate worlds out of cardboard and blankets. Perhaps you spoke to trees, convinced they had secrets to share, or filled notebooks with messy, passionate drawings of creatures that only you could see. This was not mere play. This was your soul speaking its native tongue before you were forced to learn the dry, pragmatic dialect of survival. To understand why we buried these things, we must look at the quiet, insidious psychology of self-limiting beliefs. When we are young, our sense of self is fragile and porous. We are like wet clay, absorbing every touch, every word, and every silent vibration of our environment. If a teacher looked at your drawing and asked, with a subtle smirk, "What on earth is that supposed to be?" a tiny, invisible hairline fracture formed in your creative confidence. If a parent, stressed by the crushing weight of financial survival, told you to put down the guitar and focus on something that would actually pay the bills, your subconscious mind registered a profound truth. Your joy was a threat to your security. To keep yourself safe, to ensure you were loved and accepted, you quietly took those wild, beautiful parts of yourself and buried them deep in the dark earth of your subconscious. Let us look at Clara. Clara was a woman who, by all external measures, had achieved the modern dream. She sat in a sleek, glass-walled office on the 42nd floor of a prestigious financial firm in the heart of the city. She wore tailored gray suits, spoke in a calm, measured voice, and spent her days analyzing complex risk models. But if you looked closely at Clara when she thought no one was watching, you would see a profound, aching emptiness in her eyes. Her life was efficient, clean, and utterly lifeless. One evening, after the cleaning staff had turned down the lights and the city below had turned into a glowing grid of amber and red, Clara found herself unable to leave her desk. She sat staring at a spreadsheet, her chest feeling tight, as if a heavy stone were resting on her sternum. The silence of the office was deafening. On a whim, she reached into her purse and pulled out a small, dried lump of clay she had picked up at a botanical garden gift shop weeks earlier. She had bought it on an impulse she couldn't explain. As her fingers pressed into the cold, dense earth of the clay, something extraordinary happened. The sterile, air-conditioned smell of the office vanished. In her mind, she was 9 years old again, sitting by the edge of a slow-moving creek behind her grandmother's house. She remembered the squelch of the cool, gray mud between her toes, the smell of damp pine needles, and the intoxicating, primal joy of shaping that mud into small pots, faces, and mystical figures. She remembered how she would lose hours to that mud, completely alive, feeling an electric current of connection running from the earth, through her fingers, and into her heart. The memory was so vivid, so visceral, that a single, hot tear escaped her eye and fell onto the desk, leaving a dark circle on her neat stack of papers. She realized that she had spent 20 years pretending that the analytical, risk-averse woman in the gray suit was all she was. She had buried the creator, the sculptor, the girl who loved the feel of raw earth, because someone had once told her that art was a hobby for people who didn't want to make a real living. The psychological dynamic at play here is what Carl Jung referred to as the loss of the soul. When we suppress a core aspect of our identity, the energy associated with that passion does not simply vanish. It curdles. It turns inward, transforming into chronic anxiety, low-grade depression, or a persistent, low-frequency hum of dissatisfaction that no amount of material success can quiet. Clara was not depressed because her job was hard. She was depressed because her soul was starving for the texture of creation. So how do we begin the excavation? How do we follow Clara's path back to the creek bed? The first step is not to quit your job or make a dramatic, disruptive life change. The first step is much gentler and far more profound. It is the act of somatic memory mapping. I invite you to take a piece of paper, or simply use the canvas of your mind, and write down 3 things that used to make your heart beat faster when you were young. Do not analyze them through the lens of career potential. Do not ask how you can monetize them. Simply list them. Was it the smell of old books? Was it the feeling of running until your lungs burned? Was it the act of organizing your colored pencils in a perfect gradient of light and shadow? As you look at this list, notice the physical sensations in your body. Does your chest tighten? Does a warm, tingling sensation spread through your stomach? This physical response is your subconscious mind waving a green flag. It is the sleeping giant within you stirring, stretching her limbs, and whispering, "Yes, I remember that. I am still here." Let us examine another story, the story of Julian. Julian was a man who possessed a magnificent, resonant baritone voice. When he spoke, people naturally paused and listened. As a young man, he had dreamed of the theater, of standing on a stage bathed in golden light, using his voice to move audiences to tears or laughter. He wanted to tell stories that healed people, stories that made them feel less alone in the dark. But Julian's father was a rigid, practical man who had survived a harsh, unforgiving childhood. To him, the theater was a playground for the foolish and the fragile. He told Julian, in no uncertain terms, that a real man provides stability, that a real man does not beg for the applause of strangers. Desperate for his father's approval, Julian silenced his voice. He became a compliance officer for a shipping logistics company. He spent his days reading dry, legal regulations in a flat, monotone voice, keeping his head down and staying invisible. Over the years, Julian began to suffer from a chronic, mysterious tightness in his throat. He went to specialists, underwent tests, but they found nothing physically wrong. Yet, every evening, he felt as if an invisible hand were lightly squeezing his neck, restricting his breath. One Saturday, while wandering through a local street festival to escape the suffocating silence of his apartment, Julian stumbled upon a small group of people gathered in a circle in a public park. They were participating in an impromptu drum circle and vocal improv workshop. A woman with wild gray hair and bright green eyes caught his gaze and gestured for him to join. Julian tried to step back, his heart hammering against his ribs, his mind screaming that this was foolish, unsafe, and undignified. But the green-eyed woman walked over, took him gently by the hand, and pulled him into the circle. She looked at him and said, simply, "Let out a sound. Any sound. Just let the air carry it." Julian stood frozen. The silence of the circle stretched out, waiting. He felt the familiar, suffocating tightness in his throat. And then, something broke. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and let out a deep, guttural, mourning groan that seemed to rise from the very soles of his feet. It was a sound of grief, of years of silence, of a boy begging for a father's love he would never receive in the way he needed. The sound vibrated through his chest, through the air, and through the quiet park. When the sound finally faded, Julian opened his eyes, trembling, expecting laughter or judgment. Instead, he saw tears in the eyes of the people around him. The green-eyed woman smiled and nodded. Julian took a breath, and for the first time in 20 years, his throat felt wide open. The invisible hand had let go. The psychology of Julian's experience is deeply rooted in the concept of somatic containment. When we suppress our true expressions, our bodies physically hold the tension of that denial. We lock our muscles, restrict our breathing, and freeze our postures to keep the forbidden impulse from escaping. This takes an enormous, exhausting amount of energy. Julian's chronic throat tightness was not a medical mystery. It was the physical manifestation of a 20-year-old scream, a 20-year-old song, begging to be let out. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to listen to the whispers of your body. Where are you holding your silence? Is it in the tightness of your jaw, the shallow rhythm of your breath, the rigid set of your shoulders? These physical symptoms are often the sentinels guarding your buried potential. Here is your practical, step-by-step guidance for navigating this excavation. A comforting, steady hand to lead you through the dark. First, I want you to create a small, sacred window of time each day. It does not need to be more than 10 minutes. In this window, you are allowed to be completely unproductive. You are allowed to play, to explore, to make a mess without any expectation of a finished product. If you once loved to write, do not try to write a great novel. Simply sit with a pen and let words tumble onto the page like autumn leaves, messy, chaotic, and beautiful. If you loved to dance, put on a song that moves you. Lock the door, and let your body move in ways that feel good, not ways that look good. You are retraining your nervous system to understand that self-expression is safe. Second, you must learn to identify and speak to your inner critic. This critic is not your enemy. It is a highly protective, yet deeply misguided part of your psyche that was born during your childhood to keep you safe from rejection. When you begin to unearth your buried talents, this critic will scream. It will tell you that you are too old, that you have no talent, that you are making a fool of yourself. When this happens, do not fight the critic. Do not try to argue with it. Instead, take a deep breath, smile inwardly, and say, "Thank you for trying to protect me. I know you are scared of me being hurt or rejected. But I am safe now. I am an adult, and I can handle the vulnerability of being seen." Third, begin to look for the tiny, glowing breadcrumbs of joy in your current life. What are the moments, no matter how small, that bring a sudden surge of warmth to your chest? Is it the way the light hits a certain building on your drive home? Is it the rhythm of a particular piece of music? Is it the feeling of helping someone solve a complex problem? These are not random occurrences. These are the sparks of your buried potential trying to catch fire. Follow them. Double down on them. If you love that light, take a photograph of it. If you love that music, listen to it again and again until you understand its structure. If you love helping people, look for ways to weave that into your daily interactions. Let us explore one final story, the story of Eleanor. Eleanor had spent her life being the quiet supporter of everyone else's dreams. She had helped her husband build his business. She had nurtured her children through school and university, and she had cared for her aging parents in their final years. She was the absolute pillar of her family, always steady, always selfless. But when her youngest child left for college, the silence in Eleanor's large house became almost unbearable. She felt like a ghost haunting the corridors of a life she had built but did not truly inhabit. One rainy afternoon, she was cleaning out her late mother's sewing room when she found an old, dusty wooden box. Inside was a collection of vibrant, hand-dyed silk threads in every color of the rainbow, along with a half-finished embroidery piece of a wild, stormy scene. Elena remembered her mother telling her that her grandmother had been a master embroiderer in a small village in Europe, creating intricate tapestries that told the stories of her ancestors. Elena had forgotten that as a teenager, she too had spent hours embroidering small designs onto her denim jackets, feeling a deep, meditative peace as the needle dipped in and out of the fabric, pulling the colorful threads into beautiful, complex patterns. She sat down on the floor of the dusty sewing room, picked up a needle, threaded it with a brilliant, lapis lazuli blue thread, and began to stitch on a scrap of linen she found in the box. As the needle rhythmically pierced the fabric, she felt a profound sense of alignment. She wasn't just stitching thread. She was stitching herself back together. She was connecting her present self to her mother, her grandmother, and the young girl who had once loved color and texture. Over the next few months, Elena's quiet embroidery sessions grew. She began to create large, abstract textile pieces that captured the emotional landscape of her life, the grief of losing her parents, the quiet beauty of the empty nest, the roaring, untamed fire of her own inner world that she had kept hidden for so long. She did not show them to anyone at first. They were her private conversations with her soul. But one day, her daughter saw one of the pieces hanging in the hallway and was so moved by its raw, emotional power that she insisted on showing it to a gallery owner she knew. To Elena's absolute shock, the gallery owner was mesmerized. He offered her a solo exhibition. On the night of her opening, Elena stood in the center of the brightly lit gallery, surrounded by her vibrant, emotional tapestries. People walked from piece to piece, whispering, touching their hearts, some even crying. Elena's husband looked at her with a mixture of awe and reverence, realizing he was seeing a side of his wife he had never truly known. And Elena, standing there in a simple black dress, felt a warmth in her chest that she had not felt in decades. She was no longer a ghost. She was fully, radiantly present. She had unearthed her buried potential, and in doing so, she had given the world a gift it desperately needed. What Elena's story teaches us is that our buried potential is not just about our personal happiness. It is a thread in the larger tapestry of human connection. When we hide our light, the world is a darker place. When we summon the courage to dig up our treasures and share them, we give others permission to do the same. We create a beautiful, resonant echo chamber of courage and authenticity. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the ground we have covered. We have wandered back to the childhood gardens of our dreams, acknowledging the sweet, wild impulses we abandoned along the way. We have looked into the dark mirror of our self-limiting beliefs, understanding that our fear and our silence were simply survival strategies that we no longer need. We have listened to the stories of Clara, Julian, and Elena, seeing in their struggles and triumphs a map for our own journey of excavation. Remember, the woman who sleeps within you is not dead. She is merely resting, waiting for the sound of your voice, the touch of your hand, the courage of your decision to wake her up. She does not demand that you be perfect. She does not demand that you have all the answers. She only asks that you begin to dig, with patience, with love, and with a gentle, unwavering curiosity. In our next chapter, We will take this awakened energy and learn how to navigate the inevitable storms that arise when we begin to live our truth. We will explore the delicate, crucial art of setting boundaries, protecting your newly unearthed fire from the cold winds of skepticism and routine, and learning how to stand tall in the bright, beautiful light of your own wild potential. Sleep no longer, my friend. The earth is warm, the tools are in your hands, and your treasure is waiting. Chapter 5. The Walls of Comfort. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your lungs, and as you slowly let it go, allow yourself to fully arrive in this moment. Close your eyes if it is safe to do so, or simply let your gaze soften. We are about to enter a space that is both deeply familiar and quietly unsettling. We are going to speak about the invisible sanctuary you have built around your life. We are going to speak about the walls of comfort. There is a profound, haunting truth that we often whisper to ourselves in the quiet hours of the night, when the rest of the world is asleep and the noise of our busy days has finally faded. It is the realization that the things that make us feel the safest are often the very things that are keeping us asleep. We live in a world that worships comfort. We are told to seek security, to find stability, to build a life that is predictable, safe, and soft. We are encouraged to construct high, sturdy walls around our hearts and our routines, believing that if we can just keep the chaos of the world outside, we will finally be happy. But let us look closely at those walls. Touch them in your mind. Are they truly protecting you, or have they slowly, imperceptibly, become the walls of a prison? The great Persian poet Rumi once wrote, "Sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment." Cleverness is always looking for safety. Cleverness wants to calculate the risks, to ensure the outcome, to stay within the lines of what is known. But bewilderment is willing to step into the dark. It is willing to be amazed, to be broken open, and to be transformed. The comfort we chase is a beautiful, seductive illusion. It is a golden cage lined with the softest velvet, but it is a cage nonetheless. When we choose comfort over growth, we are making a silent agreement with our fears. We are agreeing to stay small so that we do not have to feel the sting of failure, the weight of rejection, or the terrifying beauty of the unknown. Imagine a woman sitting in a beautifully furnished living room. The lighting is warm and perfect, the air is the exact right temperature, and a soft melody plays in the background. She has everything she'd ever thought she wanted. Yet, if you look closely at her eyes, you will see a quiet, aching emptiness. It is the look of someone who is physically present but spiritually absent. She is safe, yes. Nothing bad can happen to her in this room. But nothing magnificent can happen to her either. She has traded her wild, untamed potential for the quiet anesthesia of security. She is the one who sleeps. And she is inside all of us. Let us explore why our minds are so deeply, almost desperately, addicted to this state of safety. To understand this, we must journey back through time, deep into the very wiring of our physical bodies. We must look at the ancient, beautiful, and sometimes troublesome architecture of the human brain. Our brains were not designed to make us happy or fulfilled. They were designed to keep us alive. Millions of years ago, when our ancestors roamed the wild, unpredictable savannas, survival depended entirely on predictability. The brain developed a highly sophisticated threat detection system, centered in a small, almond-shaped structure called the amygdala. To this primitive part of our brain, anything that is familiar is categorized as safe, even if it is painful. and anything that is unfamiliar is categorized as a mortal threat, even if it is the key to our greatest joy. Let us look at a real-world story to see this ancient mechanism in action. Picture a man named David. David is 42 years old, and for the last 15 years, he has worked at the same mid-level accounting firm. He knows the walk from the parking lot to his cubicle down to the exact number of steps. He knows the smell of the stale coffee in the break room, the exact rhythm of his boss's voice, and the predictable dread that settles into his stomach every Sunday evening. David is miserable, but it is a familiar misery. It is a misery he knows how to manage. One day, David receives an unexpected email. A former colleague offers him a position at a young, dynamic startup. The pay is higher, the creative freedom is immense, and the opportunity for growth is limitless. But there is a catch. It is an entirely new field. There are no guarantees. The company could fail in a year, and David would have to navigate the unknown. That night, David sits in his car in the driveway of his home. The engine is off, but his hands are still gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles are white. His heart is racing. His chest feels tight, and a cold sweat breaks out on the back of his neck. If you were to ask David's conscious mind what he is feeling, he would tell you he is analyzing the financial risks. But in reality, his amygdala is screaming. It is firing panic signals through his entire nervous system as if a predator were crouching in the back seat of his car. To David's ancient brain, staying at his stagnant, soul-crushing job is survival. Stepping into the new job is stepping into the dark forest where the monsters live. The brain does not distinguish between the emotional risk of a new career and the physical risk of being hunted. And so, the brain floods David's mind with rationalizations. It tells him, "You are too old to start over." It tells him, "You should be grateful for what you have." It tells him, "It is safer to stay." This is the homeostasis trap. Homeostasis is the body's natural tendency to maintain a stable, constant internal environment. When we try to step outside our comfort zone, our subconscious mind treats that step as a system error. It deploys anxiety, self-doubt, and physical fatigue to drag us back to the baseline of what we know. If you have ever resolved to change your life, only to find yourself sabotaging your own efforts days later, please understand this. You are not weak. You are not broken. You are simply experiencing the biological gravity of your own nervous system. How do we break free from this gravity? The first step is not to fight the fear, but to understand it. When you feel that tightening in your chest as you contemplate a change, do not run from it. Instead, speak to your fear with the tenderness of a mother comforting a frightened child. Say to yourself, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe, but I am not in danger. I am simply growing." By naming the physiological response of fear as growth, you begin to rewire the neural pathways of your brain. You teach your nervous system that discomfort is not a signal to retreat, but a signpost that you are moving in the direction of your evolution. Now, let us journey together into a story of someone who chose to listen to that signpost. Let us look at the life of a woman named Clara, and her journey of breaking free from what she called her golden cage. On the outside, Clara's life looked like a masterpiece of success. She was a senior partner at a prestigious law firm in the heart of a bustling metropolis. She lived in a penthouse apartment with panoramic views of the city skyline, decorated with minimalist furniture and expensive art. She had a long-term partner who was kind, reliable, and deeply predictable. They went to the same restaurants every Friday night, discussed the same safe topics, and planned their lives down to the neatest details. Clara had spent her entire youth building this fortress of safety. She had grown up in a household characterized by financial instability and emotional chaos, and she had promised herself that she would never feel vulnerable again. She wanted control. She wanted certainty. And she had achieved it. But one rainy Tuesday afternoon, Clara was standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office, looking down at the tiny, ant-like figures of people hurrying along the wet pavements below. She held an expensive, handmade ceramic cup of green tea in her hands. As she stared out at the gray city, a sudden, terrifying realization washed over her. She realized that if she were to die tomorrow, her life would have been nothing more than a series of highly efficient, comfortable transactions. She had no passion. She had no deep, wild joy. She had not felt truly alive in a decade. At that exact moment, the ceramic cup slipped from her fingers. It hit the hardwood floor and shattered into a dozen pieces, the warm green tea pooling around her polished leather shoes. The sound of the break was loud in the quiet room. It felt to Clara like a physical crack in the reality she had so carefully constructed. That night, Clara could not sleep. She lay in her expensive bed, listening to the soft, rhythmic breathing of her partner beside her. The safety of the room felt suffocating. It felt like a tomb. She looked at the ceiling and whispered into the dark, "Who am I when I am not being safe?" Over the next few months, Clara began to do something terrifying. She began to lean into the discomfort of self-honesty. She realized that her relationship, while comfortable, had no true emotional intimacy. She realized that her career, while lucrative, was draining her spirit. She was living a life that belonged to someone else's expectations. The breaking point came when she decided to resign from her firm. The day she handed in her resignation, her hands shook so violently she had to hide them beneath her desk. Her colleagues looked at her with a mixture of shock and pity. They thought she was having a breakdown. They asked her, "How can you walk away from all this? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do?" Clara did not have a perfect plan. She only had a small, quiet voice inside her that whispered, "Go." She sold most of her belongings, packed her life into 2 suitcases, and moved to a small coastal town where she knew no one. She rented a modest cottage with drafty windows and a view of the wild, turbulent ocean. The first few weeks were excruciating. There were nights when she sat on the cold floor of her new kitchen, weeping from the sheer terror of the silence. There were no busy schedules to distract her, no titles to protect her, no golden walls to hide behind. She was completely, utterly exposed to herself. But then, slowly, a miracle began to happen. In the absence of her old comforts, Clara began to hear her own heart again. She began to paint, a passion she had abandoned in college. She began to walk along the rocky shoreline, letting the cold, salty wind sting her face and wake up her senses. She met local fishermen and artists, people who lived with their hands and their hearts, and she found a depth of connection she had never known in her corporate boardroom. Clara's story is not a fairy tale of instant happiness. It was hard, gritty, and often lonely. But if you were to see Clara today, walking along that shore with her boots caked in mud and her hair wild from the sea wind, you would see a woman who is fully, radiant alive. She had dismantled her golden cage, and in doing so, she had found her soul. When we analyze Clara's journey from a psychological perspective, we see a profound truth about the human subconscious. Clara was suffering from what psychologists call the status quo bias, a cognitive bias that makes us perceive any change from our current situation as a loss. We are naturally loss-averse. We would rather keep a mediocre situation that we know than risk losing it for a magnificent situation that we do not yet have. Furthermore, Clara had tied her entire identity to her external safety nets. Her job title, her apartment, her predictable relationship, these were not just things she had. They were who she believed she was. When we begin to dismantle these comforts, we experience a form of ego death. The subconscious mind interprets this as a threat to our very existence, which is why the transition feels so terrifyingly visceral. But the secret that Clara discovered is that vulnerability is the birthplace of all beautiful things. It is the soil in which courage, creativity, and authentic love grow. When you refuse to step outside your comfort zone, you are not just avoiding pain. You are also avoiding your own greatness. You are keeping the woman who sleeps locked in a dreamless, sterile slumber. So, how do we begin this work in our own lives? How do we, as ordinary people navigating the demands of our daily existence, begin to dismantle our own walls of comfort? We do not need to quit our jobs tomorrow or move to a remote coastline to begin this transformation. The path of awakening is paved with small, daily, deliberate choices to embrace discomfort. Let us explore 3 practical, deeply transformative strategies that you can begin to apply to your life today. Think of these strategies not as a harsh military drill, but as a gentle, loving mentor taking you by the hand and guiding you toward your own freedom. The first strategy is the practice of voluntary discomfort. This is an ancient concept, practiced for centuries by philosophers and spiritual seekers alike. It involves deliberately choosing small moments of physical or emotional discomfort to build your tolerance for the unknown. Think of your comfort zone as a muscle. If you never stress a muscle, it becomes weak, flaccid, and atrophied. But when you place a small, manageable amount of stress on it, the muscle fibers tear slightly, heal, and grow back stronger. You can do this in very simple ways. Take a cold shower tomorrow morning. As you stand before the water, knowing it is going to be freezing, watch the panic of your mind. Notice how your brain tries to talk you out of it. It will say, you can just do it tomorrow. It will say, you need to stay warm. Step into the cold anyway. Do not scream. Do not tense up. Instead, breathe deeply and relax your shoulders into the cold. In that moment, you are teaching your nervous system a profound lesson. You are teaching it that you can experience discomfort, and you will not break. You can also practice voluntary emotional discomfort. Speak to that stranger in the elevator. Share an unpopular opinion in your next meeting. Call that friend you had a falling out with and say, I miss you, and I am sorry for my part in our distance. These small acts of vulnerability are microdoses of courage. Each time you do them, you stretch the boundaries of your comfort zone until the walls that once kept you trapped begin to dissolve. The second strategy is to perform a systematic safety audit of your life. I want you to take a piece of paper and draw 3 columns. In the first column, write down the areas of your life that feel the most comfortable, the most predictable, and the most secure. This could be your current job, your relationship, your daily routine, or even your habits of thought. In the second column, ask yourself the hard, honest question: what is this comfort costing me? Be specific. If your job is comfortable, is it costing you your creative growth? If your relationship is safe, is it costing you true, passionate intimacy? If your evening routine of watching television is comfortable, is it costing you the time you could use to write that book, build that business, or connect with your children? Write down the true cost of your safety. Let yourself feel the weight of that cost. In the third column, write down one small, actionable step you can take to introduce a healthy dose of chaos into that area. If your routine is rigid, change it. Work a different way to work. Read a book that challenges your deepest beliefs. Have a conversation where you drop your polite mask and speak with raw, unfiltered honesty. By doing this audit, you drag your subconscious patterns into the light of conscious awareness, where they lose their power over you. The third and perhaps most profound strategy is the practice of befriending your empty spaces. When we begin to step away from our comforts, we are often met with a deep, unsettling silence. We live in a society that is terrified of emptiness. We fill every pause in our day with scrolling on our phones, every silence in our homes with background noise, and every empty space in our hearts with consumerism, food, or shallow relationships. But the emptiness is not your enemy. The emptiness is the fertile void from which all creation begins. The next time you feel the urge to reach for your phone to escape a moment of boredom or awkwardness, stop. Put your phone down. Let yourself feel the emptiness. Notice the physical sensations in your body. Is there a tightness in your chest? A restlessness in your limbs? Sit with it. Let it wash over you like a wave. By choosing to stay present in the empty space rather than running to the comfort of distraction, you are reclaiming your sovereignty. You are showing your subconscious that you are strong enough to inhabit your own life, unfiltered and raw. My dear listener, as we begin to bring our time together in this chapter to a close, let us look back at the ground we have covered. We have looked into the warm, deceptive light of our walls of comfort and seen them for what they truly are, a sanctuary that has become a cage. We have explored the ancient, evolutionary biology of our brains and understood why we are wired to choose the safety of the swamp over the mystery of the meadow. We have walked alongside Clara as she shattered her golden cage and found the wild, beautiful truth of her own existence, and we have armed ourselves with practical, daily tools to stretch our comfort zones and reclaim our wild, sleeping power. This journey is not easy. It is much easier to stay asleep. It is much easier to keep the blankets pulled high, the doors locked, and the mind numbed to the whisperings of our souls. But you did not start listening to this book because you wanted an easy, half-lived life. You chose this path because there is a part of you, the deep, ancient, wild part of you that is tired of sleeping. She is ready to wake up. As you step away from this chapter and return to the flow of your day, I want you to carry this question in your heart. What would you do today if you were not afraid of being uncomfortable? What conversation would you have? What boundary would you set? What dream would you finally dare to look in the eye? Let that question sit with you. Let it disturb your peace. Let it crack the foundation of your walls. In our next chapter, we are going to step through those cracked walls and venture into the wild, untamed landscape that lies beyond them. We are going to speak about the sacred fire of our shadows. We are going to explore the parts of ourselves we have hidden away in the dark, the emotions we have been told are bad, and the immense, explosive power that is waiting for us when we finally dare to look into our own darkness and call it beautiful. Do not turn back now. The walls are crumbling. The air of the wild world is sweet, and you are already beginning to awaken. I will meet you in the next chapter. Chapter 6: Whispers in the Dark, Overcoming Fear. The room is quiet, but the air is heavy. It is that hour of the night when the rest of the world has surrendered to sleep, yet you lie awake, staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows stretch and shift in the pale moonlight. In this stillness, the silence is not empty. It is crowded. It is crowded with the quiet, persistent murmurs of your own mind, asking questions you spent the entire day trying to outrun. What if you are not enough? What if they see through you? What if, after all this searching, you reach out to claim your true potential, only to find your hands grasping at empty air? Welcome, dear listener, to the threshold of Chapter 6, Whispers in the Dark, Overcoming Fear. In our journey together through the landscape of the sleeping soul, we have arrived at the most formidable barrier to your awakening. It is not our lack of talent, nor is it a lack of opportunity. It is the invisible, suffocating shroud of deep-seated fear. Specifically, it is the fear of failure and the terror of judgment. This fear is the silent jailer of the spirit. It is the entity that keeps the magnificent, sleeping giant within you sedated, whispering that it is safer to remain dormant, warmer to stay hidden, and wiser to never try at all. But as you listen to my voice in this quiet space, I invite you to gently challenge that whisper. Let us walk together into the dark corners of your subconscious, not to fight the shadows, but to understand them, to hold a light to them, and ultimately, to dissolve their power over your life. To truly conquer fear, we must first dismantle its architecture. We must understand that fear is not your enemy. It is an ancient, biological guardian that has lost its way in the modern world. Millions of years ago, our ancestors survived because their nervous systems were finely tuned to detect threats. A rustle in the tall grass could mean a predator, and a sudden movement could mean death. In those primal times, to be cast out or judged negatively by the tribe was not merely embarrassing. It was a literal death sentence. If the tribe rejected you, you were left to face the elements and the wild beasts alone. Your brain, in its deep, evolutionary wisdom, still operates on this ancient software. When you contemplate stepping into your power, starting that new path, or speaking your deepest truth, your amygdala does not register a creative risk or a personal growth opportunity. It registers a threat of tribal exclusion. It screams that you are about to step out of the cave, and that the monsters will devour you. Let us look closely at how this manifests in a life. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah was a woman of extraordinary vision, possessing a mind that painted the world in vibrant, poetic colors. In the quiet sanctuary of her spare bedroom, she painted canvases of breathtaking beauty, filled with the raw, unspoken emotions of her soul. Yet, to the outside world, Sarah was an accountant, living a life of predictable, gray safety. Her masterpieces remained turned toward the wall, stacked in a dark closet, hidden even from her closest friends. Whenever Sarah thought about showing her work, a physical sickness would wash over her. Her throat would tighten, her hands would grow cold, and an internal voice, sharp and venomous, would whisper, "Who do you think you are? They will laugh at you. They will see how fragile you are, and they will mock your pretense." For years, Sarah listened to those whispers. She mistook her biological anxiety for a psychic premonition of failure. She believed the fear was telling her the truth about her lack of talent, when in reality, The fear was simply reacting to the vulnerability of being seen. Sarah was trapped in the classic loop of the subconscious, choosing the slow, suffocating safety of the closet over the wild, unpredictable wind of the open world. Her dormant self, the she who sleeps, was locked in an artistic coma, kept under anesthesia by the fear of a critical glance. What Sarah did not understand, and what many of us fail to realize, is that the subconscious mind prefers a familiar hell over an unfamiliar heaven. To your subconscious, the current state of your life, even if it is unfulfilling, represents survival. You are alive reading or listening to this, which means whatever you have been doing up to this point has kept you physically safe. Therefore, any change, even a change toward joy, abundance, or self-actualization, is coded by your nervous system as a potential threat to that survival. To break this cycle, we must learn to soothe the physical body when it enters this state of alarm. We cannot reason our way out of a physiological hijack using intellectual logic alone. When your body is in fight or flight, the cognitive centers of your brain are effectively offline. You cannot think your way into courage. You must embody it. Let us practice a somatic grounding technique right now, a sacred anchor to use when the whispers of fear threaten to overwhelm your resolve. Wherever you are, if it is safe to do so, let your eyes gently close. If you are walking or driving, simply bring your awareness inward. Begin by bringing your attention to the very bottom of your feet. Feel the physical sensation of connection between your body and the earth beneath you. Whether you are wearing shoes, resting on a floor, or lying on a bed, feel the solid, unyielding support of the ground. The earth is not asking you to prove yourself before it holds you up. It supports you unconditionally. Now, take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, counting to 4. Feel the cool air entering your nostrils, filling your chest, and expanding your belly. Hold that breath for a count of 4, allowing the stillness to settle in your lungs. Now, release the breath through your mouth with a soft, audible sigh, letting your shoulders drop away from your ears, counting to 6 as you empty yourself completely. Let us do this again. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold the stillness for 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale slowly, letting go of the tension, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you continue this rhythmic breathing, imagine a warm, golden anchor dropping from the base of your spine, deep down through the floor, through the soil, down into the bedrock of the earth itself. With every exhalation, send the excess adrenaline, the racing thoughts, and the icy grip of panic down this anchor line, allowing the earth to absorb and compost your terror. This somatic practice is not merely a relaxation exercise, it is a neurological reprogramming. By consciously slowing your breath and lengthening your exhalation, you are sending a direct, chemical message to your vagus nerve. You are telling your ancient brain, we are safe. There is no predator in the room. We are not being cast out into the wilderness. We are simply growing. When you practice this, you reclaim the sovereignty of your physical vessel, shifting from a state of reactive survival to a state of receptive presence. It is from this space of grounded presence that we can examine our second great truth, the profound contrast between the temporary fear of trying and the permanent, crushing weight of regret. To illustrate this, let us step into the quiet room of a man named Arthur. Arthur is 85 years old. He sits in a high-backed leather chair by a rain-streaked window, watching the autumn leaves drift slowly to the wet ground. In his lap rests a small, leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. This journal contains the blueprints, the sketches, and the notes for a business he dreamed of building when he was 30. It was a venture that would have required him to leave his secure, monotonous corporate job, risk his savings, and stand before his peers as a creator rather than a follower. But Arthur had been afraid. He was afraid of what his father-in-law would say if he failed. He was afraid of the whispers at the local club. He was afraid of the sleepless nights of uncertainty. So, he closed the journal, put it in a drawer, and chose the path of quiet compliance. He lived a comfortable life, a respectable life, a safe life. But now, at the sunset of his existence, the fear that once seemed so massive, so terrifyingly loud, has vanished into nothingness. The people whose judgment he feared are long gone. The social circles he sought to appease have dissolved into history. In their place is a hollow, aching silence. The fear of failure, which would have lasted perhaps a year or two even if he had tried and fallen, has been replaced by a quiet, lifelong grief of what might have been. Arthur realizes, with a clarity that only the proximity of death can bring, that the pain of regret is infinitely heavier than the pain of failure. Failure is a bruise. Regret is a consumption of the soul. When we analyze Arthur's journey psychologically, we see the tragic trade-off that the ego makes daily. The ego is obsessed with short-term comfort. It will gladly trade your long-term destiny for immediate relief from social anxiety. It tells you that by avoiding the risk today, you are saving yourself. But it does not show you the invoice that will arrive decades later, billed in the currency of unlived life, forgotten dreams, and the haunting whisper of the question, what if? I want you to ask yourself that question right now, with absolute honesty and deep self-compassion. What is the dream, the project, the relationship, or the boundary that you are keeping locked in the closet of your mind because you are afraid of how it will be received? What is the price you are paying, day by day, to keep your life small enough to escape criticism? If you look closely, you will see that the fear of judgment is actually an illusion of control. We believe that if we behave perfectly, if we never make a mistake, and if we never stretch beyond our conventional boundaries, we can control what people think of us. But this is a grand delusion. People do not see you as you are. They see you through the lens of their own conditioning, their own wounds, and their own fears. If you succeed, some will envy you. If you fail, some will pity you. If you remain average, some will ignore you. You cannot control the projection of another person's mind. Why, then, would you sacrifice your precious, fleeting existence to appease an audience that is not even truly watching you, but is instead wrapped up in their own internal dramas? To overcome this, you must learn to gentle your inner critic. This voice is often a composite of your parents, your teachers, your early bullies, and the societal expectations that were printed onto your clean slate when you were too young to defend yourself. When that voice begins to whisper in the dark, do not fight it. Do not try to shout it down, for what you resist will only persist. Instead, treat that inner voice of fear as you would a frightened, hysterical child. When a child is screaming during a thunderstorm, you do not scream back at them to be quiet, nor do you agree with them that the sky is falling. You sit beside them, you wrap your arms around them, and you say, I hear you. I know you are scared. But I am here, and we are safe. The next time you feel the icy fingers of self-doubt creeping in, speak to that part of yourself. Say to it, Thank you for trying to protect me. I know you are only trying to keep me safe from the judgment of others, but I am the adult here now. I can handle the discomfort. We are going to take this step anyway. By doing this, you disidentify from the fear. You are no longer the fear. You are the spacious awareness that observes the fear. You are the sky, and the fear is simply a dark storm cloud passing through you. The cloud may bring thunder, it may bring rain, but it cannot alter the blue expanse of your true nature. Let us summarize the path we have walked in this chapter. We have learned that fear is an ancient evolutionary relic, designed to keep us safe in the tribe, but ill-equipped for the spiritual expansion of the modern soul. We have discovered how to use the breath as a sacred biological key, dropping our anchors deep into the earth to calm the fires of the nervous system. And we have looked into the eyes of regret, recognizing that the temporary discomfort of vulnerability is a microscopic price to pay compared to the eternal winter of an unlived life. As you prepare to close this chapter and carry these lessons into your days and your dreams, remember that courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the realization that something else is far more important than fear. It is the decision that your awakening, your joy, and your authentic expression are worth the risk of being seen, even if you stumble, even if you fall, and even if they watch. The dark whispers will continue to speak in the night. They are a natural part of the human landscape. But you no longer have to dance to their melody. You can hear them, smile at their ancient futility, and take your next step into the light anyway. Rest deeply now, dear soul, but do not sleep too soundly. For the dawn is coming, and in our next chapter, we will begin to explore the delicate, luminous path of finding your true voice, speaking your reality into existence, and learning how to sing the song that only you were born to sing. The world is waiting to hear it. Sleep well, and let the quiet strength of your own heart guide you through the darkness. Chapter 7. The Science of Emotional Hibernation. There is a particular kind of cold that does not come from the weather. It is a frost that begins in the deepest, most silent chambers of the human heart, spreading slowly outward until it numbs the fingertips, quiets the voice, and places a heavy, velvet shroud over the soul. You may have felt this cold yourself. Perhaps it arrived after a season of relentless storms, or maybe it crept in so quietly, over years of accumulated disappointments and quiet betrayals, that you did not even notice the temperature dropping until you realized you could no longer feel the warmth of your own life. This is the state of emotional hibernation. It is the silent, protective sanctuary of she who sleeps. We often speak of sleep as a biological necessity, a time for the muscles to rest and the brain to clear away the debris of the day. But there is another kind of sleep, a psychological slumber that occurs when the world becomes too loud, too painful, or too demanding for our sensitive nervous systems to bear. When the burden of feeling becomes too heavy, the subconscious mind, in its infinite and ancient wisdom, pulls the master switch. It dims the lights, lowers the thermostat of our emotions, and puts us into a state of suspended animation. It is a survival mechanism as old as time itself, a beautiful and terrifying defense that allows us to keep breathing even when we have forgotten how to live. Let us pause for a moment and reflect on a profound truth written by the poets and confirmed by the neuroscientists. The soul does not shut down out of weakness. It shuts down out of a desperate, holy desire to preserve itself. When a tree faces the brutal onslaught of winter, It does not attempt to grow new leaves or bloom in the freezing wind. It pulls its sap deep into its roots, letting its branches appear dead to the world while preserving the spark of life deep beneath the frozen earth. You, my dear listener, are no different. If you find yourself in a season of numbness, if the things that once brought you joy now feel flat and gray, and if the pain that once made you weep has settled into a dull, heavy ache, do not judge yourself. You are not broken. You are simply in winter. You are in emotional hibernation, and this chapter is your gentle guide through the dark, quiet science of how you got here, and how you will eventually find your way back to the spring. To understand the science of emotional hibernation, we must first look closely at how trauma and chronic stress lead to this profound state of emotional numbing. When we experience chronic stress, our bodies are flooded with hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. We are designed to handle these floods in short, sharp bursts, the evolutionary equivalent of running away from a predator in the forest. But what happens when the predator does not leave? What happens when the predator is a toxic workplace, a failing marriage, a mountain of debt, or the persistent, haunting memory of past abuse? When the threat is chronic, our nervous system remains locked in a state of high alert. Over time, this constant state of emergency exhausts our resources. The body realizes it cannot run forever, and it cannot fight forever. To save us from physical and psychological collapse, the nervous system enters a state known to science as the dorsal vagal shutdown. This is the physiological equivalent of playing dead. It is a state of profound energy conservation where the nervous system turns down the volume on everything. The heart rate slows, the digestion sluggishly retreats, and, most noticeably, the emotional landscape is flattened. Let us journey into the life of Elena to understand how this manifests in the real world. Imagine Elena, a brilliant, deeply sensitive woman who spent 5 years caring for her ailing mother while simultaneously managing a demanding corporate career. Day after day, Elena was the anchor for everyone around her. She organized doctors, managed finances, answered midnight emails, and wiped away the tears of her siblings. She was a pillar of strength, never complaining, never breaking down. People marveled at her resilience. They called her a rock. But beneath the surface, Elena was burning through her life force. Her mind was constantly scanning for the next crisis, her body permanently tense, her sleep fragmented. One evening, shortly after her mother peacefully passed away and her corporate project was successfully completed, Elena sat down on her living room sofa. The storm had passed. The crisis was over. She was finally safe. She expected to feel a wave of grief, perhaps a release of tears, or even a sense of profound relief. But instead, she felt absolutely nothing. When she looked at her favorite paintings on the wall, they seemed like flat arrangements of paint. When she listened to her favorite music, it sounded like empty, irritating noise. When her partner reached out to hold her hand, she felt the physical contact, but the emotional connection was entirely absent. It was as if a thick sheet of glass had descended between her and the rest of the world. She could see everyone, she could hear everyone, but she could not touch them, and they could not touch her. Elena had entered emotional hibernation. Her system, having run on high-octane stress for half a decade, had finally exhausted its fuel and shut down to preserve her life. The psychological analysis of Elena's experience reveals a profound truth about our subconscious mind. Numbing is not our selective process. We cannot choose to numb our pain, our grief, and our fear without also numbing our joy, our passion, and our capacity for love. When we close the doors to the basement of our psyche to keep the monsters in, we also close the doors to the upper rooms where the sunlight streams in. Elena's subconscious mind, in its effort to protect her from the overwhelming grief of losing her mother, had shut down her entire emotional apparatus. It was a brilliant, life-saving intervention in the short term, but as the months rolled on, it became a prison. This dynamic matters because so many of us are living in this state of functional numbness. We go to work, we buy groceries, we nod and smile at appropriate moments, but we are effectively ghosts haunting our own lives. We are held back because we cannot make authentic decisions when we cannot feel our own inner compass. If you recognize yourself in Elena's story, how do you begin to heal? The step-by-step application begins not with trying to force yourself to feel joy, but with acknowledging and honoring the numbness itself. The next time you feel that heavy, flat sensation, do not fight it. Do not tell yourself that you should be happy or that you are being ungrateful. Instead, speak to your numbness with the tenderness of a mother speaking to a tired child. Say to yourself, quietly, I see how tired you are. I see that you have shut down to keep me safe, and I thank you for protecting me. By shifting from self-criticism to self-compassion, you begin to signal to your nervous system that the threat has passed, and that it is safe to slowly, very slowly, lower its defenses. This brings us to our second key point, the vital, often misunderstood difference between true peace and emotional dissociation. It is incredibly easy to mistake the quietness of emotional hibernation for the serenity of spiritual awakening. We live in a world that praises composure and stoicism, a culture that often equates emotional control with maturity. Because of this, many people who are actually deeply dissociated believe they have achieved a state of profound peace. To illustrate this, let us look at the story of Julian. After a devastating divorce that shattered his self-esteem and tore his life apart, Julian embarked on a journey of self-improvement. He read books on mindfulness, began meditating for an hour every morning, cleared his apartment of all clutter, and adopted a calm, soft-spoken demeanor. He never raised his voice, he never got angry, and he claimed to have moved past the pain of his past. He believed he was enlightened, that he had transcended the messy, painful dramas of human emotion. But Julian's peace was an illusion. It was not the peace of a deep, flowing river. It was the peace of a frozen lake. One afternoon, while walking in a local park, Julian witnessed a small, trivial event. A young father was patiently teaching his daughter how to ride a bicycle, laughing and cheering as she wobbled down the path. It was a beautiful, ordinary scene. But as Julian watched them, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his chest. He felt an overwhelming wave of anger and bitterness rise within him, followed immediately by a terrifying sense of emptiness. He had to sit down on a park bench, his heart hammering, his hands shaking. In that single moment, the ice cracked. Julian realized that his supposed peace was actually a fortress of dissociation. He had not resolved his grief over his lost family. He had merely buried it beneath a thick layer of spiritual practices and emotional avoidance. He had constructed a life where nothing could touch him, which meant that nothing could heal him either. The psychological distinction between peace and dissociation is profound. True peace is active, alive, and spacious. It is a state of being where you can feel the full spectrum of human emotion, from deep sorrow to ecstatic joy, without being overwhelmed or swept away by it. Peace is having a heart that is wide open to the world, trusting that you are strong enough to hold whatever arises. Dissociation, on the other hand, is restrictive, rigid, and fragile. It is a state of defense where you must constantly police your boundaries, avoiding certain people, certain conversations, and certain memories because you secretly know that if the ice cracks, you will drown in the water beneath. Dissociation holds us back because it keeps us small. It prevents us from taking risks, from loving deeply, and from engaging with the beautiful, messy unpredictability of life. To move from dissociation to true peace, you must practice the art of somatic inquiry. This is the practical application of tuning into the physical sensations of your body rather than the stories in your head. When you feel a sense of calm, ask yourself, is this calm light, warm, and expansive, or is it heavy, cold, and rigid? If it is the latter, you are likely experiencing dissociation. To gently guide yourself back, begin by bringing your attention to your physical senses in the present moment. Feel the weight of your feet resting on the floor. Notice the texture of the fabric of your clothing against your skin. Take a slow, deep breath, and as you exhale, let your shoulders drop even a fraction of an inch. By anchoring yourself in the physical reality of the present moment, you show your subconscious mind that you are here, that you are safe, and that you are capable of holding your own experience without shutting down. Now, let us turn our gaze to our third key point, the gentle, restorative self-soothing practices for emotional re-entry. Coming out of emotional hibernation is not like flipping a switch. You cannot go from years of numbness to vibrant, full-throttle feeling in an instant. In fact, if you try to force yourself to feel too much too quickly, your nervous system will perceive this sudden rush of emotion as a new threat and slam the doors shut once again, locking you even deeper in the freezer. The process of thawing must be slow, tender, and incredibly patient. Let us enter the quiet world of Clara, a woman who had lived in her own self-imposed winter for nearly a decade after a traumatic betrayal that shattered her trust in humanity. Clara lived a highly controlled, solitary life. She worked from home, had her groceries delivered, and spoke to almost no one. Her life was safe, predictable, and utterly devoid of color. But one day, Clara decided she wanted to feel again. She was tired of being a spectator in her own existence. She did not start by going to crowded parties or throwing herself into intense therapy. Instead, she began with the smallest, gentlest gestures of self-soothing. She started by buying a single, soft wool blanket. Every evening, she would wrap herself in this blanket, close her eyes, and simply focus on the feeling of warmth and softness against her skin. She began to drink hot herbal tea, paying close attention to the warmth of the mug in her hands, the scent of chamomile rising in the steam, and the sensation of the warm liquid sliding down her throat. She was teaching her nervous system, touch by touch, taste by taste, that sensation could be safe, that feeling could be comforting rather than threatening. Months later, Clara took a larger step. She decided to sit on her porch during a gentle summer rainstorm. As she watched the rain fall, she slowly stretched her hand out past the edge of the roof, letting the cool, heavy raindrops fall onto her open palm. The sensation was sharp, sudden, and intensely alive. As she felt the water on her skin, a single tear escaped her eye, followed by another, and then another. They were not tears of sadness, nor were they tears of joy. They were the tears of a woman who was finally, beautifully, beginning to thaw. Clara's story illustrates the profound psychological importance of somatic re-entry. The mind and the body are not separate entities. They are a deeply interwoven tapestry. When we shut down emotionally, we also shut down physically, tensing our muscles, shallowing our breath, and deadening our sensory perception. Therefore, we cannot think our way out of emotional hibernation. We must feel our way out, starting with the physical body. The step-by-step application for your own life is to cultivate what psychologists call microdoses of sensation. Do not demand that your heart feel deep love or profound sorrow today. Instead, ask your body to feel the warmth of the sun on your face for 30 seconds. Walk barefoot on the grass and pay exquisite attention to the cool, damp texture of the earth beneath your soles. When you eat, close your eyes for the first bite and truly taste the flavors, the textures, the spices. These tiny, sensory experiences act as gentle invitations to your sleeping soul. They are whispers that say, the storm has passed, the winter is ending, and it is safe to come outside now. As you practice these microdoses of feeling, you build what is known as somatic capacity, the ability of your nervous system to hold and process sensation without becoming overwhelmed. Over time, these small physical feelings will naturally expand into emotional feelings. You will find your capacity for joy returning, your sense of wonder reigniting, and your heart opening, petal by petal, like a flower responding to the warmth of the spring sun. As we look back over the landscape of this chapter, we see that emotional hibernation is not a curse, nor is it a sign of weakness. It is a sacred, protective pause. It is the wisdom of she who sleeps, knowing when to retreat, when to conserve her energy, and when to let the world go by without her active participation. Numbness is simply the armor we wear when the arrows are flying too thick and too fast. But once the battle is over, we must learn how to gently, lovingly lay that armor down, lest it become the casket in which we bury our living selves. You have learned that chronic stress and trauma naturally lead to this protective shutdown, and that honoring this state is the first step toward healing. You have discovered the crucial difference between the fragile, frozen fortress of dissociation and the open, vibrant flow of true peace. And you have been given the gentle, somatic keys to unlock your own heart through the slow, patient practice of sensory re-entry. Now, as this chapter draws to a close, let yourself rest in the quiet space we have created together. There is no rush. You do not need to wake up today, or even tomorrow. The thawing of a soul takes time, and the earth does not rush the transition from December to April. Let yourself sleep a little longer if you must, but do so with the comforting knowledge that beneath the ice, your life force remains untouched, waiting, dreaming, and preparing for the moment when you will finally be ready to open your eyes, breathe in the warm air of a new season, and step fully back into the beautiful, wild, and feeling world. But even as we embrace this gentle resting place, we must recognize that hibernation is not the final destination. The quiet slumber of the soul is a preparation for something larger, something fiercer. For deep within the stillness of she who sleeps, a transformation is occurring. The quietness is not empty. It is pregnant with a quiet power that is slowly gathering its strength. In the next chapter, we will explore what happens when the first light of dawn breaks through the canopy of our winter, and we will learn how to navigate the powerful, sometimes terrifying awakening of the wild, untamed spirit that has been resting deep within you all along. Chapter 8. Stripping Away the Masks. Welcome to Chapter 8. Stripping Away the Masks. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the air settle into your lungs, and as you release it, let your shoulders drop just a fraction of an inch. If you are driving, feel the solid grip of your hands on the steering wheel. If you are lying down in the quiet sanctuary of your room, feel the heavy, comforting pull of gravity holding you safe against the earth. We are entering a sacred space now. This is the chamber of the book where we no longer look outward at the storm of the world, but inward, into the quiet, dusty mirrors of our own souls. There is an ancient, unspoken tragedy that plays out every single day in the lives of millions. It is the quiet, agonizing death of the authentic self, sacrificed on the altar of social acceptance. We spend our childhoods learning how to look, how to speak, and how to behave so that the people around us will smile, nod, and tell us we are good. We learn which parts of our wild, vibrant, untamed nature make our parents uncomfortable, which of our dreams make our friends laugh, and which of our deep truths make our partners pull away. And so, with surgical precision, we begin to cut those parts of ourselves away. We bury them in the dark, cold soil of our subconscious. In their place, we craft beautiful, intricate, porcelain masks. We wear the mask of the achiever, the mask of the caregiver, the mask of the silent, irreable partner, or the mask of the unbreakable, stoic rock. But what happens when the mask begins to fuse with the skin? What happens when you look into the mirror at 3 o'clock in the morning, under the cold, unforgiving light of the bathroom, and you realize you no longer recognize the eyes looking back at you? This is the great, silent ache of she who sleeps. The woman who has fallen into a deep, dreamless slumber because living awake as someone else became too exhausting to bear. Today, we begin the gentle, reverent process of peeling those masks away, piece by painful, beautiful piece. Let us begin by exploring the complex, calcified archetypes of people-pleasing that we so readily adopt. These are not merely habits, they are survival strategies. When we were young and helpless, pleasing others was not our choice. It was a biological imperative. If we displeased our caretakers, we risked abandonment, and to a child, abandonment is death. Thus, our brains hardwired these patterns into our nervous systems. Consider the first major archetype, the martyr. This is the person who derives their entire sense of worth from their utility to others. They are the ones who will exhaust themselves to the point of physical collapse to ensure everyone else is comfortable, fed, organized, and happy. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah was a 42-year-old graphic designer, a mother of 2, and a wife to a busy executive. To the outside world, Sarah was a superhero. She baked the perfect gluten-free cupcakes for the school bake sale. She never missed a deadline at her firm, and she spent her weekends caring for her aging mother-in-law. Her house was immaculate, her smile was permanent, and her calendar was a colorful masterpiece of military efficiency. But if you sat close enough to Sarah in the quiet moments, you could hear the faint, trembling vibration of a woman on the verge of shattering. One rainy Tuesday evening, Sarah sat in her car in the parking lot of the grocery store. The windshield wipers beat a steady, hypnotic rhythm against the glass. She had a trunk full of groceries that needed to be put away, an inbox with 40 unanswered emails, and a dinner that needed to be cooked. She reached for the car door handle, but her hand simply refused to move. It lay limp on her lap like a fallen leaf. A single tear escaped her eye, followed by a torrent of silent, chest-heaving sobs. She did not cry because she was sad. She cried because she was empty. There was nothing left inside her. She had spent decades poured out like water into the cups of everyone around her, and when she finally looked down into her own well, she saw nothing but dry, cracked mud. Sarah had worn the mask of the martyr for so long that she believed her own hunger did not matter. She believed that to have needs was to be selfish, and to be selfish was to be unlovable. When we analyze the psychology of the martyr, we find a profound, underlying fear of insignificance. The martyr believes that they are not inherently valuable. They do not believe that someone could love them simply for existing, simply for the quiet beauty of their soul. Therefore, they must buy their love with labor. They become indispensable so that they can never be discarded. But this is a tragic bargain, because the love you receive for what you do is never a substitute for the love you crave for who you are. It leaves the subconscious in a state of perpetual anxiety, constantly running on the treadmill of performance, terrified that the moment they stop running, they will be left alone in the dark. To step out of this archetype, we must begin to identify our authentic values, separating them from the borrowed values of society and family. How do we do this? It begins with a deep, visceral inquiry. Authentic values are not intellectual concepts. They are somatic truths. When you are living in alignment with an authentic value, your body feels open, light, and grounded. When you are living in alignment with a borrowed value, your body feels tight, constricted, and heavy. Let us look at our second archetype, the performer. This is the individual who seeks validation through achievement, status, and praise. They are the gold star collectors of the world. Imagine Julian, a brilliant young man who grew up in a household where love was conditional on report cards, sports trophies, and prestige. Julian learned early that his feelings did not matter, but his medals did. By the time he was 35, he was a senior partner at a prestigious law firm, living in a penthouse apartment overlooking the city. He wore tailored suits, drove a sleek, silver sports car, and was envied by everyone who knew him. Yet, Julian lived in a state of quiet, agonizing terror. Every morning, before his feet even touched the cold hardwood floor, a wave of Norse air would wash over his stomach. He felt like an imposter. He felt that if anyone saw the soft, uncertain, sensitive boy beneath the sharp tailored suit, his entire world would come crashing down. He was addicted to the hustle, addicted to the next promotion, the next big case, the next round of applause, because the applause was the only thing that kept the screaming silence of his inner emptiness at bay. He had confused attention with love. The psychological dynamic of the performer is rooted in a deep sense of conditional worth. The performer's subconscious whisper is always, "I am only as good as my last achievement." This lifestyle creates a constant state of fight or flight in the nervous system. The amygdala perceives any potential failure not as a natural learning experience, but as an existential threat to survival. This is why high achievers often experience profound burnout, chronic illness, or sudden, inexplicable panic attacks. Their bodies are staging a rebellion, forcing them to stop because their minds refuse to. If you recognize yourself in Julian, if you are tired of performing on a stage that offers no real warmth, the path back to yourself requires a gentle but firm inventory of your genuine desires. Ask yourself this question, and let it echo through the chambers of your heart. If no one was ever going to know about my achievements, what would I still want to create? If I could never tell a single soul about my successes, What would I still choose to spend my precious, finite time on this earth doing? This brings us to our third archetype, the shield. The shield is the one who keeps the peace at all costs. They are the conflict avoiders, the harmonizers, the ones who swallow their own anger, their own boundaries, and their own truths to keep the waters around them still. Think of Meyer. Meyer lived with a partner who was volatile and prone to sudden, dark moods. To keep their relationship afloat, Meyer became an expert emotional meteorologist. She could read the slight pressure change in the air the moment her partner walked through the front door. She knew exactly how to speak, when to be silent, when to offer a drink, and when to disappear into the background to avoid triggering an explosion. She became invisible. She stopped expressing her opinions, she stopped asking for what she wanted, and she laughed off jokes made at her expense. She thought she was being strong, patient, and loving. But inside, her unexpressed anger was turning inward, souring into a deep, heavy depression. Her voice grew soft and hesitant, and she began to experience chronic pain in her throat and neck, as if the words she was swallowing were physically choking her. The psychology of the shield is a study in self-erasure. When we constantly suppress our own boundaries to keep others comfortable, we send a devastating message to our own subconscious. Their peace is more important than my truth. Over time, this erodes our self-respect and our sense of agency. We become active participants in our own abandonment. The anger we suppress does not vanish. It transforms into resentment, which acts like a slow-dripping poison, killing the very intimacy we are trying so desperately to protect. To heal this, we must engage in a courageous practice of boundary setting. We must realize that conflict is not the end of connection. It is often the beginning of real, honest intimacy. When you express a boundary, you are not pushing someone away. You are showing them the map of where you end and they begin, allowing for a true meeting of two distinct souls. Now, let us transition into a guided, experiential exercise designed to help you shed these external expectations. I invite you, wherever you are, to close your eyes if it is safe to do so. Take a slow, deep breath, drawing the air down into your belly. Feel the expansion of your ribs. Hold it for a moment at the very top, feeling the fullness of life within you, and then let it go with a soft, audible sigh. Imagine you are standing in a quiet, sun-dappled forest. The air is cool and fragrant with a scent of pine and damp earth. Ahead of you, there is a clear, still pool of water, acting as a perfect mirror. Walk slowly toward the edge of this pool and look down at your reflection. What do you see? Notice the face looking back at you. Now, imagine that you can see the invisible garments you are wearing, the heavy, metallic armor of expectations, the heavy cloaks of other people's dreams, the stiff masks of roles you have played for far too long. Feel the physical weight of these things on your shoulders, your chest, and your head. With deep reverence and kindness, I want you to reach up to your face. Find the edges of the mask you have worn to keep others comfortable. Feel its texture. Is it cold? Is it tight? Take a deep breath, and with a slow, deliberate movement, gently peel the mask away from your skin. Let it slip from your fingers and fall to the soft earth. How does your skin feel now that the air can touch it? Feel the coolness of the forest breeze on your bare cheeks. Now, reach for the heavy cloak of expectations on your shoulders. Feel the weight of your parents' expectations, your partner's demands, and society's rigid standards. Shrug your shoulders. Let the cloak slide down your arms and drop to the ground. Look down at the pool once more. The reflection has changed. The face looking back at you is softer, younger, and more luminous. The eyes are filled with a quiet, ancient wisdom. This is she who sleeps, finally beginning to open her eyes, looking at you with unconditional love, waiting for you to welcome her home. Take another deep breath, integrating this feeling of lightness into your body. When you are ready, gently return your awareness to the room, to the sounds around you, carrying this sense of space and truth with you. In summary, this chapter has laid bare the painful truth of our survival strategies. We have seen how the martyr, the performer, and the shields serve to protect us in our early lives, but eventually become the very cages that imprison our authentic souls. We have learned that our true value lies not in our utility, our achievements, or our compliance, but in our simple, sacred existence. Stripping away the masks is not a single, dramatic event. It is a daily, gentle practice of choosing truth over comfort, and authenticity over approval. As we prepare to close this chapter, let us stand at the threshold of what comes next. Now that the masks have been cast onto the forest floor, now that you stand bare, beautiful, and beautifully vulnerable in the quiet light of your own truth, a new question arises. A question that is both terrifying and thrilling. When you stop living to please others, whom do you live for? When you no longer have the armor of your roles to protect you, how do you navigate the wild, unpredictable currents of a world that still wants you to fit into its neat, little boxes? In the next chapter, we will venture deeper into the wilderness of the awakened soul. We will explore the sacred anatomy of boundaries, learning how to build walls that are not barriers of fear, but bridges of love. We will discover how to stand rooted in your own truth, immovable as an ancient oak, even when the winds of other people's disapproval howl around you. Sleep well, dear soul, for the morning is coming, and you are finally ready to wake up. Chapter 9. Embracing the vulnerable self. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the air fill your chest, holding it for just a moment at the peak, before letting it slip away like a sigh into the quiet room around you. If you are listening to this in the stillness of the evening, or perhaps amidst the rushing clamor of a busy day, I invite you to pause. Let your shoulders drop. Unclench your jaw. Allow the weight of the world, just for these next few minutes, to rest on the floor beside you. You do not have to carry it all right now. We begin Chapter 9 of She Who Sleeps by stepping into a space that many of us spend our entire lives running away from. It is the sacred, terrifying terrain of the vulnerable self. There is an old, forgotten proverb that says, "Only the vessel that allows itself to be cracked can ever show the gold gleaming within its deep center." Yet, we live in a world that teaches us to build fortresses. We are taught to polish our edges, to lacquer our personalities with a brilliant, impenetrable shine, and to present to the world a version of ourselves that is seamless, tireless, and entirely unbroken. We wear our busyness like armor. We wear our competence like a shield. We look into the mirror and whisper to our reflection that we must never, under any circumstances, let them see us sweat, let them see us cry, or let them see us stumble. But what happens to the soul that lives behind a fortress? It begins to starve. In our desperate bid to protect ourselves from the pain of rejection, we inadvertently lock out the very things we yearn for most: deep connection, authentic love, and the exquisite relief of being truly known. To cultivate the courage to be seen in our raw, Imperfect state is perhaps the most radical act of rebellion a human being can commit. It is the moment we stop pretending. It is the moment she who sleeps finally opens her eyes, looks at her own reflection in the cracked glass, and says, "I am here, I am floored, and I am finally ready to be seen." To understand this deeply, let us look at our first key point, the profound and often counterintuitive truth that links vulnerability to authentic personal power. We often mistake armor for strength. We think the loudest voice in the room, the person who never shows weakness, is the one who holds the power. But this is a fragile illusion. Consider the story of Beatrice. Beatrice was a highly respected director of a major nonprofit organization, a woman whose entire identity was built on being the anchor in every storm. She was the one who solved every crisis, who stayed until midnight rewriting proposals, and who never, ever admitted she did not know the answer. To her colleagues, she was a machine of endless competence. To her family, she was a rock. But inside, Beatrice felt like a hollow shell. She was drowning in a sea of chronic exhaustion, her heart racing every morning before she even opened her eyes, terrified that today would be the day the mask would slip and everyone would realize she was just a tired human being who had no idea how to save the world. The breaking point came during a high-stakes board meeting. A major funding source had pulled out, and the organization was facing a catastrophic deficit. The room was tense, filled with panic and accusing glances. Traditionally, Beatrice would have stood up, delivered a flawless, reassuring speech, and promised to fix it all by herself. But as she stood at the head of the long oak table, looking at the expectant faces of her team, something in her broke. The armor simply became too heavy to hold. She sat back down. She closed her notebook. She looked at her colleagues, her hands trembling slightly on the polished wood, and she spoke in a quiet, steady voice that lacked all her usual performative polish. She said, "I don't know how we are going to fix this. I am terrified, and I am deeply exhausted. I have been carrying the weight of this organization on my shoulders, and right now, I feel entirely empty. I need your help." The silence in the room was deafening. Beatrice felt a cold wave of panic wash over her. She was certain she had just destroyed her career, ruined her reputation, and exposed herself as a failure. But then, something extraordinary happened. The director of finance, a man who had always been distant and critical, leaned forward. His eyes were soft. He said, "Thank you for saying that, Beatrice. I have been terrified too, but I was too afraid to admit it. Let us figure this out together." One by one, the other members of the board exhaled. The tension in the room dissolved, replaced by a sudden, electric wave of collaborative energy. For the first time in years, Beatrice was not alone. By laying down her shield, she had invited everyone else to lay down theirs. This is the psychological magic of vulnerability. In clinical psychology, we understand that our defense mechanisms are designed to protect us from ancient, ancestral fears of abandonment. When we were children, being cast out of the tribe meant physical death. Therefore, we learned to hide our mistakes, our weaknesses, and our soft underbellies to ensure we remained acceptable to those around us. But as adults, these survival strategies become our prisons. When you hide your true self, your subconscious mind internalizes a devastating message. The real you is unlovable. Only the performance is worthy of affection. This creates a relentless cycle of anxiety and shame. When Beatrice chose to speak from her place of fear, she broke the cycle. She realized that her authentic power did not lie in her ability to be a flawless machine, but in her capacity to hold space for the messy, unpredictable truth of the human experience. Her vulnerability did not diminish her authority, it sanctified it. It transformed her from a distant ruler into a trusted leader. If you wish to apply this to your own life, you must begin with the practice of the soft pause. The next time you feel the urge to perform, to agree to a commitment you do not have the energy for, or to pretend you are fine when your world is falling apart, I want you to stop. Take one deep breath and ask yourself, what am I trying to protect right now? What would happen if I let them see the truth? You do not have to confess your deepest secrets to a stranger, but you can begin by offering a tiny sliver of honesty. You can say, I am feeling a bit overwhelmed today, or I don't have the answer to that, but I want to find it with you. In doing so, you slowly dismantle the heavy armor that has kept you isolated, allowing the light of genuine human connection to finally touch your skin. This brings us to our second key point, providing a practical, compassionate framework for having difficult, vulnerable conversations with those we love. It is one thing to be vulnerable in a workplace, but it is entirely another to open our hearts to the people who hold the power to hurt us most deeply. We often carry years, sometimes decades, of silent resentments and unspoken desires in our closest relationships. We avoid the hard conversations because we fear conflict, we fear rejection, and we fear that if we speak our raw truth, the fragile peace we have built will shatter. Let us enter the quiet, sun-drenched kitchen of Clara and her mother, Eleanor. For as long as Clara could remember, her relationship with her mother had been a delicate dance of polite superficiality. They talked about the weather, they talked about Clara's career, they talked about recipes. But they never talked about the past. They never talked about the cold, distant years following Clara's father's departure, when Elena had retreated into a shell of bitter silence, leaving Clara to raise herself in the quiet corners of their suburban home. Clara carried a deep, aching wound of neglect, while Elena carried an equally heavy burden of unaddressed guilt and shame. One Sunday afternoon, as they sat washing dishes together, Clara felt the familiar, suffocating weight of the unsaid rising in her throat. She looked at her mother's hands, worn with age, scrubbing a teacup with obsessive care. Clara knew she could leave the kitchen, drive home, and continue the polite dance for another 10 years. Or she could step into the fire. She dried her hands on a dish hole, sat down at the wooden table, and said, Mom, can we talk? I need to tell you something, and I am incredibly nervous to say it because I love you and I don't want to hurt you. Elena froze, her back still turned. What is it, Clara? She asked, her voice tightening with immediate, defensive instinct. Clara took a breath, anchoring herself in the framework of vulnerable communication. Instead of launching into an accusation, instead of saying, you were never there for me, she focused entirely on her own internal landscape. She said, when I look back at the years after Dad left, I feel a profound sense of loneliness. I felt like a ghost in our house, and I have carried a fear my whole life that I was not important enough for you to look at. I am not telling you this to blame you. I am telling you this because I want to be closer to you now, and I feel like this shadow is standing between us. Elena did not answer immediately. Her shoulders shook, and for a terrifying moment, Clara thought her mother might walk out of the room. But then, Elena turned around, her face wet with tears. She sat across from her daughter, reached out her trembling hand, and said, "I was so drowned in my own grief that I couldn't see your pain. I have hated myself for that every single day." In that kitchen, the ice of 20 years began to melt. It was not our perfect healing. It did not happen overnight. But the channel of communication had been cleared of its debris. They had moved from the shallow waters of polite pretense into the deep, healing currents of mutual truth. The psychological reason this dynamic is so critical is that unexpressed emotions do not die. They are merely buried alive, and they return later in uglier, more destructive forms. When we suppress our hurt, our grief, or our longing in relationships, it mutters from the basement of our subconscious, manifesting as passive aggression, emotional coldness, physical illness, or sudden, explosive anger. We often rehearse these conversations in our heads as battlefield confrontations, imagining the other person's defensive retorts and preparing our counterattacks. But when we approach a loved one with defensive armor, we guarantee a defensive response. To practice the framework of vulnerable conversation in your own life, I invite you to use the three-part bridge of connection. The first part is the loving intention. Before you speak the hard truth, state your desire for the relationship. You might say, "I am sharing this with you because our relationship matters deeply to me, and I want us to be closer." This immediately disarms the other person's defense mechanisms, letting them know they are not under attack. The second part is the subjective experience. Speak only of your own feelings and interpretations, using I statements rather than accusing you statements. Instead of saying, "You always ignore me," say, "I feel invisible when you look at your phone while I am speaking." This keeps the focus on your vulnerability rather than their guilt. The third part is the soft invitation. Offer them a gentle pathway to join you in this new space. Ask them, "How does it feel for you to hear me say this?" And then, most importantly, hold the silence. Allow them the time to process, to feel, and to respond without rushing to fill the void with more words. This is how we build bridges over ancient chasms. Now, let us turn our gaze to the third key point, the sheer, breathtaking beauty of raw emotion. Let us read a poetic segment, a meditation on what it means to be fully alive in a world that so often asks us to be numb. To be human is to be an instrument of exquisite sensitivity. We are made of water and stardust, designed to vibrate with the full spectrum of existence. Yet, we spend so much of our time trying to mute our own strings. We apologize for our tears, calling them a sign of weakness. We hide our anger, fearing its wild, creative heat. We suppress our joy, worried that if we celebrate too loudly, the world will find a way to take it away from us. But look closely at the moments that have truly moved you in this life. Think of the art that made you weep, the music that made your hair stand on end, the moments of love that left you breathless. Were they polished, perfect, and polite? No. They were raw. They were honest. They were the sound of a human soul crying out from its depths, reaching through the darkness to touch another. Tears are not a sign of failure. They are the rain that softens the hard earth of our hearts so that new growth can emerge. Grief is not a disease to be cured. It is the holy testament to the depth of our love. And anger is not our sin. It is the fierce, protective fire that rises within us to say, "This boundary has been crossed, and I am worthy of protection." When we embrace our raw emotions, we are not losing control. We are returning to the truth of who we are. We are allowing the sleeping goddess within us to feel the warmth of the sun and the chill of the wind, recognizing that both are necessary for her awakening. Think of Julian, a master potter who had spent decades creating flawless, symmetrical vessels that sold for thousands of dollars in high-end galleries. His work was technically perfect, but over time, it had become sterile, cold, and utterly devoid of soul. One evening, after receiving news of a sudden, devastating personal loss, Julian went into his studio. His heart was heavy with a grief he could not put into words. He sat at his wheel, threw a mound of clay onto the spinning plate, and began to shape it. But as his hands moved, his tears began to fall, mixing with the wet clay. His grip slipped. The vessel wobbled, losing its perfect symmetry, collapsing slightly on one side under the weight of his trembling fingers. Traditionally, Julian would have scraped the clay off and started over, furious at his mistake. But tonight, he stopped the wheel. He looked at the slumped, warped, asymmetrical bowl. It was imperfect. It was wounded. It was the absolute, undeniable portrait of his broken heart. He fired the bowl just as it was. When it emerged from the kiln, he glazed the crack on its side with gold dust, using the ancient Japanese art of kintsugi. He placed it in his gallery. Within hours of the exhibition opening, a woman stood before the imperfect bowl, tears streaming down her face. She bought it immediately, saying, "This is the first piece of art I have ever seen that understands what my life feels like." Julian had spent 30 years trying to be perfect, only to find that his greatest masterpiece was born from the moment he allowed himself to be broken. The psychological significance of this integration cannot be overstated. In Jungian psychology, we speak of the shadow, the repository of all the parts of ourselves we have deemed unacceptable and cast into the darkness. When we refuse to feel our raw emotions, we consign them to the shadow. But the shadow does not remain quiet. It acts out, sabotaging our careers, our relationships, and our peace of mind. True wholeness requires us to bring the light of conscious awareness to these rejected parts of ourselves. It requires us to look at our sadness, our fear, and our longing, not as enemies to be conquered, but as lost children returning home. If you are listening to this and carrying a heavy reservoir of unexpressed emotion, I want to offer you a simple, beautiful practice, the sanctuary of the blank page. Tonight, or tomorrow morning, find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Take a piece of paper and a pen. Do not write a polished essay or a structured journal entry. Instead, let your hand move without the interference of your critical mind. Write down the raw, uncensored truth of what you are feeling. If you are angry, let the words scratch against the paper. If you are grieving, let your tears smudge the ink. Write until there is nothing left to say. And then, when you are finished, look at the page. You do not have to keep it. You can burn it, letting the smoke carry your words into the sky, or you can bury it in the earth. The point is not to produce art. The point is to allow the emotion to move through you, rather than staying trapped within you. For emotion is simply energy in motion. When we let it flow, we clear the channels of our being, making space for new life, new joy, and a deep, unshakable peace to take root. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the path we have walked together. We have explored the profound truth that our vulnerability is not our liability, but the very source of our authentic personal power. We have learned a practical, loving framework for having the difficult conversations that can heal our most cherished relationships. And we have stood in awe of the beauty of our own raw, unfiltered emotions, recognizing them as the sacred music of our humanity. Embracing the vulnerable self is not a destination you reach and never leave. It is a daily devotion. It is a choice you make every single morning when you open your eyes and decide whether to put on your armor or to walk into the world with an open, courageous heart. It is the understanding that you are worthy of love, respect, and belonging, not because you are perfect, but because you are real. Let the words of this chapter settle into your bones. Let them whisper to the sleeping giant within you, comforting her, reminding her that she is safe to wake up, safe to be seen, and safe to love and be loved in her glorious, imperfect wholeness. But our journey does not end here. For once we have learned to embrace our vulnerable self, once we have laid down our weapons and stepped out of our fortresses, we find ourselves standing at the edge of a new and mysterious landscape. We are no longer protected by the walls of our past, and the open horizon stretches out before us, vast, beautiful, and utterly unpredictable. What happens when the woman who was once asleep finally steps forward into this wild, uncharted territory? How does she find her way when the old maps no longer apply? In the next chapter, we will explore the sacred art of navigating the unknown. We will delve into the profound power of intuition, learning how to listen to the quiet, ancient voice that speaks from the depths of our wilderness, guiding us when the stars are hidden by clouds. Prepare your heart, dear listener, for we are about to step off the edge of the map into the brilliant, breathtaking dawn of your own sovereign power. Chapter 10: Harnessing the Inner Fire. Welcome, traveler of the inner landscape, to Chapter 10: Harnessing the Inner Fire. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the air fill your chest, holding it for just a moment at the peak, before releasing it with a soft, sighing exhale. Let go of the demands of the day. Allow yourself to arrive completely in this space, here with me, where the noise of the external world begins to fade, and the quiet, sacred architecture of your inner world comes into sharp focus. For too long, you have been told to keep the peace. You have been trained, through years of subtle conditioning and societal whispering, to soothe the waters, to smile through the discomfort, and to tuck away any semblance of friction. But what happens to the fire when we deny its right to burn? What happens to the heat of your frustration, the sharp edge of your anger, and the heavy weight of your resentment when you lock them in the dark, silent basement of your psyche? They do not vanish. They do not dissolve into nothingness. Instead, they simmer. They turn inward, corroding the very vessel that contains them, manifesting as chronic fatigue, creative blocks, a dull, pervasive anxiety, or that quiet, persistent numbness that leaves you feeling like a ghost in your own life. This is the tragedy of she who sleeps. She is not sleeping because she is tired. She is sleeping because she has used all her vital energy to keep her own fire contained. But today, we are going to change the narrative. We are not here to extinguish the flames. We are here to build a hearth. We are going to learn how to transform your repressed anger and your deepest frustrations into a highly creative, radiant, and profoundly productive energy. Consider the raw physics of fire. Fire, in its wild, uncontained state, can destroy entire forests, leaving behind nothing but ash and desolation. But that very same fire, when channeled through an engine, can move massive trains across continents. When gathered in a furnace, It can melt iron and shape steel into masterpieces of architecture. Your anger is not your enemy. It is a highly concentrated form of pure, unadulterated life force. It is the raw gasoline of your soul, waiting for you to stop running from it and finally learn how to steer the vehicle. Let us begin our journey by looking at our first fundamental shift to reframing anger as an important energetic boundary indicator. To understand this, we must dismantle the lie that anger is a negative emotion. Society often categorizes anger as dangerous, toxic, or spiritually unevolved. We are taught that to be spiritual, to be mature, or to be lovable, we must remain perpetual oceans of calm. But this is a profound misunderstanding of human psychology. Anger is not a moral failing. It is a sentinel. It is the fierce guardian at the gates of your self-worth. When someone trespasses on your boundaries, when your values are violated, or when your needs are systematically ignored, your psyche does not send you a polite, intellectual memo. It sends you a biological alarm. It sends you a surge of heat, a tightening in the chest, a sudden, sharp clarity. This is your soul saying, "No further. This is where I begin, and this is where you must stop." To illustrate this, let us step into the life of a woman named Clara. Clara was a highly successful graphic designer at a prestigious marketing firm, known throughout her office as the diplomat. She was the one who always volunteered for the late shifts, the one who quietly accepted when her colleagues took credit for her concepts, and the one who nodded gracefully when her manager demanded yet another weekend of unpaid revisions. Clara wore her patience like a badge of honor. She prided herself on being unflappable, on being the sweet, reliable anchor of the team. But beneath the polished exterior, Clara was slowly dying. Every time she smiled and said, "Yes, of course, I can handle that," a cold, heavy knot of resentment tightened in her stomach. She began to suffer from phantom migraines that left her in darkened rooms for days. Her sleep became restless, haunted by dreams of being trapped under heavy glass. She found herself staring at blank canvases, unable to conjure a single creative thought. Her once vibrant imagination felt like a dried-up well. One rainy Tuesday evening, Clara sat at her desk at 9 o'clock. The office was empty, save for the hum of the fluorescent lights. Her phone buzzed with a text from her director. "I need you to completely redesign the layout by tomorrow morning at 8. No pressure, thanks." In that quiet, empty room, something inside Clara finally snapped. But it did not snap in a burst of screams or tears. It began as a physical sensation. A sudden, intense heat bloomed in the center of her chest, radiating upward into her neck and face. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. For the first time in her life, instead of pushing the heat down, instead of telling herself to be reasonable and grateful, Clara sat still and listened to it. She closed her eyes and leaned into the fire. The anger was not telling her to burn the building down. It was telling her, with absolute, terrifying clarity, that she had abandoned herself. The resentment she felt toward her boss was actually a mirror of the betrayal she was committing against her own boundaries. The anger was a boundary indicator, screaming that her time, her health, and her creative genius were being treated as cheap, disposable commodities because she had permitted them to be. Clara did not send an angry email. Instead, she let the heat of that fire steady her hands. She shut her laptop. She stood up, put on her coat, and walked out of the building. The next morning, she arrived at the office at 8 o'clock, sat down with her director, and, with a calm, unwavering voice that possessed the weight of an anchor, she established her new terms. She did not apologize. She did not justify. She simply stated what she would and would not do moving forward. Her director, shocked by this sudden, quiet authority, did not fire her. He nodded, respected her, and agreed. The psychological truth behind Clara's breakthrough is profound. When we suppress our anger, we are telling our subconscious mind that our feelings do not matter, that we are safe only when we are small and accommodating. This creates a state of chronic hypervigilance. The mind feels unprotected because the internal guardian, our anger, has been gagged and bound in the corner. When you reframe anger as a neutral energy designed to protect your boundaries, you stop fearing it. You start to see it as a loyal friend who rings the alarm when your house is threatened. How do we apply this in our daily lives? It begins with a somatic check-in. The next time you feel that familiar rise of frustration, irritation, or resentment, do not try to think your way out of it. Do not intellectualize it. Instead, bring your awareness directly into your physical body. Where is the anger sitting? Is it a tightness in your jaw? A clenching in your fists? A hot sensation in your throat? Once you locate it, greet it. Mentally say to this sensation, "Thank you for trying to protect me." What boundary has been crossed? What truth am I refusing to speak? By doing this, you instantly detach from the destructive, reactive aspect of anger and step into the role of the compassionate observer. You allow the emotion to deliver its message without letting it burn down your relationships. This brings us to our second key pillar, demonstrating how to channel frustration into creative pursuits. When frustration is left unexpressed, it becomes stagnant. It acts like a dam in a fast-flowing river, causing the water to back up, turn stagnant, and breed disease. But if we can create a channel through that dam, the pressure of the water can be used to spin turbines and generate incredible electrical power. This is the art of psychological sublimation, the process of transforming raw, primitive impulses into culturally and personally productive outcomes. Think of some of the greatest works of art, literature, and music in human history. They were not born from states of pleasant, comfortable complacency. They were forged in the white-hot furnaces of frustration, grief, and existential fury. The artist did not sit down to paint a pretty picture. They sat down because they had a scream inside them that could only be translated through paint. Let us explore the story of a sculptor named Julian. Julian had spent 3 years working on a monumental marble statue funded by a wealthy patron who, midway through the project, decided to pull the funding due to a petty personal dispute. Julian was devastated. Not only was his financial stability threatened, but the work of his heart, a half-finished angel emerging from stone, was locked away in a warehouse, legally barred from completion. For months, Julian was paralyzed by a deep, suffocating frustration. He would sit in his studio, staring at his chisels, his hands trembling with a mixture of grief and rage. He felt completely powerless, a victim of someone else's wealth and whims. His friends told him to move on, to paint small watercolor landscapes to soothe his mind, but the mere thought of making something gentle and pleasant felt like an insult to his soul. One afternoon, unable to bear the silence of his studio any longer, Julian took a heavy, jagged piece of leftover granite. It was not the refined, smooth marble he was used to. It was rough, dark, and stubborn. He picked up his heaviest hammer and his sharpest chisel. He did not plan a design. He did not draft a sketch. He simply drew back his arm and struck the stone with everything he had. The sound of the metal meeting the granite echoed through the studio like a gunshot. Sparks flew. A small chip of stone bit into his cheek, drawing a bead of blood, but he barely felt it. He struck the stone again, and again, and again. With every blow of the hammer, Julian channeled the memory of the patron's smug face, the broken contracts, the sleepless nights, and the humiliation of his empty bank account. He did not try to make it beautiful. He poured the raw, jagged rhythm of his frustration directly into the iron and the stone. His muscles burned, his breath came in ragged gasps, and sweat poured from his brow. He worked for 7 hours straight without stopping for water. When he finally stepped back, exhausted, his hands blistered and bleeding, he looked at what he had created. It was not a delicate, polished angel. It was a raw, muscular, twisted figure of a man clawing his way out of a jagged, unfinished block of stone. It was primitive, fierce, and utterly breathtaking. It possessed a raw, magnetic power that his previous, polite works had completely lacked. It was the physical manifestation of his struggle. A month later, a gallery owner saw the piece in Julian's studio and immediately bought it for triple the price of his original commission. But the financial reward was nothing compared to the psychological shift that had occurred within Julian. He had realized that his frustration was not a barrier to his creativity. It was his raw material. The stubbornness of the granite was the perfect match for the stubbornness of his rage. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our subconscious? Because when we are frustrated, our bodies are flooded with cortisol and adrenaline. We are chemically primed for a fight. If we do not give that chemical energy a physical, creative direction, it has nowhere to go but to turn back on our own organs and nervous systems. By directing that intense energy into a creative act, whether it is writing a searing piece of prose, painting with violent, expressive strokes, or building something with your bare hands, you are giving that survival energy a safe, transformative exit ramp. You are telling your nervous system, we are fighting back, but we are doing it by creating, not destroying. To apply this in your own life, you must create a practice of what I call the ugly creation. When you are feeling overwhelmed by frustration, blockages, or resentment, do not try to create something beautiful, neat, or perfect. Perfectionism is merely fear wearing a fancy coat, and it will paralyze your inner fire. Instead, grab a cheap notebook and write a stream of consciousness tirade where you allow yourself to say the most monstrous, petty, and unfiltered things on the page. Do not read it, do not edit it, and do not judge it. Or take a canvas and slap paint onto it using your fingers, cardboard, or a palette knife, focused entirely on the physical release of the color rather than the final image. Let the canvas hold your chaos. You will find that once the storm of frustration has been physically painted or written out, a profound, serene clarity settles over your mind, revealing the fertile soil beneath. Our third crucial pillar focuses on providing concrete physical and artistic outlets for pent-up emotion. We live in an incredibly intellectualized era. We believe we can solve all our emotional problems by talking about them, analyzing them in therapy, or reading self-help books. But emotion is, by its very definition, energy in motion. It is a biological event that occurs in the flesh, the muscles, and the blood. Your body does not speak the language of English or French. Your body speaks the language of sensation, rhythm, movement, and sound. If you try to resolve a physical charge like repressed anger using only your intellect, you are trying to extinguish a house fire by reading a manual on water. Let us listen to the story of Sarah, a classical pianist who had spent her entire life pursuing perfection. Sarah was raised by highly demanding parents who expected her to perform flawlessly, both on the stage and in her behavior. She was taught that any display of intense emotion, whether it was loud laughter, deep grief, or sharp anger, was unseemly and unprofessional. As a result, Sarah became a master of containment. She played her sonatas with exquisite precision, her posture perfect, her face a mask of serene composure. But in her early 30s, Sarah began to experience a mysterious, debilitating pain in her forearms and wrists. It felt like a hot, burning needle was being inserted into her tendons whenever she played. She visited top specialists, tried acupuncture, took anti-inflammatory drugs, and rested for months. But the moment she sat back down at the piano, the pain returned with a vengeance. Her career was on the verge of ending, and she fell into a deep, silent despair. Desperate for a solution, Sarah eventually sought out a somatic therapist who specialized in body-mind integration. In their first session, the therapist did not ask Sarah to talk about her childhood. Instead, he asked her to lie down on a thick mat, close her eyes, and focus on the burning pain in her wrists. He asked a simple, strange question. If the pain in your wrists could make a sound, what would it sound like? Sarah felt an immediate wave of resistance. She wanted to laugh, to dismiss the question as absurd, but the therapist's warm, non-judgmental gaze held her steady. She closed her eyes, felt into the burning fire in her arms, and allowed her throat to open. At first, only a tiny, squeaking gasp came out. The therapist encouraged her to breathe deeper, to let the breath drop into her belly, and to let whatever was in her wrists travel up her arms, into her throat, and out of her mouth. Suddenly, a sound tore out of Sarah that she did not recognize. It was not the beautiful, controlled tone of a classical singer. It was a raw, deep, primal roar that vibrated through the floorboards of the room. It was the sound of a wounded animal, a sound of ancient, accumulated grief, rage, and exhaustion. Along with the sound, her limbs began to shake violently. Her hands clenched into claws, and she began to beat her fists against the thick foam mat, screaming, "No! No! No!" She did this for what felt like an eternity, her body shaking off years of rigid perfectionism, years of holding her breath, and years of smiling while her boundaries were trampled. She wept, she roared, and she let her body move in wild, chaotic, unpolished patterns. When the storm finally passed, Sarah lay on the mat, completely drenched in sweat, her breath coming slow and deep. For the first time in years, she felt incredibly light, as if a heavy suit of lead armor had been lifted from her shoulders. She looked down at her hands. She wiggled her fingers. The burning pain in her wrists was completely gone. By allowing her body to physically express the repressed anger and terror of imperfection that she had locked in her tendons for decades, Sarah had released the somatic charge. She went on to return to the piano, but she played differently now. Her performances were no longer cold and pristine. They were alive, passionate, and deeply human, filled with a magnetic, fiery soul that moved audiences to tears. The psychological mechanics of Sarah's experience are clear. When we experience strong emotions, our nervous system prepares us for action through the sympathetic nervous system, the fight-or-flight response. If we do not complete that physical response by fighting, running, shaking, or vocalizing, the energy gets trapped in our muscular tissue, a phenomenon known in somatics as armoring. Over time, this chronic muscular tension leads to physical pain, illness, and a profound sense of psychological numbness. To release this energy, you must build somatic discharge practices into your life. You do not need a therapist to do this. You can create a safe, sacred space in your own home. Try the shaking practice. Stand with your feet hip-width apart, close your eyes, and begin to gently bounce your knees, letting the vibration travel up through your hips, your torso, your shoulders, and your arms. Let your hands flop loosely at your wrists. As you shake, imagine you are shaking off the expectations, the frustrations, and the toxic energies you have absorbed throughout the day. Do this for 5 to 10 minutes, allowing your breath to be full and loud. Alternatively, practice vocal toning. When you are alone in your car or your room, allow yourself to make low, guttural, nonverbal sounds, letting the vibration of your voice resonate in your chest and belly. Let the sound carry the weight of whatever you are holding. You do not need to explain your feelings. You just need to let the sound waves carry them out of your body. Let us gather the threads of what we have explored in this chapter. We have looked deep into the heart of she who sleeps, recognizing that her slumber is not a sign of weakness, but a state of profound exhaustion from holding back her own immense power. We have learned to reframe our anger, seeing it not as a destructive monster to be feared, but as a loyal, fierce sentinel pointing us toward our forgotten boundaries. We have discovered how to take the wild, chaotic energy of frustration and channel it into the sublime act of creation, turning our struggles into our greatest masterpieces. And we have recognized the absolute necessity of somatic release, letting our physical bodies shake, raw, and dance the trapped energy back into the flow of life. The fire within you is not something to be feared. It is the very engine of your destiny. It is the force that will carry you out of the shadows of complacency and into the brilliant, unshakable light of your authentic self. Take a moment to sit with this realization. Let the warmth of this truth settle into your bones. You are not too much. Your passion is not dangerous. Your anger is simply your love for yourself, wearing its warrior armor. As we close this chapter, let the quiet strength of your inner hearth steady your heart. But do not get too comfortable in this quietude, for the fire we have awakened must now be guided. It must be brought into the light of day, into the messy, beautiful reality of your everyday life. In our next chapter, we will take this newly reclaimed, blazing life force and explore how to bring it into the complex dance of our intimate connections. How do we hold this fire without burning those we love? How do we transition from the silent survival of she who sleeps into the radiant, conscious power of she who stands, fully awake, loving with a heart of wild flame? Prepare yourself, dear traveler, for Chapter 11, The Alchemy of Intimacy, where we will discover how to love without losing ourselves, and how to burn together without burning down. Chapter 11, Boundaries as Sacred Shields. Take a deep, slow breath, and let your shoulders drop. If you are able, close your eyes, or simply soften your gaze as we begin this sacred exploration together. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet sanctuary of twilight. The sun has dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky painted in shades of bruised violet and soft charcoal. You are sitting at a heavy wooden table, and the house around you is completely still. But inside your chest, There is a frantic, erratic fluttering. It is the residue of a day spent giving away pieces of yourself to everyone who asked, and to many who did not even have to ask. On the table sits your phone, its screen lighting up repeatedly, casting a cold, blue glow across your tired face. Each vibration is a demand, a silent tug on an invisible thread tied directly to your nervous system. You feel a heavy, familiar ache in the center of your chest, a quiet whisper that says, "I have nothing left to give." Yet, your hand reaches for the phone. This is the threshold where we begin our journey today. This is the place where she who sleeps must learn to awaken to her own protection. Throughout this book, we have spoken of rest as a radical act of reclamation. But let us be deeply honest with ourselves. You cannot rest if your sanctuary is constantly being breached. You cannot surrender to the deep, healing waters of sleep if you are constantly standing guard at the gates, terrified of who or what will walk through next. This is why we must speak of boundaries not as cold, sterile walls of isolation, but as sacred shields. A shield is not designed to permanently shut out the world. A shield is a tool of agency, held in the hand of a warrior who knows exactly what is worth defending. It is an instrument of love, designed to protect your precious, limited energetic reserves so that when you do choose to open your heart, you do so from a place of abundance, not exhaustion. The power to say no is the very foundation upon which your peace is built. To understand this deeply, we must first examine the profound difference between a clean, healthy boundary and a defensive wall. It is easy to confuse the two, especially when we have been hurt. Imagine a castle. A defensive wall is a massive, impenetrable structure of cold, gray stone. It has no windows, no doors, and no soft edges. It is built in a state of high panic, raised overnight because the enemy is at the gates. When you live behind a defensive wall, you are indeed safe from intruders, but you are also trapped in your own darkness. No love can get in, and no light can get out. You become a prisoner of your own defense. A clean boundary, however, is like a beautiful, living hedge of wild roses. It is robust and thorny enough to deter those who would trample your garden, yet it has gates that can be opened for those who bring peace. It breathes. It allows the sunlight and the wind to pass through. It is clear, it is visible, and it is maintained with conscious intent rather than desperate fear. Let us look at this through the story of Clara. Clara was a woman who prided herself on being the ultimate nurturer. She was a gifted graphic designer, a devoted friend, and the person everyone called when their lives were falling apart. Her calendar was not her schedule. It was a testament to her self-sacrifice. One evening, after a grueling 10-hour workday, Clara sat down with a warm bowl of soup, her body aching for rest. Just as she lifted the spoon to her lips, her phone rang. It was an acquaintance, someone who frequently called to complain about her chaotic romantic life. Clara felt a physical contraction in her stomach, a tight, sickening knot of dread. Her mind screamed, "Please, not tonight." But her hand, acting on decades of conditioning, answered the call. For the next hour and a half, Clara listened, her soup growing cold and congealing on the table, her own energy draining away like water through a cracked vase. When she finally hung up, Clara did not feel kind or helpful. She felt a toxic wave of resentment washing over her. She hated the caller, and even more deeply, she hated herself. The next day, out of a sense of exhaustion and self-protection, Clara swung to the opposite extreme. She put up a defensive wall. She ignored all her text messages, canceled a lunch date with a dear friend who actually supported her, and retreated into a cold, prickly silence. She thought she was setting boundaries, but she was actually punishing the world for her own inability to say no. The psychological dynamic at play in Clara's life is one that holds millions of us captive. When we lack clean boundaries, we inevitably experience what psychologists call energetic depletion and eventual burnout. In our subconscious, we carry a deeply rooted belief that our worth is directly tied to our usefulness. We worry that if we stop doing, we will stop being loved. We fear that our no will be interpreted as a rejection, and that we will be abandoned to the cold wilderness of isolation. So, we say yes when our bodies are crying out for no. This dynamic forces us into a state of chronic hypervigilance. Our nervous systems remain locked in a low-grade fight-or-flight response, always waiting for the next demand, always scanning the horizon for the next expectation we must meet. This constant state of alert calcifies our hearts and makes true, deep rest impossible. To begin practicing the clean boundary, we must learn to pause before we respond. This is your first step of practical application. When a request is made of you, whether it is a work assignment, a social invitation, or a demand for emotional support, do not answer immediately. Train your body to accept a sacred pause. Take a deep breath, place your hand on your heart, and ask yourself a simple, piercing question. Is this a yes from my soul, or is this a yes born of my fear of disappointment? If it is the latter, you must prepare to hold your shield. This brings us to the practical, physical language of boundaries. Many of us dread setting boundaries because we do not know how to say the words without sounding harsh or uncaring. We feel we must offer a long, elaborate trail of excuses to justify our decisions. But explanation is often a form of negotiation. When you give a long list of reasons why you cannot do something, you are unconsciously inviting the other person to solve those problems for you, thereby pulling you back into the obligation. The most powerful boundaries are those delivered with absolute clarity, wrapped in profound kindness. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah was a young mother who loved her family deeply, but her mother-in-law, Evelyn, had a habit of arriving at her house unannounced, often at the most chaotic times of the afternoon when the children were crying and Sarah was trying to finish her freelance work. Every time the key turned in the lock and Evelyn walked in with a basket of laundry or an unsolicited piece of advice, Sarah felt her throat tighten. She would swallow her frustration, put on a brittle smile, and spend the next 2 hours hosting, all while her stress levels skyrocketed. One day, after reading about the sacred shield, Sarah decided to change the script. She knew she could not continue to live in a state of quiet resentment. The next afternoon, the key turned in the lock, and Evelyn walked in. Sarah took a slow, grounding breath. She did not scream, nor did she run away. Instead, she met Evelyn at the door, looked into her eyes with genuine affection, and said, "Evelyn, I love you so much, and I am always glad to see you, but today is not a good day for a visit. I am in the middle of a work deadline and the kids need my full attention. Let us schedule a time for lunch this Friday so we can truly connect." Evelyn was startled. For a moment, the air in the room felt thick and fragile. Evelyn looked hurt, and Sarah felt an almost overpowering urge to backpedal, to say, "Oh, but come in anyway, it is fine, I can work later." But she held her ground, keeping her hands relaxed and her gaze steady. Evelyn slowly nodded, said she understood, and left. When the door closed, Sarah did not feel victorious. She felt a wave of trembling vulnerability. But as she sat down at her desk, she realized something extraordinary. Her focus was sharp, her heart was calm, and she was able to finish her work in half the time. She had protected her energetic reserve, and when Friday arrived, she was able to sit with Evelyn and offer her genuine, unhurried presence. To assist you in finding your own voice, here are 3 gentle but firm, word-for-word scripts you can carry in your heart. When someone asks for your time or energy and your inner sanctuary is full, you may say, "I appreciate you thinking of me, but I do not have the capacity to give this the attention it deserves right now." If a loved one is dumping their emotional weight onto you without asking, you can gently steer the conversation by saying, "I love you, and I want to support you, but I am feeling very overwhelmed today and cannot hold space for this story right now. Can we talk about this tomorrow when I have more to offer you?" And finally, for professional settings, you can declare, "Thank you for this opportunity, but my current commitments require my full focus, and I must decline to ensure the quality of my ongoing work." Notice how these statements do not apologize for existing. They do not beg for forgiveness. They simply state a clean, undeniable truth. When you speak these words, speak them slowly. Do not rush to fill the silence that follows. Allow the other person room to process your boundary, and allow yourself the dignity of holding it. Yet, we cannot talk about boundaries without addressing the silent, suffocating phantom that rises the very moment we begin to protect ourselves. We must speak of guilt. Guilt is the tax we pay for our freedom. It is the primitive alarm system of our conditioning, warning us that we are breaking the ancient, unwritten rules of our social tribe. From the time we are small children, particularly those of us socialized as women, we are taught that goodness is synonymous with selflessness. We are praised for being easy, for making no trouble, for disappearing into the background of other people's needs. When we finally stand up and say, "My peace matters," our internal conditioning reacts as if we have committed a crime. Let us look at Maria, a woman who had spent 15 years putting her husband and 3 children ahead of every single one of her own physical and emotional needs. Maria was desperately tired. She had reached a point where she felt like a ghost walking through her own life, a shadow serving the living. She decided, with great trepidation, to book a weekend alone at a quiet cabin in the woods. Just 2 days of absolute silence, reading, and rest. The morning of her departure, the guilt was almost physical. It felt like a heavy, wet blanket draped over her shoulders. Her husband looked confused about how to manage the weekend schedule. Her youngest child cried and clung to her leg, and the voice in her head screamed, "You are a terrible mother. You are selfish. You are abandoning your duties." Maria stood at the door, her car keys trembling in her hand. Every fiber of her old self wanted to unpack her bag and stay. But she looked at the exhaustion in her own eyes in the hallway mirror and realized that if she did not leave now, she would eventually have nothing left to give them but her bitter resentment. She kissed her child, gave her husband a hug, and drove away. The first 3 hours at the cabin were agonizing. Maria could not relax. Her mind raced with worries about what was happening at home, and the guilt sat on her chest like a stone. But instead of running away from the guilt, she did something incredibly brave. She sat with it. She wrapped herself in a blanket, drank a cup of hot chamomile tea, and allowed herself to feel the discomfort. She said to herself, "This guilt is not a sign that I am doing something wrong. It is simply the sound of my old patterns breaking. It is the growing pain of my liberation." By the second day, the heavy fog of guilt began to lift, revealing a profound, luminous clarity. She walked among the trees, she slept for 10 uninterrupted hours, and she remembered who she was outside of her roles. When she returned home on Sunday evening, she did not return as a depleted servant. She returned as a whole, radiant woman, capable of loving her family from a well that was full. My dear listener, when you begin to set boundaries, guilt will come for you. It will knock on your door, whispering accusations in the dark. Do not fight it, and do not let it dictate your actions. Welcome the guilt as an expected guest on the path to healing. When it arises, take a deep breath and say to yourself, "I am willing to feel this guilt in order to reclaim my life. I am willing to be misunderstood by others so that I may finally be true to myself." This is the somatic transformation that allows your sacred shield to harden into gold. Let us summarize the path we have walked in this chapter. We have learned that boundaries are not acts of war, but acts of preservation. They are the sacred perimeters that allow us to rest, to heal, and to sleep without fear. We have looked at the difference between the cold, isolating walls of defense and the living, breathing hedges of clean boundaries. We have practiced the gentle, powerful language of the elegant no, and we have learned to stand steady in the shaking storm of guilt, knowing that it is merely the shadow of our old conditioning passing away. As we bring this chapter to a close, take a moment to honor yourself for having the courage to listen to these truths. Let the image of the sacred shield settle into your heart. You are allowed to be complete. You are allowed to protect your fire. You do not owe your life to anyone else's expectations. Now, let us prepare to take the next step. As your boundaries begin to hold, as your sanctuary becomes safe and secure, your inner landscape will begin to shift. The noise of the external world will begin to fade, leaving behind a profound, fertile silence. In this silence, a new kind of magic begins to stir. In our next chapter, we will step together into the mysterious, restorative depths of the dreaming mind. We will explore how to navigate the rich, symbolic waters of your nighttime dreams, and how to decode the secret messages your soul sends you when you finally, safely, close your eyes. Let us walk forward into the quiet, beautiful dark. Chapter 12. Rewriting the Subconscious Script. Listen closely. Can you hear the silence that settles into the corners of your room when the rest of the world has gone to sleep? It is in these quiet, empty hours that the loudest voice we will ever hear begins to speak. It does not shout. Instead, it whispers, slipping beneath the blankets of our awareness like a cold draft, reminding us of everything we did not finish, everything we failed to be, and everything we fear we will never achieve. This is the script of She Who Sleeps. It is the invisible, ancient ledger of our insecurities, written in the dark ink of our oldest wounds, quietly dictating how we walk through our days and how we collapse into our nights. We often believe that we are awake simply because our eyes are open and our bodies are moving through the motions of our routines. But true sleep, the sleep of the soul, is not our lack of physical consciousness. It is a state of living on autopilot, guided by a subconscious program that we did not choose, but which we continue to run, night after night, year after year. To wake up is to realize that the voice in your head is not your identity. It is merely a habit. It is a record player with a rusted needle, stuck in the groove of a song called Not Enough. Today, we are going to lift that needle. We are going to rewrite the subconscious script, not with superficial positive thinking or empty platitudes, but with the slow, deliberate, and deeply emotional work of active reclamation. To understand how to change this script, we must first look into the deep ocean of the subconscious mind. Imagine your mind as a great, silent sea. Your conscious thoughts, the decisions you make about what to wear or what to eat, are merely the ripples on the surface, catching the light of the sun. But beneath those ripples lies the vast, dark expanse of the subconscious. This is where your daily habits, your automatic reactions, and your deepest self-beliefs reside. It is a place of absolute loyalty. Your subconscious mind does not judge, it does not analyze, and it never argues with you. It simply accepts whatever script you feed it as absolute truth and sets about organizing your outer world to match that inner reality. Consider the story of a woman named Clara. Clara was a gifted architect, a woman whose mind could conceive of towering structures of glass and steel, yet her personal life felt like a series of half-built ruins. Every morning, Clara would wake up at precisely 3 a.m., her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Before her mind could even process the transition from sleep to waking, a heavy, suffocating wave of dread would wash over her. The script would begin its daily performance. You are running out of time. You have disappointed everyone who ever believed in you. You are working yourself to death, and it still will not be enough. Clara would lie there, frozen on her cold cotton sheets, watching the blue light of the digital clock creep forward. She believed these thoughts were raw truths, accurate assessments of her life. She did not realize that her physical body was reacting to a deeply ingrained subconscious pattern. Her brain, seeking to protect her from the perceived danger of failure, was flooding her system with cortisol and adrenaline, keeping her in a perpetual state of survival. She was sleeping through her life because she was too exhausted by her own mind to truly live. The psychological reality behind Clara's struggle is profound. When we repeat a negative thought loop thousands of times, our brains create physical pathways, neural highways that become broader and smoother with every repetition. It takes no effort for the brain to travel down a well-worn path of self-doubt. It is easy, it is familiar, and to the subconscious, familiarity equals safety, even if that familiarity is painful. To break this loop, we must introduce what psychologists call active cognitive reframing. This is not about denying your pain or putting a cheerful mask on your grief. It is about demanding evidence from the voice of your fear. Let us pause for a moment and ask ourselves, what is the voice in your own head saying when you are alone in the dark? Is it kind? Is it patient? Or is it a harsh judge, holding you to standards you would never demand of someone you love? To reframe this voice, we must engage in a process of gentle but ruthless interrogation. This brings us to the story of Julian, a creative soul who had spent nearly a decade hiding his paintings in the back of a dusty closet. Julian's subconscious script was simple and devastating. If you show them who you really are, they will reject you. This belief did not manifest as a loud voice. Instead, it showed up as chronic procrastination, a sudden urge to clean the kitchen whenever he picked up a paintbrush, or a heavy, physical fatigue that would drape over his shoulders the moment he sat down at his easel. One evening, determined to break the spell, Julian did something different. He turned off the lights in his studio, lit a single candle, and sat before a blank canvas. When the familiar wave of anxiety rose in his chest, instead of running away, he leaned forward. He spoke directly to the fear. He asked it, out loud, "What are you trying to protect me from?" In the silence of the room, the answer came, not as a thought, but as a memory of a 10-year-old boy being ridiculed by an art teacher in front of a classroom of laughing children. The subconscious script was trying to keep that 10-year-old boy safe from ever feeling that burning shame again. By recognizing this, Julian was able to apply active cognitive reframing. He did not tell himself he was a master painter who would conquer the world. Instead, he looked at the canvas and whispered, "I am safe now. I am no longer that child. Even if this painting is bad, my worth is not on trial." This is the essence of reframing. It is the act of stepping out of the courtroom where you are constantly prosecuting yourself, and instead, sitting down on the bench as a compassionate observer. When the old script says, "You have ruined everything," reframing gently corrects it to, "You made a mistake, and you are learning how to heal." When the script whispers, "Nobody loves you," reframing responds, "You are feeling lonely right now, and that is a human feeling, but it does not mean you are unworthy of connection." But how do we anchor these reframed thoughts into the deeper layers of our mind, especially when we are at our most vulnerable? This is where the practice of nightly affirmations and nervous system regulation becomes our most powerful tool. The bridge between the conscious mind and the subconscious is widest right before we fall asleep, in that liminal space where the analytical mind begins to quiet down and the brain waves slow into alpha and theta states. If you spend those precious minutes scrolling through your phone, reading bad news, or rehashing the arguments of the day, you are pouring poison directly into the well of your subconscious. Instead, we must learn to settle the nervous system before we close our eyes. Our bodies are the instruments through which our subconscious scripts are played. If your shoulders are tense, your jaw is clenched, and your breathing is shallow, your mind receives a chemical signal that it is under attack. It cannot sleep peacefully, and it cannot heal. Consider Evelyn, a mother of 3 who had spent years carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Her body was a map of tension. Her neck was permanently stiff, and she suffered from chronic digestive issues that no doctor could quite explain. Every night, she would climb into bed and try to pray or think positive thoughts, but her body was too wound up to receive them. She was trying to think her way out of a physical state of panic. Evelyn began a practice of somatic whispering. Before she allowed herself to think about the next day's to-do list, she would lie flat on her back, place one hand on her heart and one hand on her belly, and focus entirely on the physical sensation of her breath. She would breathe in for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4, and exhale for a slow count of 6, letting out a soft sigh on the release. Only when she felt her muscles begin to soften, when her shoulders dropped away from her ears, would she begin her nightly affirmations. She did not use grand, dramatic statements that her brain would reject as lies. She did not say, "I am perfectly happy and rich and successful." Instead, she whispered statements of gentle permission. "I am allowed to rest now. The work of the day is done, and it is enough. I trust my body to heal while I sleep. I am safe in this bed, in this room, in this moment." Over weeks of this practice, the physical landscape of Evelyn's life began to shift. The chronic tension in her neck dissolved, her digestion improved, and for the first time in her adult life, she began to wake up feeling refreshed, not because her external circumstances had changed, but because she had rewritten the internal atmosphere of her mind. She had trained her nervous system to understand that safety was not something she had to earn. It was something she could cultivate from within. If you are listening to this right now, perhaps lying in your own bed or sitting in a quiet space, I want you to take a deep, slow breath with me. Breathe in through your nose, letting your belly expand like a balloon, and then let it go with a long, slow sigh. Feel the weight of your body pressing down into whatever is supporting you. Notice the temperature of the air on your skin. You do not have to fix your life in this very second. You do not have to solve the problems of tomorrow before the sun rises. Your only job right now is to let go of the script that says you must constantly fight to exist. Let us summarize what we have explored in this chapter of our awakening. We have learned that the subconscious mind is a silent partner, faithfully executing the programs we feed it through our daily habits and automatic thoughts. We have seen through Clara's eyes how these programs can trap us in a state of living sleep, keeping us exhausted and afraid. We have discovered, through Julian's courage, that active cognitive reframing is the key to dismantling our oldest fears, allowing us to speak truth to the inner critic. And through Evelyn's practice, we have realized that we must soothe the body before we can change the mind, using nightly affirmations and conscious breathing to signal to our nervous system that it is finally safe to rest. This is the work of rewriting your script. It is a daily, gentle commitment to choosing love over fear, truth over habit, and rest over exhaustion. It is the understanding that you are not the voice that doubts you. You are the one who listens, and you have the power to change the conversation. As we close this chapter, let the quiet sink into your bones. The old script is fading, its ink washing away in the gentle tide of your breath. A new page is turning, clean and white, waiting for the first words of your true awakening. But as you begin to rewrite your inner world, you will find that the shadows of the past do not vanish overnight. They linger, watching from the edges of your awareness, waiting to see if you will fall back into the old, comfortable patterns of the sleep state. In our next chapter, we will step directly into those shadows. We will explore the hidden terrain of the shadow self, discovering how to embrace the parts of ourselves we have rejected, and how to find the hidden gold buried deep within the dark. Rest now, dear traveler, for the dawn is coming, and you are finally learning how to wake. Chapter 13. Finding Strength in Stillness. Chapter 13. Finding Strength in Stillness. There is a quiet, ancient truth that whispers to us in the moments when the world falls away, a truth that says the soul does not grow in the noise of our striving, but in the fertile, silent soil of our rest. So many of us have spent our lives believing that to awaken, to heal, and to become who we are truly meant to be, we must constantly be in motion. We run. We build. We seek. We stretch our spirits to the point of breaking, treating our spiritual journey as if it were another ladder to climb, another mountain to conquer. But what if the greatest act of courage is not the climb, but the willingness to stand completely still? Take a deep breath and let your shoulders drop. Listen to the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Feel the weight of your body resting against the earth. For this moment, there is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to fix, and no one you need to save. We begin this chapter on the edge of a great paradox, balancing the fierce drive for our awakening with the absolute, sacred necessity of conscious rest. To understand this balance, We must first learn to distinguish between two states that look identical from the outside but are worlds apart within the landscape of the soul. There is a profound difference between lazy, escapist sleep and restorative, active rest. Lazy sleep is often not sleep at all, but a form of emotional anesthesia. It is the heavy, numbing slumber we slip into when the weight of our lives becomes too difficult to bear, a desperate attempt to slide into unconsciousness to avoid the pain of our waking hours. When we use sleep as an escape, we wake up feeling just as exhausted, if not more so, because our spirits have spent the night running from the very ghosts we refuse to face during the day. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah was a woman who prided herself on her relentless work ethic and her deep commitment to self-improvement. She attended every seminar, read every spiritual text, and filled her calendar to the absolute brim. Yet, every evening, she would collapse into her bed, sleeping for 9, sometimes 10 hours, only to wake up with a heavy, leaden feeling in her limbs and a deep, aching fatigue in her chest. She could not understand why she was so tired when she was sleeping so much. The truth was, Sarah was not resting. She was hiding. Her subconscious mind was running a marathon of anxiety through the dark hours of the night. In her dreams, she was still managing her projects, still trying to please everyone, still running from her deepest fear of being inadequate. Her sleep was a defense mechanism, a white flag waved by a nervous system that had been pushed to its absolute limit. Psychologically, when we use sleep as an escape, we are reinforcing a subconscious belief that our realities is too hostile to face. The brain, in its infinite desire to protect us, floods our system with fatigue signals to force us to retreat. But because we have not consciously processed our fears, our nervous system remains in a state of high alert, calcifying our stress into our muscles and our minds. To break this cycle, we must learn the art of active, conscious rest. This is not about shutting down. It is about turning inward with gentle awareness. It is the act of consciously choosing to slow down before we collapse, of creating a sanctuary of quiet where our body and soul can integrate the lessons of our journey. Let us practice this together right now. Even if you are listening to this on a busy commute or in the midst of a chaotic day, you can access this space of stillness. This is a 3-minute breathing exercise tailored specifically for the busiest of schedules, a portable sanctuary you can carry with you anywhere. Begin by bringing your awareness to the tips of your fingers. Feel the subtle tingle of life there. Now, draw your attention to your breath. Do not try to change it yet. Simply observe it as if it were a wave washing over a quiet shore. Now, let us breathe together. Inhale deeply through your nose, filling your lungs, feeling your belly expand like a balloon. Hold that breath at the top for a count of 4, allowing the stillness of that full breath to settle into your mind. 3, 2, 1. Now, release it slowly through your mouth with a soft, audible sigh, letting go of any tension in your jaw, your shoulders, and your heart. Let us do this again. Inhale peace, pulling the cool air deep into your being. Hold it, feeling the fullness of this present moment. 3, 2, 1. Exhale completely, letting the air carry away the expectations of the day. One final time, inhale deeply, reaching for the quietest space inside you. Hold it, feeling your own strength. 3, 2, 1. Exhale, and let yourself sink into the quiet rhythm of your natural breath. This simple act of conscious breathing acts as a biological reset button. It sends a powerful signal to your amygdala, the threat detection center of your brain, telling it that you are safe. In that safety, your body begins to heal, your heart rate slows, and the frantic chatter of your mind dissolves into a soft, steady hum. Consider how this simple practice transformed the life of Elena. Elena was a neonatal nurse, a mother of 3, and a woman whose life was defined by the constant, urgent needs of others. She lived in a perpetual state of hypervigilance, her ears always listening for the next alarm, her heart always bracing for the next emergency. She felt herself slipping into a deep, emotional burnout, a state of numbness that terrified her. One afternoon, in the middle of a particularly chaotic shift, Elena found herself on the verge of tears in a cold, fluorescent-lit hospital stairwell. Instead of pushing through as she always did, she sat down on the concrete step, closed her eyes, and committed to just 3 minutes of conscious breathing. She felt the cold air of the stairwell enter her nose, and she let her sighs echo softly off the concrete walls. In those 3 minutes, the world did not change. The hospital was still loud, the babies were still fragile, and her responsibilities were still waiting. But Elena changed. When she stood up, the frantic, buzzing energy in her chest had settled into a quiet, solid core of strength. She had found her sanctuary not by escaping her life, but by dropping deeply into her own presence. This brings us to the third pillar of our exploration, the profound spiritual benefits of silence and solitude. In our modern world, we are terrified of silence. We fill every crack and crevice of our day with noise, with podcasts, music, social media, and endless conversation. We do this because silence acts as a mirror, reflecting back to us the things we have spent our lives trying to outrun. In the silence, our unresolved grief, our unspoken fears, and our deepest longings rise to the surface. But when we run from silence, we also run from our own wisdom. Solitude is not loneliness. It is the crucible where the soul meets itself. It is the sacred space where we can finally hear the quiet, steady voice of our intuition, a voice that is easily drowned out by the clamor of the world. Think of Julian, a brilliant young artist who found himself completely blocked, unable to paint a single stroke that felt authentic. He was surrounded by a vibrant community, constantly attending gallery openings, and engaging in endless intellectual debates about art. Yet, his canvas remained blank. He felt as though he had lost his spark, his unique vision. In a moment of desperation, Julian decided to spend a week alone in a remote cabin with no internet, no television, and no visitors. The first 2 days were excruciating. The silence felt heavy, oppressive, and loud. He felt an overwhelming urge to pack his bags and return to the noise of the city. He was forced to confront his deep-seated fear of irrelevance, his anxiety about whether his work actually mattered, and the painful memory of a mentor who had once told him he would never make it. But on the 3rd day, something shifted. The silence ceased to be a threat and became a companion. Julian began to listen to the wind rustling through the pines, the crackle of the wood stove, and the steady beat of his own heart. In that quietude, a new image began to form in his mind, an image born not from the trends of the art world, but from the deepest, most authentic part of his soul. He began to paint with a freedom he had never known before. When we avoid silence, we avoid the very terrain where our transformation must take place. The subconscious mind requires silence to catalog our experiences, to heal our wounds, and to weave our lessons into wisdom. Without it, We become spiritually constipated, overloaded with information, but starved of true understanding. How do we practically bring this into our lives? You do not need to retreat to a cabin in the woods to find silence. You can build a sanctuary of quiet in your everyday life. It begins with a daily commitment to 10 minutes of unbroken solitude. No phone, no book, no agenda. Just you, sitting with yourself, allowing whatever thoughts and feelings arise to wash over you without judgment. Think of it as sitting on the bank of a river. Your thoughts are the leaves floating by on the water. You do not need to jump in and grab them. You do not need to stop them. You simply sit on the bank and watch them pass, knowing that you are not the thoughts, but the one who is observing them. As we close this chapter, let us remember that the strength we find in stillness is not our passive strength. It is the quiet, immovable power of an oak tree whose roots run deep into the dark earth. It is the strength that allows us to stand firm when the storms of life howl around us, secure in the knowledge of who we are. You have done beautiful work today by choosing to slow down, by choosing to listen, and by choosing to breathe. Honor yourself for this act of sacred rest. But our journey does not end here. For as we learn to find our strength in the stillness of the dark, we must also prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. In the next chapter, we will venture into the mysterious realm of our dreams, exploring the secret language of the nighttime mind and how the stories we tell ourselves in the dark hold the ultimate keys to our awakening. Keep your heart open, carry this stillness with you, and step gently into the quiet night. Chapter 14. Navigating the Modern Wilderness. We live in an age of invisible noise. If you were to sit perfectly still in your room right now and strip away the physical sounds of the world, you would still be bathed in an ocean of unseen currents. Thousands of digital whispers, messages, updates, and invisible frequencies are constantly passing through the walls, through your hair, and through your chest, carrying the weight of a billion restless minds. This is the modern wilderness. It is not a place of trees and rivers, but a dense, chaotic forest of glass, light, and notification bells. It is a wilderness designed specifically to keep you asleep while convincing you that you are hyper-awake. We must ask ourselves, what happens to the soul when it is constantly plugged into a socket that never switches off? How do we find our way back to the quiet center of our being when the entire world is screaming for our attention? Let us begin by looking at the small rectangular mirror we carry in our pockets. We call it a phone, but it is actually a portal, a glass window into an alternate dimension where everyone else is living a more colorful, more successful, and more complete life than we are. Consider the story of Clara. Clara was a gifted graphic designer in her early 30s, a woman who possessed a deep, intuitive talent for seeing the hidden beauty in ordinary things. But over the years, Clara found her world shrinking. Every evening, after a long day of staring at a computer screen for work, she would collapse onto her velvet sofa. The apartment would grow dark, but Clara would not turn on the lamps. Instead, she would bathe in the cold, pale blue light of her phone screen. She would scroll. She scrolled through the curated vacations of acquaintances, the perfect kitchens of strangers, the polished successes of former classmates. With every flick of her thumb, a quiet, almost imperceptible ache bloomed in her chest. She felt a subtle, dragging weight of inadequacy, a persistent whisper that she was falling behind, that her life was too quiet, too mundane, too empty. Her thumb moved with a frantic, hypnotic rhythm, searching for some elusive piece of information, some validation, some spark that would make her feel whole. But the spark never came. Instead, when she finally looked up, hours had vanished. The room was cold, her eyes were burning, and her mind felt like dry ash. What Clara was experiencing was not just a bad habit. It was a profound psychological fragmentation. Our brains were wired for small, close-knit tribes where our social standing and survival were directly linked to our immediate environment. Social media exploits this ancient, primal need for belonging by presenting us with a global tribe of billions, none of whom we actually know, yet all of whom we unconsciously compare ourselves to. The constant stream of bite-sized content acts like a slow drip anesthetic to our attention spans. It trains our minds to expect instant gratification, destroying our capacity for deep, sustained contemplation. Every notification is a tiny, artificial spike of dopamine followed by an immediate drop, leaving us in a chronic state of low-grade anxiety and self-doubt. We become strangers to our own inner landscapes because we are too busy navigating the synthetic landscapes of others. To heal this wound, we must learn to establish what I call a sacred threshold. This is not about embarking on an impossible digital exile, but about claiming small, untouchable sanctuaries in your day. I want you to try a simple, powerful practice tonight. When you prepare for sleep, place your phone in another room. Do not let its cold light be the last thing your eyes behold before you enter the dream world. Instead, let the last hour of your day belong entirely to your senses. Let it be a time of soft lighting, the warmth of a cup of chamomile tea, or the gentle weight of a book made of real paper. And in the morning, do not touch your phone for the first 30 minutes after waking. Allow your consciousness to rise slowly, like mist off a lake, without being immediately hijacked by the demands and opinions of the outside world. This is how you reclaim your morning, and in doing so, how you reclaim your life. As we move deeper into this wilderness, we must also confront the way our professional lives have become entangled in this digital web. We are told that to be successful, we must be constantly reachable, always responsive, and perpetually productive. We have traded the natural cycles of rest and activity for a relentless, 24-hour cycle of performance. Consider the life of David. David was a senior consultant at a prestigious firm, a man who prided himself on his razor-sharp focus and his unyielding work ethic. His days were a blur of back-to-back video calls, urgent emails, and instant messages. He wore his busyness like a badge of honor. But David was dying inside. His thoughts had become shallow, his relationships felt transactional, and he suffered from a persistent, heavy fatigue that sleep could not fix. One Saturday morning, David decided to drive to a remote nature reserve for a short walk. When he arrived, he realized with a shock of pure panic that he had left his phone on the charger in his kitchen, 2 hours away. For the first mile of his walk, David was in agony. His hand kept twitching toward his empty pocket in a phantom reflex. His heart raced with a terrifying conviction that his career was collapsing in his absence, that he was missing a catastrophic email, that he was becoming irrelevant. He felt naked, exposed, and vulnerable. But as he walked deeper into the woods, beneath the ancient, towering canopy of pines, something extraordinary happened. The silence of the forest began to seep into him. The frantic chatter in his mind started to slow down. He noticed the damp, sweet smell of decaying leaves, the golden shafts of sunlight piercing the green gloom, and the cool, damp breeze on his face. The panic slowly dissolved into an overwhelming sense of relief. For the first time in years, David felt entirely present. He was not a consultant, a manager, or a contact on a screen. He was simply a man, breathing, alive, and whole. What David experienced was the sudden release from continuous partial attention, a state in which we are constantly monitoring our environment for digital inputs, never fully engaging with the task or the person in front of us. This state of constant readiness keeps our nervous system locked in a mild fight-or-flight response. Our adrenal glands pump out cortisol, our breathing remains shallow, and our brains never enter the state of deep, restorative rest that is essential for creativity and emotional regulation. We become highly efficient machines, but we cease to be fully human. To break this cycle of professional exhaustion, you must design clear, uncompromising digital firewalls. Begin by scheduling a regular digital Sabbath, a designated period of time, perhaps just 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon, where you power down every screen in your home. Inform your loved ones and your colleagues beforehand so that the fear of missing an emergency is silenced. Use this time to engage in analog activities that require your full physical presence. Bake a loaf of bread, paint a canvas, play an instrument, or write a letter to an old friend with a fountain pen on heavy paper. Feel the resistance of the physical world. Let your mind wander down slow, winding paths without a destination. By intentionally choosing boredom over digital stimulation, you allow your nervous system to reset, inviting deep creativity and profound peace back into your life. This brings us to our final, and perhaps most vital, guidepost for navigating this wilderness: the cultivation of a physical, tactile connection with the natural world. In our highly virtualized lives, we have become disembodied. We experience the world through our eyes and our fingertips, tapping on flat, sterile sheets of glass, while the rest of our bodies remain frozen and forgotten. We have forgotten that we are not separate from nature. We are nature. I want to share the stories of Elena, a woman who lived in the heart of a concrete metropolis. Elena had spent years suffering from chronic insomnia and a persistent, dull ache in her joints. She felt as though she were living in a glass box, insulated from the earth, the sky, and the seasons. One evening, after a sudden, violent summer rainstorm, Elena walked down to the small, neglected park at the end of her street. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and wet soil. On a whim, she stepped off the concrete path, took off her leather shoes, and stepped onto the grass. The mud was cold and squelched between her toes. At first, she winced, her urban conditioning telling her that this was dirty, dangerous, and inappropriate. But she forced herself to stand still. She closed her eyes and felt the cool, wet earth beneath her soles. She felt the tiny, rough blades of grass, the firmness of the soil, and the subtle, rhythmic pulse of the living ground beneath her weight. She stood there for 20 minutes, breathing deeply, letting the rain-washed air fill her lungs. When she returned home, she slept for 9 uninterrupted hours, a deep, dreamless sleep she had not experienced since childhood. Elena had stumbled upon the profound science of grounding, or what the Japanese call shinrin-yoku, forest bathing. When we make direct physical contact with the earth, we are not just engaging in a poetic act. We are participating in a biological exchange. The earth carries a subtle, natural electrical charge, and when we touch it with our bare skin, we absorb free electrons that help neutralize free radicals in our bodies, reducing inflammation, lowering stress hormones, and aligning our biological rhythms with the natural cycles of the planet. We are creatures of clay and stardust, and when we isolate ourselves from the earth, we wither like plants pulled from their soil. Even if you live in a high-rise apartment in the center of a roaring city, you can still build these tactile bridges to the earth. Seek out green spaces, no matter how small. Walk to a local park, find a tree that speaks to you, and place your hand firmly against its rough, ancient bark. Feel the stability of its trunk, the deep roots holding it steady against the winds of the world. Bring living plants into your home, and spend time touching their leaves, smelling their soil, and tending to their needs. When you eat, do so with gratitude and awareness of where your food came from, tasting the sun, the rain, and the soil in every bite. This is not mere sentimentality. It is a vital act of self-preservation. It is the practice of anchoring your soul in the real, breathing world before the digital wind can blow you away. As we look back over the landscape of this chapter, we see that navigating the modern wilderness does not require us to destroy our phones or retreat into caves. It requires us to live with fierce, conscious intention. It requires us to wake up from the digital trance, to look up from the screen, and to gaze into these eyes of the people we love. It invites us to remember that our value is not measured by our online productivity or the number of digital thumbs raised in our approval, but by the depth of our presence, the wildness of our joy, and the tenderness of our hearts. In our next chapter, we will take these quiet, grounded steps and venture into an even deeper landscape. We will explore the silent, mysterious chambers of the heart, learning how to listen to the whispers of our deepest intuition and how to trust the quiet voice that speaks only when the world is still. But for now, as this chapter gently closes, I invite you to take a long, deep breath. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. The modern wilderness is vast, but you carry the compass within you. Sleep deeply, wake gently, and remember who you are. Chapter 15. The Alchemist of Pain. Chapter 15. The Alchemist of Pain. There is an ancient, quiet truth that whispers through the corridors of our darkest moments. A truth that says the wound is not the end of the story, but rather the drafting table of your greatest strength. Welcome back to the sanctuary of your own growth. Close your eyes for just a moment, if it is safe to do so, and breathe in the stillness around you. Feel the weight of your body resting against the earth. Today, we stand at the threshold of a profound laboratory, a place where the heavy, leaden grief of your past is not discarded, but gathered, warmed, and transformed. We are speaking of the alchemist of pain. Think of the moments in your life that broke you. Not just the setbacks, but the quiet, devastating ruptures that left you lying awake at 3 in the morning, listening to the suffocating silence of your own room. The betrayal that made your chest ache, the loss that carved a hollow canyon in your stomach, or the persistent, low-grade fever of feeling inadequate, of wondering if you would ever be enough. We are taught by a superficial world to bury these things. We are told to move on, to heal quickly, to plaster a smile over the fracture lines and pretend the vessel was never broken. But she who sleeps within you knows better. She knows that to deny your pain is to deny your power. She knows that the raw, agonizing materials of your history are the very ingredients needed to forge an unshakable resilience. To understand this is to understand the law of psychic transmutation. Nothing in nature is wasted. The fallen leaf decays to feed the roots of the towering oak. The pressure that crushes the coal is the very force that birthed the diamond. Why, then, do we believe our suffering is meant to be useless waste? Why do we treat our scars as blemishes to be hidden rather than as gold thread holding the tapestry of our soul together? Let us journey into the life of a woman named Clara, a story that illustrates this first grand pillar of transformation. Clara was a concert pianist whose entire identity, from the tender age of 4, was woven into the black and ivory keys of her grand piano. Her hands were her voice, her currency, her escape, and her religion. When she played, the world ceased to be a chaotic mess and became an elegant, structured symphony. But on a rainy Tuesday evening, a reckless driver ran a red light, crushing the passenger side of Clara's car. The physical injuries were severe, but the psychological verdict was lethal. Her right hand was shattered. Despite multiple reconstructive surgeries, the delicate, lightning-fast coordination required for her art was gone forever. In the months that followed, Clara fell into a Stygian darkness. The silence in her apartment was deafening. She would sit at her piano, staring at her stiff, unresponsive fingers, weeping until her throat was raw. She felt like a ghost haunting her own life. The subconscious mind, when stripped of its primary outlet, often defaults to a state of mourning that borders on self-destruction. Clara's mind was telling her that without her music, she did not exist. But one afternoon, as she watched the dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight, a shift occurred. She realized that her grief was not an enemy. It was the raw energy of her love for music, trapped in a broken vessel. She did not need her fingers to be a musician. She needed her soul. Clara began to sit at the piano again, but this time, she did not try to play her old repertoire. She began to use her left hand, slowly, deliberately, pressing single, resonant chords. She began to listen to the spaces between the notes. She began to compose ambient, spacious pieces that relied not on dazzling speed, but on profound, emotional depth. She used her brokenness to birth a completely new genre of music that touched millions of people who were also suffering. She did not overcome her pain by forgetting it. She used her limitation as the primary medium for her new masterpiece. When we look at Clara's journey through a psychological lens, we see the classic dynamic of post-traumatic growth. When our old self-narrative is shattered, we are forced to rebuild. If we attempt to rebuild the exact same structure, we find it is impossible, and we sink into despair. But if we accept the ruin, if we look at the broken bricks of our lives and ask, "What else can I build with these?" we initiate a profound transformation. Your pain is a high-voltage current. If you do not give it a creative channel, it will burn out your internal circuitry. But if you guide it, if you use it to fuel your empathy, your art, or your determination, it becomes an engine of absolute genius. To help you begin this process of excavation, I want to share with you a sacred, highly practical journaling exercise. I call it reframing the wound. It is a process of stepping out of the victim role and assuming the mantle of the author. Imagine sitting at a wooden desk in a quiet, sunlit room. Before you lies a blank piece of paper and a pen. I want you to think of a specific, painful memory that still carries a charge for you. It might be a phrase someone said to you years ago that made you feel small, or a failure that made you want to hide from the world. First, write down the raw, unedited story of this wound. Write it from the perspective of the hurt self. Do not censor your anger, your sorrow, or your bitterness. Let the ink bleed onto the page. Let the paper hold the weight of your heavy heart. Describe the scene, the cold air, the tightness in your throat, the belief you formed about yourself in that moment, the belief that you were unlovable, or weak, or doomed to fail. Now, take a deep, cleansing breath. Close your eyes for a moment, and imagine the wiser, older, more resilient version of yourself standing behind you, placing a warm hand on your shoulder. This is she who sleeps, now fully awake, looking at the scene with eyes of infinite compassion and absolute clarity. Open your eyes, take up your pen again, and write the second part of the exercise. You are going to rewrite the same event, but this time, you will focus entirely on what the wound forced you to develop. You will ask yourself, what strength did I have to summon to survive that day? What boundary did I learn to draw because of that betrayal? How did that dark night make my heart softer to the suffering of others? For example, if the first narrative was, I was abandoned, and it proved that I am not worth staying for, the reframed narrative becomes, I was left to my own devices, and in that terrifying solitude, I discovered that I could keep myself warm. I developed an independent spirit that no one can ever take away from me. My abandonment was the fierce tutor that taught me how to be my own sanctuary. Do you see the magic in this? You are not changing the facts of history. You are changing the meaning of those facts. And in the realm of the subconscious, meaning is everything. When you reframe your wounds, you reclaim the energy that was trapped in them. You stop being the casualty of your past and become its conqueror. Let us look at another dimension of this alchemy, the concept of suffering as a catalyst for deep self-realization. Often, we live in a state of superficial comfort, anesthetized by routines, social approval, and minor distractions. We sleepwalk through our lives, wearing masks that do not belong to us, playing roles that feel hollow. It is often only a profound crisis, a baptism of fire, that can shatter these masks and force us to look at who we truly are. Consider the story of Julian. Julian was a man who had built a life of pristine, clinical perfection. He was a successful corporate executive, married to a beautiful woman, living in a manicured suburban home. He lived by the checklist of societal success. He was polite, efficient, and completely disconnected from his own heart. He was, in essence, asleep. Then, within the span of a single year, his life collapsed. His company went through a hostile takeover, and he was laid off. Months later, his marriage ended in a bitter, silent divorce. Julian found himself living in a small, sterile, one-bedroom apartment with nothing but a mattress and a suitcase. The silence of that apartment was terrifying. Without his title, his salary, and his domestic routine, he did not know who he was. He felt like an empty suit. One cold winter night, as he sat on the floor of his empty living room, the weight of his loneliness became almost unbearable. He felt a profound sense of shame, of having failed at the game of life. He wanted to run, to drink, to find any distraction to escape the gnawing void in his chest. But something inside him, a quiet, ancient instinct, whispered, "Stay. Just sit here." Julian stayed. He sat in the dark and let the grief wash over him. He let himself cry for the first time since he was a young boy. And as the tears flowed, a strange thing happened. The panic began to subside. In its place, a deep, cool stillness emerged. He realized that the person who had lost the job and the marriage was just a character he had been playing. The entity that was sitting on the floor, Observing the grief was something much larger, much deeper, and entirely indestructible. Julian's suffering stripped away the illusions of his ego. It forced him to drop the heavy burden of pretending. In the months that followed, he did not rush back to the corporate ladder. He began to volunteer at a local hospice, sitting with people who were facing the ultimate transition. He found that his own experience of loss made him incredibly present, incredibly safe for those who were dying. He had found his true calling, not in the boardroom, but in the sacred space of human vulnerability. Julian had to lose his life to find his soul. What Julian experienced is what psychologists call the dark night of the soul. It is a period of intense spiritual dismantling where our old coping mechanisms stop working. It is terrifying because the ego feels like it is dying. But this death is necessary for the true self to emerge. If you are going through a dark night right now, if you feel like everything you built is turning to dust, I want you to hold on. I want you to realize that this is not your destruction. This is your calcination, the fire that burns away the dross so that the pure gold of your essence can shine through. How do we apply this on a daily basis? How do we become the alchemists of our own daily struggles? It begins with a radical shift in your relationship with discomfort. The next time you feel a wave of anxiety, anger, or sadness rising within you, do not try to fix it immediately. Do not reach for your phone. Do not open the fridge. Do not try to think positive thoughts. Instead, offer your pain a seat at the table of your awareness. Say to it, I see you. I feel you. What have you come to teach me? This simple act of mindful presence changes everything. It shifts you from the victim of the emotion to the host of the emotion. You realize that you are not the anxiety. You are the vast, spacious sky in which the storm of anxiety is passing. This is the ultimate secret of the alchemist of pain. They do not fight the fire. They use its heat to warm their hands and light their way forward. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us look back at the ground we have covered. We have learned that our deepest wounds are not dead ends, but the birthplaces of our unique wisdom. We have seen through Clara's music how limitations can become the catalyst for breathtaking creativity. We have learned through the exercise of reframing the wound how to seize the pen of our own narrative and rewrite our history with the ink of resilience. And through Julian's dark night, we have seen that when everything is stripped away, we are left with the indestructible essence of our true self. You are stronger than you think. The very fact that you are listening to these words, that you have survived every single difficult day of your life so far, is proof of your inherent resilience. You are not a victim of your past. You are the alchemist of your future. Take a deep breath and let these truths settle into the soil of your being. Feel the dormant power of she who sleeps stirring within you, ready to rise, ready to transform the ashes of your yesterday into the beauty of your tomorrow. But do not rest too deeply just yet, for our journey is about to take a dramatic and unexpected turn. In our next chapter, we will step out of the inner laboratory and into the wild, unpredictable terrain of the world. We will explore the silent, invisible forces that govern our relationships, the hidden contracts we sign with others, and how to break the ancient, ancestral chains that have held your lineage captive for generations. Prepare yourself, for the fire we have kindled today is about to meet the wind. Chapter 16. Rising with Intention. Listen closely. Before the world rushes in, before the first screen glows with the demands of others, There is a sacred, fragile window of time. It is the quiet, liminal space of the pre-dawn hours, where the air is still cool, and the shadows have not yet surrendered to the sun. In this space, you are suspended between who you were yesterday and who you might become today. Yet, for so many of us, this beautiful threshold is crossed in a state of unconscious panic. Think of the last time you woke up. Was it the jarring, hostile shriek of an alarm that pulled you from your dreams? Did you immediately reach for your phone, evoking the anxiety, the tragedies, and the relentless expectations of 7 billion strangers into your bed before your feet even touched the floor? You felt that familiar, heavy knot of dread tighten in your chest, a silent declaration that you are already behind, already failing, already at the mercy of a world you did not create. This is the tragedy of the accidental morning, the slow, agonizing erosion of a life lived on defense. But there is another way. Chapter 16 is an invitation to reclaim your awakening, to transform the simple act of opening your eyes into a revolution of the soul. We call this rising with intention. It is not about productivity, nor is it a rigid checklist designed to make you feel guilty. It is the art of formulating a daily routine that supports an awakened, conscious life. It is the realization that how you enter the day is how you enter your destiny. To truly understand this, we must first dismantle the myth of the perfect morning. Let us look at the life of Clara. Clara was a woman who desperately wanted to change. She was a mother, a mid-level manager at a demanding firm, and a person who felt her soul slowly evaporating under the heat of endless chores. She decided to change her life by adopting what the internet promised was the ultimate morning routine. She set her alarm for 4:30 in the morning. She planned to meditate for 30 minutes, write in a journal for 20, exercise for an hour, and then prepare an organic, photogenic breakfast for her family. On the first Monday, she forced her exhausted body out of bed. By Wednesday, she was running on fumes. On Friday, when her toddler woke up crying at 3 in the morning, Clara missed her alarm entirely, waking up at 7 o'clock in a state of absolute self-loathing. She felt like an imposter. The very routine that was supposed to liberate her had become a new rod with which to beat herself. What Clara did not realize is that a rigid routine is just another form of prison. The subconscious mind does not crave a militaristic schedule. It craves safety, autonomy, and gentle nourishment. When we force ourselves into rigid, unyielding structures, we trigger the brain's survival mechanism. We begin to view our self-care as a series of chores, and our inner rebels. The psychological truth here is profound. When you wake up, your brain is transitioning from delta and theta brain waves, which are associated with deep sleep and dreaming, into alpha waves, the state of relaxed, creative alertness. This alpha state is incredibly fertile. It is the playground of your subconscious. If you flood this delicate state with the high beta waves of stress, emails, and rigid expectations, you literally hijack your nervous system. You prime your brain to spend the rest of the day in a state of fight or flight. To heal this, we must design an adaptable morning ritual that prioritizes clarity over completion. Imagine your morning not as a military drill, but as a three-tiered menu. Let us call them the micro, the meso, and the macro versions of your ritual. On a perfect day, when you have time, you might indulge in the macro, a beautiful hour of movement, reading, and contemplation. But on the days when the baby is sick, or you are exhausted, you drop to the micro. The micro ritual takes only 3 minutes. It is 3 deep, conscious breaths before your feet touch the floor. It is placing your hand on your heart and asking yourself, how can I be kind to myself today? It is drinking a single glass of warm water with total awareness. By creating an adaptable ritual, you eliminate the possibility of failure. You teach your subconscious that consistency is not about perfection, but about presence. You show yourself that even in the midst of chaos, you are worthy of 3 minutes of peace. This brings us to our second pillar, the power of intentional goal setting over passive hoping. Many of us confuse hoping with intending. We wake up and we hope we will have a good day. We hope our boss will be kind. We hope we will find time to work on our passion project. But hope, when detached from intention, is a passive state. It is a confession of powerlessness. It is waiting for the world to write your story for you. Consider David. David was a talented graphic designer who had been hoping to write a novel for nearly a decade. Every year, on New Year's Eve, he would make a resolution. This is the year, he would tell himself, his eyes shining with hope. But as the weeks rolled on, the daily grind would swallow him. He would come home exhausted, sit on the couch, and hope that tomorrow he would have more energy, more inspiration. 10 years passed in a blink of passive dreaming. The tragedy was not that David lacked talent, but that he was relying on a fleeting emotion rather than a structured intention. He was waiting for a savior that was never going to come. Why does this happen to us? Psychologically, passive hoping is a defense mechanism. It allows us to feel the warm glow of a potential future without risking the cold, hard vulnerability of failure in the present. As long as David only hoped to write his book, he could never write a bad book. The moment he set a concrete, daily intention, he had to face the terrifying possibility of his own limitations. Our brains are hardwired to avoid this discomfort. We seek the safety of the status quo, hiding behind the illusion that someday things will magically change. To break this spell, you must transition from hoping to deciding. You must become the active architect of your focus. This starts with a daily practice of alignment. Every morning, after your adaptable ritual, ask yourself one simple, transformative question. If I could only accomplish one thing today that would make me feel proud when my head hits the pillow tonight, what would it be? Do not write a list of 20 things. Write one. This is your anchor. By narrowing your focus to a single, non-negotiable intention, you cut through the decision fatigue that paralyzes the modern mind. You teach your brain to seek out opportunities to fulfill this promise. You move from a state of passive reaction to active creation. You stop asking what the world wants from you, and you start deciding what you will give to the world. Yet, even with the most beautiful rituals and the clearest intentions, we all eventually face the inevitable winter of our motivation. The third pillar of rising with intention is knowing how to maintain momentum when the initial fire of inspiration has cooled to ash. Let us journey into the life of Elena. Elena decided to climb a major peak in the Andes. In the warmth of her living room, looking at pictures of the snow-capped summit, she felt an absolute rush of motivation. She bought the gear, hired a guide, and began her training. But 3 months later, at 4 o'clock on a freezing, rain-slicked Tuesday morning, the motivation was gone. Her muscles ached, her bed was warm, and the summit felt like an impossible, meaningless dream. The feelings that had propelled her at the start had vanished, leaving only the raw, uncomfortable friction of the present moment. In that dark room, Elena realized that if she waited to feel like training, she would never leave the house. She had to learn to move not because she felt inspired, but because she had made a promise to the person she was becoming. She put on her shoes in the dark, her hands shaking with cold, and stepped out into the rain. Elena's experience reveals a fundamental psychological law. Motivation is a terrible leader. It is a fair-weather friend that deserts you the moment things get difficult. If you only act when you feel motivated, you will live a life of fits and starts, a graveyard of half-finished projects and abandoned dreams. The brain is wired for homeostasis. It wants to keep you safe, warm, and comfortable. When you attempt to change, your brain interprets that friction as danger. It will use every tool at its disposal, procrastination, self-doubt, physical fatigue, to pull you back to the familiar couch. To overcome this, we must reframe discipline. Discipline is not our punishment. It is not about forcing yourself through joyless labor. True discipline is the highest, most exquisite form of self-love. It is the realization that your future self deserves to be cared for, even when your present self is tired. When you honor your commitments in the face of resistance, you are telling your subconscious, I am a person who can be trusted. I do not abandon myself when it gets hard. Practically, you can build this resilience through the rule of 5 seconds. The moment you feel the urge to hesitate, to snooze the alarm, to put off your intention, count down slowly, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and move. Do not allow your brain the time to construct an excuse. Pair this with the implementation intention formula, which is a predetermined contract with yourself. You decide ahead of time. If situation X occurs, then I will perform action Y. For example, if I wake up and feel too tired to exercise, then I will put on my workout shoes and walk outside for just 5 minutes. You lower the barrier to entry so low that your resistance cannot find a foothold. You treat yourself with absolute tenderness, but you do not negotiate with your comfort zone. Let us bring these threads together. Rising with intention is not about adding more pressure to your already crowded life. It is about subtracting the noise so that you can hear your own heart. It is the quiet courage to say, this day belongs to me. I will not wander into it asleep. I will not let others write my script. As we close this chapter, take a deep breath. Let the weight of your past failures lift from your shoulders. You do not need to be perfect tomorrow. You only need to be intentional. Tomorrow morning, when the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky, remember Clara, remember David, and remember Elena. Choose your micro-ritual. Set your single, clear intention. And when the resistance rises, as it surely will, greet it with a smile, take a step, and rise anyway. For you are no longer the one who sleeps. You are the one who is waking up. And as you step into the light of your own conscious choice, you prepare yourself for the next, vital stage of your evolution. Because once you have mastered the art of rising, you must learn to protect the space you have created. Join me in the next chapter, where we will explore the sacred boundaries of the soul, and learn how to say a holy, life-giving no to the things that seek to pull you back into the dark. Chapter 17. Living Out Loud. There is a quiet, almost imperceptible threshold we cross when the long winter of our dormancy finally ends. For so many years, you may have lived as a ghost in your own story, walking through the rooms of your life on tiptoe, careful not to wake the sleeping expectations of a world that preferred you silent. You wore the armor of compliance, wrapping your vibrant, chaotic, beautiful truth in the gray fabric of suitability. But she who sleeps must eventually wake. And when she does, the silence is no longer a sanctuary. It becomes a cage. To live out loud is not to scream from the rooftops in desperate search of an echo. It is the steady, resonant act of stepping confidently into the world as a fully awake, integrated individual. It is the moment you stop asking for permission to occupy the space your lungs require. Take a deep breath right now, feeling the expansion of your ribs, the rise and fall of your chest, and realize that this air belongs to you. It is your birthright to breathe it deeply, to speak your truth without apologizing for the octave of your voice, and to exist in full, saturated color. Let us explore what it truly means to live out loud, beginning with the cultivation of a life of sovereign joy. Sovereign joy is not our happiness that is contingent upon the weather, the approval of your peers, or the safety of your bank account. It is an internal state of wild, untamed delight that belongs entirely to you. It is the pleasure you take in the simple texture of your existence, independent of how that pleasure is perceived by those around you. Consider the story of Evelyn. For 42 years, Evelyn lived as a masterpiece of social curation. She was the perfect daughter, the tireless colleague, the wife who anticipated every need before it could be voiced. Her life was beautiful, clean, and completely devoid of oxygen. One Tuesday afternoon, amidst the sterile hum of a corporate office where she had spent 15 years climbing a ladder she never wanted to scale, Evelyn looked at her hands. They were smooth, manicured, and lifeless. She felt a sudden, visceral wave of grief for the girl she used to be, the one who painted her fingernails in chaotic shades of blue and ran barefoot through summer rain. That evening, on her way home, Evelyn stopped at a local nursery. She did not buy the elegant, understated white orchids that usually adorned her living room. Instead, she bought 3 pots of wild, unruly orange marigolds. When she got home, she did not wait to change her clothes. She knelt in the damp soil of her front yard, her expensive trousers staining black, and began to dig with her bare hands. Neighbors walked by, casting curious, quiet glances at the woman who had always been the epitome of composure, now laughing softly to herself with dirt under her fingernails and smudge marks on her cheek. In that moment, Evelyn was not performing. She was tasting sovereign joy. She was choosing a wild, messy aliveness over a neat, respectable slow death. Psychologically, we have been conditioned to outsource our joy. From our earliest childhood, we are taught that our value lies in our utility to others. When you perform well, you are praised. When you are quiet, you are rewarded. This creates a deep, subconscious split within the psyche. We lock our authentic desires in a subterranean dark room, believing that if we show them to the light, we will be abandoned. This is the origin of the imposter syndrome that haunts so many successful individuals. You feel like a fraud because you are playing a role, and the subconscious knows that the applause you receive is directed at the mask, not the face beneath it. When you reclaim your sovereign joy, you begin to heal this split. You send a powerful signal to your nervous system that you are worthy of delight simply because you exist, not because you have earned it through labor or conformity. To begin practicing sovereign joy in your own life, I invite you to engage in a simple, daily ritual of uncurated pleasure. Sometime today, find one action that has absolutely no productive value, No aesthetic appeal for social media, and no purpose other than to make your skin tingle with delight. It might be eating a ripe peach over the sink with a juice running down your wrists. It might be putting on a song from your teenage years and dancing with clumsy, uncoordinated abandon in your kitchen. When you do this, pay close attention to the voice that arises to criticize you, the voice that whispers that you are being silly, wasteful, or self-indulgent. Gently thank that voice for trying to keep you safe, and then continue your dance. This is how we rebuild the bridge to our own hearts, one small, rebellious joy at a time. This brings us to our second key point, the reclamation of creative expression without the need for external validation. We live in a culture that has commodified creativity. We are told that if we write, we must publish. If we paint, we must sell. If we sing, we must perform. The act of creation has been severed from the soul and hitched to the wagon of commerce and comparison. But true creative expression is not about producing a product. It is a sacred conversation between you and the mystery of your own existence. Think of Julian, a man who had spent his life working as an accountant, navigating the rigid, linear world of numbers and balance sheets. Yet, deep within his chest, there lived a silent poet. For decades, Julian wrote fragments of verse on the backs of receipts, in the margins of tax documents, and on napkin corners, only to crumple them up and throw them away. He told himself his words were amateurish, that he lacked the formal training to be a writer, and that no one would ever want to read them anyway. One winter, Julian fell seriously ill. As he lay in the quiet stillness of his recovery, the fragility of his existence became blindingly clear. He realized that by withholding his voice, he was denying his own soul its breath. When he recovered, Julian bought a thick, leather-bound journal. Every morning, before the sun rose, he sat with his coffee and wrote. He wrote about the gray light of dawn, the ache in his joints, the memory of his grandmother's kitchen, and the terrifying beauty of growing old. He did not post these poems online. He did not show them to his partner or his friends. He kept them in his drawer, a secret fire warming his cold mornings. His posture changed. His eyes, once dull and focused on the floor, now looked at the world with a sharp, hungry curiosity. He had ceased to be a consumer of life and had become a creator of it. The psychological weight of seeking validation for our creativity is immense. When we create for an audience, our brain releases dopamine in response to external praise, which trains us to only produce what we know will be accepted. This kills innovation, authenticity, and emotional depth. It keeps us trapped in a loop of pleasing others, which is merely another form of hiding. When you create solely for yourself, you reclaim your agency. You cultivate what psychologists call an internal locus of evaluation. You become the sole judge of your worth, and the opinions of others lose their power to elevate or destroy you. You become untouchable, not out of arrogance, but out of absolute self-allegiance. To integrate this into your life, try the practice of the invisible masterpiece. Sometime this week, paint a picture, write a story, or build a sculpture out of clay, with the absolute, non-negotiable intention of destroying it or hiding it away forever once it is finished. Paint with wild, clashing colors that make no sense. Write words that are angry, raw, and completely unedited. When you are finished, burn the paper, wash the paint off the canvas, or knead the clay back into a formless lump. Feel the immense, liberating relief of creating something that belonged only to the moment. something that no one else's eyes will ever judge. This practice breaks the fever of perfectionism and reminds your soul that the joy of creation is in the doing, not the having. Finally, we must understand the collective impact of individuals waking up together. When you choose to live out loud, your actions do not occur in a vacuum. We are interconnected by invisible threads of resonance and empathy. When one woman stands up and speaks her truth, she alters the gravity of the entire room. She makes it slightly easier for the next person to stand, and the next, until the collective silence begins to crumble. Picture a tense family gathering. For generations, this family had operated on a system of polite denial. Difficult truths were swept under the heavy Persian rug in the dining room, and conflicts were masked by forced laughter and superficial chatter. Sarah had always been the compliant peacekeeper of this family, the one who smoothed over the rough edges of her father's cutting remarks and her sister's silent distress. But on this Thanksgiving, Sarah felt the weight of the ancestral silence pressing down on her chest like a stone. When her father made a cruel, mocking comment disguised as a joke about her cousin's life choices, the table fell into its customary, complicit silence. Everyone looked down at their plates. In the past, Sarah would have quickly changed the subject. Instead, she took a slow, deep breath, set her fork down with a quiet clink, and looked her father in the eyes. In a voice that was soft, steady, and entirely free of anger, she said, "That was incredibly hurtful, Dad. We don't need to speak to each other that way." A collective shock wave passed through the room. The silence that followed was thick and terrifying. But then, something miraculous happened. Her mother let out a long, shuddering sigh she had been holding for 40 years. Her cousin looked up, tears shining in his eyes, and smiled. The illusion of harmony was shattered, yes, but in its place, the first green shoots of genuine connection began to break through the dry soil. By refusing to play her assigned part in the family drama, Sarah had liberated everyone else to step out of their roles as well. The human brain is wired with mirror neurons, neurological structures that allow us to feel and mimic the emotional states of those around us. When you walk into a room with your shoulders back, your chest open, and your energy grounded in your own truth, others unconsciously register your safety and authenticity. Your presence acts as a nervous system regulator for those around you. When you are unafraid of your own depths, you invite others to plunge into theirs. This is how true cultural shifts occur. It is not through grand political movements or loud, angry rhetoric, but through the quiet, infectious courage of individuals who refuse to lie to themselves or others any longer. To apply this to your life, you do not need to pick a fight or cause a scene. Simply practice standing as a lighthouse, not a rescue boat. In your next interaction, when someone tries to pull you into a gossip session, a complaint loop, or a dynamic of superficial performance, simply hold your center. Breathe deeply, look them in the eyes with warmth and absolute presence, and speak only what is true and kind. Allow the silence to exist without rushing to fill it with nervous chatter. Observe how your refusal to participate in the old, sleepy patterns invites them to wake up, if only for a brief, shining moment. In this chapter, we have journeyed through the landscapes of sovereign joy, of validated creativity, and collective awakening. We have seen how the simple, quiet decisions of everyday life are the very places where our liberation is won or lost. Living out loud is not an event. It is a daily commitment to choosing the discomfort of growth over the suffocating safety of the familiar. It is a promise to yourself that you will no longer participate in your own diminishment. As we close this chapter, let the words settle into your bones. Feel the power of your own awakening heart, beating steadily against the cage of your ribs, ready to fly. But do not rest too long in this quiet space of understanding, for the path of she who sleeps does not end with the dawning of her own light. The dawn is merely the preparation for the heat of the day. In the chapter that lies ahead, we will step beyond the boundaries of our personal transformation and look directly into the fierce, untamed territory of our shadow. We will discover that to truly live out loud, we must also learn to love the dark, wild parts of ourselves that we have spent a lifetime trying to tame. Turn the page with me now, and let us walk together into the beautiful, terrifying depths of Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The 7-Day Awakening Blueprint. There is a quiet, almost imperceptible moment just before the dawn when the earth holds its breath. In that silence, the sleeping soul stirs, caught between the comforting weight of forgotten dreams and the sharp, urgent call of the morning sun. If you are listening to this, you have likely spent far too long in the shadows of your own life, watching the days slip by like sand through trembling fingers. You have felt the heavy, suffocating ache of knowing that she who sleeps within you is ready to open her eyes, yet you have hesitated, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the transformation. How do we cross the chasm between who we are and who we are desperately meant to be? The answer does not lie in a sudden, violent upheaval, but in a quiet, deliberate sequence of small, sacred movements. Welcome to Chapter 18, the 7-Day Awakening Blueprint. This is not our set of rigid rules, but a living, breathing map designed to guide you back to your own sovereign center. Take a slow, deep breath, and let us begin this sacred descent together. Consider the first 2 days of this blueprint as an act of spiritual reclamation. On days 1 and 2, your sole mission is to orbit your energy leaks and establish immediate physical boundaries. To understand what this means, let us look at the story of Sarah. Sarah was a woman who prided herself on being the anchor for everyone in her life. She was the colleague who never said no, the friend who answered crisis calls at midnight, the daughter who anticipated every unuttered need. One evening, as she sat in her parked car outside her house, she found she could not turn the key in the ignition. Her hands simply refused to move. She sat in the dark, staring at the dashboard, overwhelmed by a bone-deep exhaustion that sleep could not fix. She realized, with a sudden, terrifying clarity, that her life was a vessel riddled with thousands of microscopic cracks, and her life force was draining away into the insatiable demands of others. When we look at Sarah under a psychological lens, we see a classic pattern of boundary erosion born from a deep-seated fear of abandonment. For many of us, our boundaries were dismantled in childhood to keep the peace or to secure love. We subconsciously learned that to be safe, we must be porous. But when you have no boundaries, you have no self. Your energy becomes common property, and the woman who sleeps within you remains buried under the debris of other people's expectations. To apply this to your own life today, I invite you to take a piece of paper and write down the 3 most significant energy drains in your life. Is it a toxic relationship, a relentless digital habit, or your inability to say no to extra projects? Once you have named them, establish one non-negotiable physical boundary. This could be turning off your phone at 8 o'clock every evening, or telling a demanding person in your life that you are unavailable for non-urgent matters over the weekend. Place your hand on your heart and feel the immediate, perhaps frightening, surge of space this boundary creates. You are not being selfish. You are building a sanctuary for your soul to rest. As we transition into days 3 and 4, we move from the external world of boundaries into the internal landscape of the body. Here, your focus shifts to emotional check-ins and somatic release exercises. Imagine Elena, a woman who had spent years intellectualizing her pain. Whenever she felt anxiety or grief, she would analyze it, read a book about it, or explain it away with logic. But one afternoon, while sitting in a routine meeting, she felt a sudden, inexplicable tightness in her throat. It felt as though a hand were gently squeezing her windpipe. No amount of positive thinking could dissolve the knot. That evening, guided by a deep instinct, she lay down on her living room rug, closed her eyes, and began to slowly shake her hands. The shaking spread to her arms, her shoulders, and eventually her entire torso. As her body vibrated, a wave of hot, silent tears broke through her. She was not crying about a specific thought. Her body was simply releasing this accumulated tension of a decade of silence. Psychologically, the mind is a master of deception, but the body never lies. When we suppress our emotions, they do not vanish. They become trapped in our fascia, our muscles, and our nervous systems, manifesting as chronic fatigue, tension, and a sense of detachment. Somatic release is the key that unlocks this physical prison. By bypassing the logical mind, we allow the nervous system to complete the fight-or-flight cycles that were interrupted long ago. To practice this yourself, set an alarm on your phone for 3 specific times during the day. When the alarm sounds, pause whatever you are doing, close your eyes, and ask yourself a simple question: what is my body feeling right now? Do not look for an intellectual answer. Scan your physical form. Is there tightness in your jaw, a weight on your chest, or a hollowness in your stomach? Breathe directly into that sensation. If you feel tension, allow yourself to physically express it. Shake your hands, roll your shoulders, or let out a long, audible sigh. By doing this, you are teaching your nervous system that it is safe to feel, safe to release, and safe to exist. Finally, we arrive at days 5, 6, and 7, the crucible of the blueprint, where you must commit to an act of courage and share your journey with a trusted peer. Let us look at Miriam, who had lived her entire life in the shadow of a career she hated, too terrified to speak her truth. On the 5th day of her awakening, she decided she could no longer live a lie. With a racing heart and trembling hands, she sat down with her partner and admitted that she wanted to leave her stable corporate job to pursue her passion for art. It was a conversation she had avoided for 7 years. The fear of judgment was suffocating, but as the words left her mouth, she felt an incredible lightness, as if she had finally stepped out of a heavy winter coat. Later that day, she called a trusted friend and recounted the conversation, crying and laughing all at once. Her friend did not offer advice. She simply listened, validated her bravery, and held the space for her transformation. Psychologically, courage is not the absence of fear, but the realization that something else is more precious than your comfort. When we act courageously, we disrupt the old, stagnant neural pathways of safety and conformity. Furthermore, sharing this act of courage with a trusted witness is essential. Human beings are wired for connection. When we voice our vulnerability to someone who has earned our trust, we move our transformation out of the realm of private fantasy and anchor it firmly into physical reality. It becomes real because it has been witnessed. To implement this final step, identify one area of your life where you have been hiding. What is the one truth you have been terrified to speak, or the one action you have been too afraid to take? It does not have to be a monumental leap. It can be a small, precise act of honesty. Speak that truth, take that step, and then find one person who supports your growth without judgment. Tell them what you did. Let them hear the tremor in your voice and the strength in your heart. In summary, this 7-day blueprint is a journey of reclaiming your territory, feeling your depths, and stepping into the light of your own truth. It is a systematic awakening of the woman who sleeps. But as the clock ticks forward and the week draws to a close, you must understand that this is not our destination, but a doorway. For beyond the threshold of this week lies a deeper, more mysterious terrain, a landscape where your newfound sovereignty will be tested in ways you cannot yet foresee. Let us step forward together into the next chapter, where we will explore the quiet power of your shadow and the secrets that await you in the dark. Chapter 19. The Restored Soul Summary. Welcome, traveler, to this quiet space we have carved out of a loud and demanding world. Take a deep, deliberate breath, and let the weight of your shoulders drop away. If you listen closely, you can hear the silence between your heartbeats, a vast and gentle territory that belongs entirely to you. We have arrived at Chapter 19, The Restored Soul, which serves as a profound summary of our long, winding, and sometimes painful journey together. We are here to synthesize the core themes, the unexpected breakthroughs, and the enduring philosophical lessons of this entire pilgrimage. If you have felt weary, if you have wondered if the effort to change is worth the quiet agony of shedding your old skin, this moment is your answer. There is an ancient, anonymous saying that reminds us that the soul does not grow by addition, but by subtraction. It is not about acquiring new masks, new accolades, or new armor. It is about the slow, sacred dismantling of everything that is not truly you. To restore a soul is to return to the ruins of an ancient temple, clearing away the overgrown ivy, the fallen pillars, and the dust of decades, only to find that the altar at the center remains entirely untouched, waiting for its fire to be relit. Let us begin by looking back at where this journey commenced. We must recap the profound journey from a comfortable, suffocating slumber to an active, vibrant, and sometimes terrifying awakening. Do you remember the version of yourself that first began this book? Perhaps that person was living in a state of high-functioning numbness. Many of us spend years in this state. It is a gray, twilight existence where we do everything right according to the world's script, yet we feel absolutely nothing on the inside. This slumber is comfortable because it demands very little of our courage. It asks only for our compliance. It is the safety of the cage, the predictability of a life lived in monochrome. To understand the sheer magnitude of this awakening, let us step into the life of Helena. For 15 years, Helena lived in a beautifully furnished apartment in the heart of a bustling city. She had a prestigious corporate job, a circle of acquaintances who admired her stability, and a routine that ran with the precision of a Swiss watch. Every morning, she woke up at precisely 6 o'clock, drank her black coffee, walked the same tree-lined street to the subway, and spent 10 hours managing spreadsheets that represented millions of dollars but zero meaning to her heart. She felt like a ghost haunting her own life. She would look in the mirror and see a stranger with her eyes, a woman who had systematically traded her wild, creative spirit for the illusion of safety. One evening, during a torrential autumn downpour, the subway broke down. Helena was forced to walk 3 miles home in the cold, biting rain. As the water soaked through her expensive wool coat and ruined her leather shoes, something shifted deep within her. She did not run for shelter. Instead, she stopped under a dim street lamp, closed her eyes, and let the freezing water pour over her face. In that single, unscheduled moment, the numbness cracked. She felt the fierce, piercing coldness of the water, and with it, a sudden, overwhelming wave of grief. She realized she had been dead for 15 years, sleeping through her own existence to avoid the pain of her unfulfilled dreams. She stood on that wet pavement and wept, not out of sadness, but out of the sheer, shocking realization that she was still alive. That night, the slumber ended, and the agonizing, beautiful process of her awakening began. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our psychology? When we choose comfortable slumber, our subconscious mind is actually employing a brilliant survival strategy. In our early years, we often experience environments where our authentic self, with all its loud passions, messy emotions, and wild desires, is deemed too inconvenient, too dangerous, or too much for those around us. In response, the subconscious builds a protective fortress of numbness. It whispers that if we do not feel, we cannot be hurt. It tells us that sleep is equivalent to safety. But this defense mechanism eventually becomes our prison. When we suppress our capacity for pain, we simultaneously kill our capacity for joy, and deep connection. The subconscious becomes locked in a perpetual state of freeze, holding us back from the very experiences that make life worth living. Helena's sudden awakening in the rain was the moment her soul demanded integration, forcing her subconscious to recognize that the old threat of being too much was no longer a danger she needed to hide from. To apply this lesson to your own life, you must learn to welcome the moments of discomfort that signal your own awakening. When you feel a sudden wave of irritation, a sudden burst of tears for no apparent reason, or a deep, aching restlessness, do not push it away. Do not medicate it with distractions, social media, or work. These emotional tremors are the signs that your soul is shaking off its heavy winter coat. Sit with the discomfort. Ask it, what are you trying to show me? What part of me has been asleep that is now demanding to be seen? Write down these thoughts without judgment. Let your awakening be messy. Let it be wet with tears, and trust that the pain of feeling is infinitely better than the safety of numbness. This brings us to our second key point, reinforcing the permanent nature of the shifts that have occurred within you. One of the greatest anxieties we face when we begin to heal is the terrifying fear of regression. We worry that we will wake up one morning and find that all our hard-pressed progress was a dream, that we will slip back into the old, anxious, people-pleasing patterns that defined our past. But the truth of the restored soul is that once a mind is stretched by a new dimension, it can never shrink back to its original size. The shift is permanent, even when you feel like you are stumbling. Consider the stories of Julian, a man who spent his entire life trapped in a cycle of severe codependency. He had always been the fixer, the peacekeeper, the one who abandoned his own needs to keep everyone else happy. After years of deep, inner work, Julian finally learned to set firm boundaries, to say no, and to stand tall in his own truth. He felt free. But then, a major family crisis struck. His brother fell into financial ruin, and the old, familiar family dynamic immediately kicked in, demanding that Julian step in, sacrifice his savings, and clean up the mess. Julian felt an icy wave of panic. He lay awake in the dark, his heart hammering against his ribs, convinced that he was going to fail, that all his healing was a sham, and that he was about to slide right back into the quicksand of his old, self-sacrificing patterns. He felt the terrifying pull of the gravity of his past. But as he sat at his kitchen table at 3 in the morning, holding a warm mug of tea, he realized something profound. The very fact that he was experiencing this panic, the very fact that he was questioning his choices instead of mindlessly rushing to the rescue as he would have done years ago, proved that he had changed. The old Julian would have acted without thought. The new Julian was standing in the gap between stimulus and response. He did not step into the quicksand. He called his brother, offered emotional support, but kept his financial boundaries intact. He realized that the shift was not a fragile glass sculpture that could be shattered by one storm. It was a deep, sturdy root system that had anchored itself in his core. From a psychological perspective, this fear of regression is a natural cognitive distortion known as the illusion of relapse. Our brains are hardwired for efficiency, and the old neural pathways of our survival mechanisms remain carved into our gray matter like deep hiking trails. When stress levels rise, our brain naturally looks at those old trails and suggests them as the easiest path. However, once you have consciously carved out a new pathway of self-love and awareness, the old trail can never be walked in the same blind, automatic way again. Even if you take a step down the old path, you do so with an awakened consciousness. You see the trees, you recognize the terrain, and you realize you have the power to turn back. Your subconscious has tasted freedom, and it will never truly settle for captivity again. To anchor this permanence in your daily life, you must practice what is known as cognitive anchoring. When you feel the old anxieties rising, instead of panicking and thinking that you have lost all your progress, pause and say to yourself, I am experiencing an old memory of survival, not my current reality. Create a physical anchor, perhaps placing your hand over your heart or touching a specific ring on your finger, to remind yourself of the ground you have won. Recognize that our momentary slip is not a reset of your journey, but an opportunity to show your shadow self how much stronger and wiser your conscious self has become. Treat your moments of fear not as evidence of failure, but as invitations to practice your new strength. Our third key point is the synthesis of the overarching philosophy of personal sovereignty. Sovereignty is the ultimate destination of the restored soul. It is the realization that you are the sole author of your life's narrative, the absolute ruler of your internal kingdom. To be sovereign is to stop looking to the external world for permission, validation, or rescue. It is to step out of the role of the victim, out of the role of the pleaser, and into the role of the creator. Let us journey into the quiet, powerful transformation of Meyer. Meyer grew up in a family where silence was a currency and obedience was the only path to belonging. Her father was a formidable man whose moods dictated the climate of the entire household. Meyer learned to walk on eggshells, to quiet her laughter, and to hide her opinions so as to never disturb the peace. Decades later, even after her father had passed away, Meyer still lived as though she were a fugitive in her own home. She let her spouse make every major decision. She never voiced her preferences, and she lived in constant terror of conflict. She had abdicated her throne to the ghosts of her childhood. One summer, Maya returned to her childhood home to pack up the remaining belongings before the house was sold. Standing alone in her father's old study, she looked at the heavy leather chair that had once seemed like a throne of absolute authority. She sat in it. The chair felt surprisingly small, the leather cracked and worn. She realized that the terrifying authority her father had held over her was an authority she had continued to project onto the world long after he was gone. She closed her eyes and heard the silent house whispering its old demands for her to shrink. But Meyer stood up, walked to the center of the room, and spoke aloud to the empty space. She said, "I am the owner of my voice now. I do not require your permission to exist." When she returned home to her spouse, she did not wait to be asked what she wanted. At dinner, when a discussion about their future arose, she spoke clearly, calmly, and without apology about her dreams of moving to the countryside, a dream she had hidden for 20 years. Her voice did not shake. She did not seek approval. She simply stated her truth as an undeniable fact of her reality. In that moment, Meyer reclaimed her sovereignty, refusing to let the past govern her present. Psychologically, personal sovereignty represents the shift from an external locus of control to an internal locus of control. When we possess an external locus of control, we believe that our happiness, our safety, and our worth are determined by outside forces, by the opinions of others, by the state of our relationships, or by our external achievements. This state keeps us in a perpetual cycle of anxiety, making us fragile leaves blown about by the winds of circumstance. When we cultivate an internal locus of control, we understand that while we cannot control what happens to us, we are the absolute masters of how we respond, how we heal, and what we choose to believe about ourselves. This shift is the birth of true psychological resilience. It is the moment the subconscious stops looking for a savior and realizes that the savior has been looking back at them from the mirror all along. To step into your own sovereignty today, you must begin with the practice of radical self-governance. Stop asking others what they think you should do before you have asked yourself. When faced with a decision, large or small, sit in silence for 5 minutes. Place your hand on your solar plexus and ask, "What is my truth here? What does my sovereignty demand of me?" Practice expressing your thoughts and boundaries without explaining or justifying them. A sovereign king or queen does not offer a list of excuses for their decrees. They simply state them. You do not need to defend your boundaries. You simply need to hold them with quiet, unshakable dignity. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us gather these threads of awakening, permanence, and sovereignty and weave them into a protective cloak for your spirit. You have traveled through the dark night of the soul. You have stood in the freezing rain of your own awakening. You have realized that your progress is written in stone, and you have reclaimed the crown of your personal sovereignty. Your soul is no longer sleeping. It is awake, it is restored, and it is ready to live. In our next chapter, we will take this restored soul and step out of the quiet sanctuary of reflection and into the bright, challenging arena of the external world. We will explore how to carry this new, fragile light into places of darkness, how to maintain your sovereignty when confronted by those who still wish for you to sleep, and how to turn your personal healing into a force that can heal the world around you. Prepare your heart, for the journey of integration is about to begin. and the horizon is wider and more beautiful than you have ever dared to dream. Chapter 20. Step into your light. Call to action. The silence that follows a great awakening is never truly empty. It is heavy, pregnant with a quiet rustle of old habits trying to settle back into the corners of your mind, whispering that it would be so much easier, so much safer, to simply close your eyes again. Think back to the moment you first pressed play on this audio journey. Think of where you were sitting, the quality of the light filtering through the window, or perhaps the dark, enclosing solitude of your car or your bedroom. You were seeking something, even if you did not have the words to name it. You felt that low, persistent hum of dissatisfaction, that quiet ache in your chest that spoke of a life half-lived, of a powerful, ancient force within you that had been put to sleep by the demands of a world that fears your wildness. Now, we find ourselves at the edge of the forest. The trees of your old, somnambulistic existence are behind us, and before us lies an open, sun-drenched expanse. But the light can be blinding. The light demands that we see ourselves clearly, without the comforting distortion of the shadows we have lived in for so long. This is the moment where the journey truly begins. Up until this point, you have been a traveler, a listener, an observer of your own internal landscape. But listening is only the rehearsal. Awakening is the performance. It is time to step into your light, to transition from she who sleeps to she who stands, fully conscious, in the center of her own magnificent, terrifying life. Let us look closely at this final, passionate charge to live authentically and refuse to go back to sleep. Why is the pull of the dark so incredibly strong? Why do we find ourselves yearning for the very chains we just fought so hard to break? Consider the story of Elena. Elena was a woman who had mastered the art of the beautiful compromise. To the outside world, her life was a symphony of achievements. She had the high-profile corporate title, the beautiful, glass-walled apartment that overlooked the shimmering city skyline, and a social circle that admired her poise and seemingly endless capacity to endure. But inside, Elena was a museum of dead dreams. Every morning, she would stand before her bathroom mirror, looking at a stranger with tired eyes, applying her makeup like war paint to mask the slow, agonizing erosion of her soul. She had spent decades suppressing her creative instincts, her spontaneous joy, and her fierce, nonconforming opinions, all to maintain the illusion of the perfect, reliable woman. One rainy Tuesday evening, after a particularly grueling board meeting where she had once again swallowed her truth to keep the peace, Elena sat in her car in the parking garage. The engine was off. The only sound was the rhythmic, metallic ticking of the cooling motor and the heavy patter of rain against the windshield. In that dark, claustrophobic space, a wave of grief so profound and so violent washed over her that she could not breathe. It was not her grief for what she had lost, but for what she was actively killing every single day she chose to stay asleep. She gripped the leather steering wheel until her knuckles turned white, her tears blurring the distant, sterile glow of the garage lights. In that moment of absolute despair, she realized she had reached a terrifying fork in the road. She could either start the car, drive home, and continue to play the part of the living dead, or she could choose the terrifying, uncertain path of her own truth. She chose the light. She resigned from her position within 3 months, not to jump into another prefabricated role, but to give herself the space to breathe, to paint, to speak, and to exist without permission. It was not an easy transition. There were nights when the financial uncertainty and the quiet judgment of her peers made her want to crawl back into her golden cage. But whenever she felt that temptation, she would remember the suffocating darkness of that parking garage and realize that the comfortable prison of her past was far more dangerous than the wild, unpredictable freedom of her present. What Elena experienced is a classic psychological phenomenon that governs our deepest conscious patterns. Psychologists refer to this as the homeostatic pull of the familiar. Our brains are wired for survival, not necessarily for fulfillment. To your primitive subconscious mind, anything that is familiar is categorized as safe, even if that familiar thing is a slow, agonizing death of your spirit. When you begin to wake up, when you start asserting your boundaries, speaking your truth, and stepping out of the roles that others have written for you, your subconscious sounds an alarm. It interprets this sudden shift in your behavior as a threat to your survival. It begins to flood your system with anxiety, self-doubt, and a profound sense of guilt. This is why, so often, after a major breakthrough or a moment of deep clarity, we experience a sudden, inexplicable relapse into our old, destructive habits. We find ourselves picking fights with the people we love, slipping back into people-pleasing patterns, or dulling our awareness with distraction and substance. It is not because we are weak. It is because our subconscious is desperately trying to drag us back into the cave where it knows we can survive, oblivious to the fact that we are no longer content to merely survive. To combat this, we must understand that the discomfort of awakening is actually a sign of growth. It is the stretching of spiritual muscle. When you feel that pull to go back to sleep, you must recognize it not as a warning to stop, but as a confirmation that you are successfully breaking free from the gravitational pull of your old life. How do we apply this understanding to our daily existence? It begins with what I call the daily commitment to the micro-awakening. You do not need to dismantle your entire life in a single, dramatic gesture like Elena did. Instead, you must practice the art of the 1-degree shift. Every morning, before you touch your phone, before you let the demands of the world invade your consciousness, take 3 deep, intentional breaths. Place your hand over your heart and ask yourself one simple question. What does my truth require of me today? It might require you to say no to an extra project that you do not have the capacity to handle. It might require you to speak up in a meeting when your instinct is to remain silent. It might require you to take 20 minutes to sit in silence, to walk in nature, or to write in your journal. When the moment arises to make a choice between your authenticity and your comfort, pause. Feel the physical sensation of that choice in your body. The comfortable, sleepwalking choice will often feel heavy, dull, and slightly contractive, like a blanket that is too warm and suffocating. The authentic choice, even if it frightens you, will feel expansive, light, and slightly electric. Choose the expansion. Do this day after day, decision after decision, and you will find that you have built a momentum that no old habit can hold back. But this journey is not meant to be walked in isolation. The myth of the solitary hero is one of the greatest lies our fragmented modern culture tells us. We are told that we must heal alone, that we must be strong enough to carry our own burdens, and that showing our vulnerability is a sign of weakness. This brings us to our second key point, the invitation to join the She Who Sleeps community and share your stories. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah had spent years doing the deep, painful work of healing from a childhood marked by emotional neglect. She had read every book, attended every seminar, and spent countless hours in therapy. She understood her patterns intellectually, but she still felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. She felt like an alien in her own life, surrounded by people who seemed content to live on the surface of things. She carried her awakening like a shameful secret, fearing that if she truly revealed the depths of her sensitivity and the intensity of her dreams, she would be rejected. One evening, with a heart hammering against her ribs, she decided to attend a local gathering of women who had committed to the practice of conscious living. She sat in a circle of strangers, her hands trembling as she held a cup of warm tea. When it was her turn to speak, she did not give the polished, polite update she usually offered. Instead, she let the mask slip. She spoke of her loneliness, her fear of never being enough, and the immense pressure she felt to keep everyone else happy at her own expense. She expected silence, judgment, or worse, pity. Instead, as she raised her eyes, she saw tears glistening in the eyes of the women across from her. She saw heads nodding in deep, silent recognition. One by one, these women reached out, not to fix her, but to mirror her. They shared their own stories of sleepless nights, of quiet rebellions, of the exquisite pain of letting go of who they were supposed to be. In that shared space, Sarah felt a profound, physical shift in her nervous system. The heavy armor she had worn for decades began to dissolve. She realized that her story was not her solitary island of pain, but a bridge that connected her to the vast, beautiful continent of the collective feminine experience. The psychological significance of this cannot be overstated. We are evolutionary creatures designed for connection. For thousands of years, our survival depended on our inclusion in the tribe. When we experience emotional trauma or when we undergo a deep spiritual awakening, our sense of belonging is often threatened. We feel that by changing, we are risking exile. This is why sharing your story in a safe, conscious community is a revolutionary act of self-reclamation. In psychology, this is known as the power of bearing witness. When we speak our darkest fears and our brightest dreams aloud to an audience of empathetic peers, we strip those fears of their power and we give those dreams a physical reality. Shame thrives in secrecy. It grows in the dark, damp corners of our unexpressed thoughts. But the moment we bring our shame into the light of a supportive community, it evaporates. Moreover, hearing others speak their truth activates our mirror neurons, creating a profound sense of somatic empathy that regulates our nervous system and reduces our physiological stress. By joining the She Who Sleeps community, you are not just finding a group of friends. You are entering a sacred laboratory of mutual elevation, where your growth is cheered, your struggles are held with reverence, and your light is reflected back to you when you are too tired to see it yourself. To take action on this point today, I invite you to step out of the shadows of passive consumption. Do not let this audiobook be another piece of information that you file away in the archives of your mind. Find our community platform. Seek out the forums, the local circles, or the digital spaces where the daughters of this awakening gather. When you enter these spaces, do not feel pressure to be perfect or to have it all figured out. Introduce yourself by sharing one raw, unfiltered truth. It could be as simple as writing, "I am terrified of my own potential," or "I am currently mourning the version of myself I had to leave behind." Read the stories of others. Offer your presence, your silent support, or a few words of genuine validation. Practice the art of active listening, which means listening not to respond, but to understand and to hold space. In doing so, you will find that as you help others carry their torches, your own path becomes illuminated with a clarity you could never have achieved on your own. Yet, community support must be anchored by personal, practical integration tools. The insights we receive during these hours of listening are like seeds, but if we do not prepare the soil of our daily lives, those seeds will dry up and blow away in the wind of our daily distractions. This brings us to our third crucial pillar, the utilization of our supplementary workbooks and audio materials. Consider the experience of Clara. Clara was an enthusiast of personal growth. Her shelves were lined with self-help books, and her digital library was overflowing with podcasts and audio programs. She was an information collector. She loved the rush of inspiration that came with a new concept, the brief high of understanding a new psychological theory. But despite her vast knowledge, her life remained stubbornly the same. She still stayed in a soul-crushing job. She still allowed her boundaries to be trampled by her family, and she still struggled with a deep, underlying sense of worthlessness. One day, while listening to a chapter on somatic integration, she realized a hard, uncomfortable truth. She was using learning as a form of procrastination. She was consuming information so that she could feel like she was doing the work, without actually having to take the risky, uncomfortable steps of changing her behavior. She decided to stop buying new books and instead opened the supplementary workbook that accompanied her current program. She committed to doing just one exercise a day, no matter how much her mind resisted. The first exercise asked her to write down her core limiting belief and then trace it back to its physical sensation in her body. As she sat with the pen in her hand, her mind screamed that this was a waste of time, that she already knew this stuff. But she persisted. She closed her eyes and felt a tight, suffocating knot in her throat. She wrote about that knot. She let her pen move across the page without editing, without trying to sound smart. To her astonishment, as she wrote, a memory from her childhood surfaced, a moment when she had been ridiculed for singing too loudly. The floodgates opened. She wept raw, heavy tears onto the paper, her ink smearing into blue-gray clouds. For the next week, she used the accompanying audio meditations to breathe into that tightness in her throat, using her own voice to gently unlock the frozen energy. Within a month of this dedicated, practical work, Clara did something she had never been able to do before. She stood up in a staff meeting and calmly, clearly declined to take on an unfair share of a project, speaking with a voice that was steady, resonant, and entirely her own. She had moved from intellectual knowing to physical embodiment. The psychology of this transition is rooted in the concept of somatic and cognitive integration. Our minds are incredibly adept at intellectualizing our pain as a defense mechanism. We can talk about our trauma, analyze our patterns, and chart our progress, all while keeping our actual emotional and physical selves completely insulated from real change. This is because real change does not happen in the neocortex, the analytical part of our brain. It happens in the limbic system and the somatic pathways of our body. Your trauma, your limiting beliefs, and your fears are stored as physical tension, altered breathing patterns, and habitual neural pathways in your physical form. To heal them, you must engage them physically and creatively. This is why workbooks and guided audios are not optional extras. They are the actual steering wheel of your transformation. When you write by hand, you engage different neural networks than when you simply think or type. You slow down your cognitive processing, allowing deeper, subconscious material to rise to the surface. When you use somatic audio exercises, you are training your autonomic nervous system to remain calm and regulated while you confront the emotions and memories that previously triggered your fight-or-flight response. You are literally rewriting the physiological code of your existence. How do you bring this practice into your life starting today? Do not overwhelm yourself with the expectation of doing everything at once. Treat the workbook not as a textbook to be completed, but as a temple to be entered with reverence. Dedicate a specific, sacred time in your day for this integration work. It could be 10 minutes in the morning with your coffee, or 15 minutes in the evening before you sleep. Create a ritual around it. Light a candle, play some soft, instrumental music, or sit in a comfortable chair that you only use for your inner work. Open the workbook to the very first prompt. If the prompt asks you to write, do not censor your thoughts. Write the ugly truths, the messy feelings, the chaotic nonsense that you would never show anyone else. If an exercise directs you to listen to a specific somatic audio track, close your eyes and let the sound wash over you, focusing entirely on the physical sensations in your chest, your throat, and your belly. If you feel resistance rising, if you hear a voice telling you that you don't have time for this or that it isn't working, simply smile at that voice. Recognize it as your subconscious homeostatic defense mechanism trying to keep you safe in the dark. Thank it for trying to protect you, and then gently return your pen to the paper or your attention to the breath. In this chapter, we have traversed the sacred terrain of the final threshold. We have explored the deep, psychological necessity of stepping into your light and the structural resistance that will inevitably arise as you do so. We have learned through the journey of Elena that living authentically requires an ongoing, daily refusal to go back to sleep, a commitment to the micro-awakenings that define our character and our destiny. We have discovered through Sarah's story that we cannot walk this path alone, that our healing is completed and magnified when we bring our vulnerability into the warm, supportive container of a conscious community. And finally, through Clara's realization, we have understood that true transformation requires somatic integration, a dedication to moving our insights from the realm of the intellect into the fibers of our physical bodies through the consistent, sacred use of our workbooks and audio tools. As we bring this chapter to a close, feel the physical weight of this moment. You are no longer the person who began this book. You have traveled through the shadows of your past. You have excavated the ancient, buried power of your true self, and you have stood face to face with the forces that sought to keep you asleep. The threshold is beneath your feet. Behind you lies the familiar, dimly lit corridor of your old compromises. Before you lies a vast, open horizon bathed in the golden, uncompromising light of your own sovereign truth. The air is fresh. The silence is no longer a void, but a canvas waiting for the unique, powerful brushstrokes of your awakened life. Take a deep, slow breath, feeling the air fill your lungs, feeling the steady, rhythmic beat of your heart. This is your moment. This is your call to action. Step forward. Step out of the shadows. Step into your magnificent, blinding light. And as you take that first, beautiful step, prepare yourself, for we are about to enter the final, most profound phase of our journey, where the boundaries of who you thought you were will dissolve entirely, leaving only the pure, radiant truth of she who is finally, gloriously awake. And so, the final page turns. and the echoes of our story begin to fade into the quiet of the room. I want to take a moment, a quiet breath, to thank you from the very depths of my heart. Thank you for walking beside us here at Stories of Crime throughout this incredible journey. A story like She Who Sleeps is not merely a tale to be told, but a landscape of the human soul to be traversed. Having your presence, your focus, and your heart along this dark and winding path has made the journey infinitely more meaningful. We do not walk these paths alone, and your companionship is a gift I cherish deeply. If this journey has touched you, if you found solace, intrigue, or a moment of peace in these chapters, I warmly invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering. Please take a gentle moment to subscribe to our channel, Stories of Crime, so we may share many more of these twilight journeys together. If you could leave a like on this video, or perhaps share your thoughts in the comments below, it would mean the world to us. Tell us what She Who Sleeps stirred within you. And if there is someone in your life, a friend or a loved one who appreciates the quiet beauty of a deeply woven mystery, please share this story with them. Your simple act of kindness is the heartbeat of our channel, the very light that keeps our campfire burning. As we leave the world of She Who Sleeps behind, let us carry its wisdom into our own lives. We often look at the mysteries of the world and wonder at the shadows we find there. But as we have learned, even the deepest, longest silences eventually find their voice. Human nature, in all its fractured beauty, reminds us that nothing is ever truly lost to the dark. There is a profound comfort in knowing that those who seem to be sleeping, those truths that lie buried beneath the weight of time, are always waiting for the light of understanding to bring them peace. It teaches us to cherish the truth, to seek compassion in the face of tragedy, and to remember that even in the coldest nights of the soul, hope remains awake, watching over us. Until our next story calls us back together, may you find peace in the quiet moments, wisdom in the shadows, and warmth in the journey ahead. Good night, my friends, and thank you for listening.